Assalamu alaikum shabab! I want you to be loud. I want you to be proud. It's time to be brave. Are you ready?
Tonight, bravecf returns to Central Asia for a huge night of fights as bravecf 62 lands in Kazakhstan in association with Octagon League. In the main event of the evening, Octagon welterweight champion Bravecf Kanishbayev defends his crown against innerweight title holder Magomed Magomedov. Also set for fight night is the return of two of the best Brave Combat Federation lightweights as Olzhas Eskaraev takes on Rolando the Incredible D. Tune in to witness the best athletes from Central Asia and around the world in epic battles and electrifying action. bravecf 62 in association with Octagon League, live from Almaty, Kazakhstan.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Brave Nation, welcome along to Brave Combat Federation 62 in association with our friends Octagon, live from beautiful Almaty, Kazakhstan. My name is Phil Campbell. I will be your commentator for the night, and I am joined, as always, by my broadcast partner, the OG of mixed martial arts, a man who has forgotten more about the sport than I could ever hope to know. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Kirik Janes. And Kirik, before we dive into the fights, I want you to tell the Brave Nation a little bit more about just how important it is for us to be here in Almaty, Kazakhstan, and the warrior spirit that runs through this town.
Phil, I can answer that question from about 10 different directions, and they're all completely valid. But one that I would like to hit on is, this is going to take a little bit of background, Brave Nation, bear with me. Wrestling and mixed martial arts are fundamental sports. They are in our DNA, not just as humans, not just as mammals, but as living things. If you watch a video of two kangaroos wrestling and fighting, of two lizards wrestling and fighting, you can actually call points. Other animals, they don't play cricket, they don't play football, they fight. Mixed martial arts and wrestling are at the very heart of who we are as people. Now, with the rise of mixed martial arts, nations, cultures are discovering that they have indigenous equivalents to mixed martial arts of their own. In this particular country, the great nation of Kazakhstan, it's called Zepkizek. They've been doing mixed martial arts here for millennia, and now, through the popularity of mixed martial arts, that sport, that indigenous sport, has regrown. It's increased national pride here, and as someone who is promoting mixed martial arts in this country, the fact that that has led to an increase in the warrior spirit here, an increase in national pride, brings me no small measure of joy.
Well, let's dive right in to our bravecf 62 main event. We have Olzhas Eskaraev taking on Rolando D, and this for me is a fight worthy of its main event status. Kirik, let's talk a little bit about Eskaraev. He came into Brave Combat Federation in Almaty, Kazakhstan at Brave 53 and had an absolute war of a fight. Came in on short notice, defeated the former lightweight champion Lucas Martins, and then recently at Brave 59, he took on a fighter that most other fighters had been hiding from. He took on Kubanichbek, an unbelievable fighter. He fought him for 5 consecutive rounds, and whilst he may not have won the decision, he won the hearts of the people watching. Kirik, just how important is it for a global promotion like Brave Combat Federation to have a Kazakh fighter in the main event?
Phil, I'm going to take that one in the same direction I took your last question. Olzhas is an exponent of an indigenous Russian martial art called Sambo. Once again, it wasn't really realized until mixed martial arts came along in '93, but there are equivalents all over the globe. This man is a master of sport and combat Sambo, which basically is MMA. There's some little tweaks here and there that are different, but it basically is MMA. He's a master of sport in it, and he is going to bring one masterful game tonight.
Well, a fighter that is going to be standing in his way to try and prevent that masterful performance is the man himself, the fighter's fighter, Rolando D. Incredible. Now, Kirik, 2020 was an incredible year for Rolando D. 2021 and 2022 have been considerably harder. It is true that he is on a 3-fight losing streak, but he is undoubtedly a true warrior inside the Brave arena. One thing I wanted to put to you is, what kind of pressure does that put on Rolando D coming in on that potential 4-fight skid? Can he afford to lose another fight? For me, it really is do or die for D tonight.
Phil, I'm going to answer that by speaking to all of you Filipino fans in Brave Nation. You are my favorite fans in the entire sport. I'm speaking right now with an Irishman. The Irish have phenomenal MMA fans. There is nothing like a Filipino fan. And who is our greatest Filipino fighter? Rolando D. Every nation we go to, could be in the MENA region, could be in sub-Saharan Africa, could be in Europe. The Filipino fans turn out, and there are going to be Filipino fans in there cheering for their man, and I believe they're going to carry him to victory.
Personally, looking at this fight, I'm incredibly excited at the prospect, but I think the most dangerous type of Rolando D is a Rolando D that is backed into a corner. So an incredible fight in prospect. Let's dive straight into our co-main event of the night. We have Nurzhan Akishev taking on Memosh, the Renegade Raza. Akishev coming in with an incredible record, 13-4 as a professional. 12 of his wins coming by way of finish, 10 of those finishes in the very first round. But he's taking on an equally incredible fighter in Memosh Raza. But Kirik, the interesting X factor in this fight for me is the fact that Memosh has not competed since October of 2020. He's had a number of issues. Obviously, the pandemic had a profound effect on many professional fighters, but he also had a serious surgery. Now, coming into this fight, Kirik, is cage rust potentially going to be a factor?
That's a great question, Phil, and we're going to know it very, very early in this fight. I want to point out to all of you, great fans in Brave Nation, that during that 2-year span, when Memos Raza had 0 fights, his opponent had 4 fights. Now, there's a sweet spot in mixed martial arts. It's an axiom in this sport that everyone fights hurt. Everyone fights hurt. When you take 2 years off, you're not hurt. The tweaks in your back and your shoulders, the surgeries that you need, you've had them. The question is exactly where is that sweet spot? Off the top of my head, I think 2 years is a little bit too long. The good news is it takes about 1 round to undo that ring rust, and after that, you're right back to normal.
Speaking to Memos Raza in the lead up to this fight, he is infectious with his positivity, but when he gets inside the Brave arena, when he gets inside that cage, he is full of bad intentions. An incredible co-main event. But let's talk about another feature bout. We have Kamil Magomedov taking on Ahmed Shavaniev. This for me is a fight all about nuance. You have Magomedov, who is an incredible submission grappler, but in Shavaniev you have a fighter who is an incredible all-round wrestler. Let's have a little bit of a look at Kamil's record. He is 15-2 as a professional. Every single one of his victories have come by finish. 13 of those wins have come by submission. He is a former World Cup grappling champion. But Kirik, talk to me a little bit about the nuance in this fight. The submission grappler taking on the savvy wrestler, as we know more often than not. The wrestler dictates where the fight happens. Magomedov is going to want to get this fight to the ground. However, in order to do that, he is going to have to get through that wrestling defense of Shavaniev.
Phil, I am a mixed martial arts purist, and from that point of view, not from the action point of view, not from the pre-fight trash talk point of view, but from the purist point of view, this is my favorite fight of the night. Mixed martial arts was born from jiu-jitsu, but over the years, now over the decades, it's now been a full generation, 29 years. Jiu-jitsu is starting to disappear. It's moving further and further back. It's harder and harder to see. Kamil Magomedov makes jiu-jitsu work. He has brought jiu-jitsu back again. And what is jiu-jitsu designed to do? It's designed to neutralize the most terrifying people on the planet. Hold on, and then take advantage when a tiny mistake is made. And in Shavaniev, what do we have? We have a terrifying fighter from Team Ahmad.
I think the most telling point of this fight is going to be the first takedown attempt from Kamil. Will it be defended by Shavaniev, or will he be able to get his man to the ground and go to work from there? Another feature bout that has everybody in the MMA community talking is that of Murtaza Talha taking on Kirill Kaminsky. Again, Murtaza Talha again has this almost air of boogeyman-like quality about him. He has that X factor. He is 5-0 as a professional, 12-0 as an amateur. So he's currently riding a 17-0 unbeaten streak. He is a 2-time IMAF Amateur World Champion and an IMAF Amateur European Champion. Kirik, so far, Murtaza Talha has been largely untested on his way to 5-0, leaving an absolute trail of destruction in his wake since making his pro debut in November of 2019. What does the 8-2 Kirill Kaminsky have to do to get this momentous task on his hands? What does he have to do to try and best somebody so far who has not been bested in amateur or professional mixed martial arts?
Phil, I'm going to say something that I have never said in front of Brave Nation. I don't know. I do not know the answer to that good question. I'm not sure Helmut does either. There's an old saying, never bet on a fight until the weigh-ins. At the weigh-ins, he looked a little distracted, a little bit unfocused, missed weight 2 times before he finally made weight. Murtaza Talha is the strongest raw fighter I have ever seen. I've been involved in this sport professionally since the very beginning, since 1993. I have never seen a stronger fighter. Brave Nation, when the fight begins, when they first make contact with each other, watch the opponent's face. Every single fight Murtaza has been in, there is a moment when the opponent feels that strength, and there is a look of shock, of surprise. dare I say, of terror at exactly what they're facing.
And it must be said, Murtaza Talha coming out of an MMA superpowered gym. He's coming out of KHK Team Bahrain. His style is informed by one of the best coaches in mixed martial arts today, Eldar Eldarov. So when you have someone like Eldar Eldarov in your corner, that's even intimidating for your opponent to look across. Another interesting factor in this bout is the fact that neither man has been to the judges in their professional career. So do not blink when this fight goes down. One last fighter to touch on is Abdullah Al-Khatani, coming in with an incredible kickboxing and Muay Thai background. 5-0 as a professional. Kirik, talk to me a little bit about the type of qualities this young man is bringing into the Brave Arena.
Hey, this is such a Brave Nation. This is such a hard card for me because there are so many fights that I want to tell you it's my favorite fight, and this is one of them. I just love this sport from so many different angles. We're talking about a fighter that wins every single time and never loses in fights that he should lose. He had one fight. We were holding a Brave Combat Federation show in Jeddah in Saudi Arabia. Brought him on the card. Very unusual to have a professional fighter with just one fight on the card. Matched him up with the Egyptian Zombie, a man ranked in the top 10 lightweight, ranked in the top 10 featherweight in his home of Egypt. There was absolutely no way that the Ripper was going to win, and he won, and he has gone on and done that in every single fight. He steps up. It looks like the odds are against him, and they are not. I believe this man is going to win it.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. An incredible night of fights for your viewing pleasure taking place right here in beautiful Almaty, Kazakhstan. My name is Phil Campbell, joined as always by the OG Kirik Jeunesse, and this is Brave Combat Federation 62 in collaboration with our friends Octagon. The fighters are ready, I'm ready, Kirik's ready. One last question to ask you in the words of the legendary Carlos Kramer. Are you ready? Stay tuned for the fights.
Brave Combat Federation is truly the world's #1 global mixed martial arts. Stage is set, the bright lights are on, and this is Brave Combat Federation.
Are you watching closely? What captures your eyes? What elevates your minds? Can you feel it? The spirit of roaring warriors echoes through the arena.
This sport is not easy. It's very difficult.
The takedowns. The submissions. The knockouts. Gods and inner demons dance together, all for greatness. A sport that is the ultimate pursuit of mental and physical prowess. It is the tears in victories and the pain in losses that lead us to the edge of our emotions. A heroic transcendence. The grasp of this immersive experience exceeds all nerves. A captivating story that resembles a vision. To celebrate the true spirit of sport in its full glory. A heart that is of fighters, coaches, spectators, organizers, sponsors, partners. A sport that is the embodiment of your true self. And this is Brave Combat Federation.
A man's vision, determination, inspired a generation. It gave a new dream for the youth of his homeland. It created a groundbreaking revolution in the sports. When a vision is strongest, nothing can stop its far-reaching impact. And the vision was 3 powerful letters: KHK. And today, his vision is far-reaching. The valor and pride of his homeland is far-reaching. Today, his vision is defining the future of a new generation. A generation of heroes and of gladiators. Today is the day of hope for the hopeless. The day KHK will inspire the souls to fight back, irrespective of what they are and who they are. Many will emerge as heroes. This will be a new era of true heroes and gladiators. When he stood in the front and led them, they called him the Prince of Gladiators and Heroes.
In 2016, a vision revolutionized mixed martial arts in the Middle East. It all started with the evolution of MMA in a small island in the Middle East. The magnificent Kingdom of Bahrain, a land of ancient glory and bravery, thriving under great leaders and visionaries. The country is now home to the largest MMA promotion in the region, Brave Combat Federation. And the kingdom became the first ever country outside of the United States that featured the IMF World Championships. His Highness Sheikh Khalid bin Hamad Al Khalifa and his true warrior spirit envisioned the growth of MMA in the region. He believed in the glory of the sport of mixed martial arts and facilitated the best MMA facility in the land. Along with brave President the Hawk, Mohammed Shahid, in the shortest span of time we grew stronger. We grew bigger. This is the story of the fastest growing MMA promotion in the world. This is the story of Brave Combat Federation.
minus 1 minute and counting. Countdown. T minus 50 seconds. As we commence the T minus 50 second mark, the power transfer takes place. First stage, second stage, third stage. 40 seconds and counting. T minus 37 seconds, and our count continues to go well. T minus 30. T minus 25 seconds and counting. T minus 20 seconds. T minus 20 seconds and counting. 17 seconds and counting. 15, 14, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8. Ignition sequence start. 5, 4,
Kurmetli hanımlar men mırzalar. Добрый вечер, дорогие уважаемые друзья и телезрители. Мы приветствуем вас на совместном турнире «Октагон 35» и «Брейв 62». Сегодня вас ждет 14 ярких поединков от бойцов из Казахстана, Узбекистана, Азербайджана, Кыргызстана, Таджикистана, Пакистана, Филиппин, России и Бахрейна. А в главном бою вечера сегодня Бауыржан Куанышбаев из Казахстана проведет защиту титула против временного чемпиона лиги Магомеда Магомедова из Бахрейна. Ну что, друзья, самое время представить судей сегодняшнего вечера. Главный судья турнира Саламат Чумабаев. Рефери и судьи турнира Дауринбек Джакаев, Бауыржан Жумалов, Халил Мамиев и Толеген Адыкенов. Супервайзер турнира Нурадин Садыков. Судья-хронометрист Исатай Елемес. Команда Катманов Катман Про.
Ladies and gentlemen of Brave Nation, we are live from beautiful Almaty, Kazakhstan. We are amazed and humbled at your support, and tonight we will give back. Without any further delay, let's commence Brave Combat Federation 62. Firstly, I must thank our leader, Sheikh Khaled bin Hamad Al Khalifa. Through his vision, we have traveled the globe. We have changed the face of MMA, and we've brought the planet closer together through the magic of sports. Also, a thank you to all the efforts of our Brave Combat Federation president, Mr. Mohammed the Hawk Shahid. His tireless efforts bring the vision of His Royal Highness into reality. Also, a shout to our partners here in Kazakhstan, the mighty Octagon League. Tonight, together, we make history. So, the stage is set. Thousands of hours of training culminated this very moment. To everybody present in the arena and to the millions watching around the world, I need to know who's ready for action! Finally, a huge thank you to our sponsors, Underdog, Pro Sports KZ, Egin Raw and Brave Ash Leisure. Thank you for support in making this event a reality.
Ну что, дорогие друзья, уважаемые зрители и болельщики, прежде чем мы начнем, я попрошу наши трибуны встать, потому что сейчас прозвучит гимн Республики Казахстан. Итак, дорогие уважаемые друзья, гимн Бахрейна.
one of the top bantamweight in Kazakhstan, Sundet Akul is hoping to earn a spot in the next round of Octagon's Grand Prix. When he takes on Oybek Jurayev, who is representing Kyrgyzstan in the tournament. Coming up next, Sundet Akul takes on Oybek Jurayev in the bantamweight division.
Итак, дорогие уважаемые телезрители, уважаемые друзья, любители смешанных единоборств. Наш совместный турнир «Октагон 35» и «Brave 62» начинается, и наши бойцы готовы выйти в клетку и показать незабываемое зрелище. Давайте объявим первую пару бойцов раннего карда. Поединок пройдет в рамках четвертьфинала Гран-при Лиги «Октагон» в легчайшем весе. И в синий угол октагона приглашается боец из Кыргызстана Oybek Jurayev.
Our first fight up is in the Octagon Bantamweight Grand Prix. This is a quarter final. We have Sundet Akul taking on Oybek Jurayev. This is for a place in the Octagon Bantamweight Grand Prix semi-final, a tournament which is bringing together some of the best bantamweights in the area. Kyrgyzstan, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan, Azerbaijan, bringing them together to find out who the best bantamweight is in that area. And Kirik, before we get kicking off, just talk a little bit about just how incredible it is to be here in Almaty.
Phil, we have traveled to more nations than any other mixed martial arts promotion in the history of our sport. And I cannot tell you there is any city that I love more than Almaty. The hospitality, the kindness of the people, and their warrior spirit thrill us like none other.
And one fighter who exemplifies that warrior spirit in this area is the Kyrgyzstan native Oybek Jurayev, coming in at 24 years old, 3-2 as a professional. 2 of those wins coming by way of KO or TKO. He is currently riding high on the confidence of a 2-fight win streak. As you saw in the graphic there, he is a master of sport in pankration, a master of sport in grappling, a Kyrgyzstan national wrestling champion. He has held regional titles in mixed martial arts, but if he really wants to transcend to that next step, he needs to get it done here tonight and progress to the semi-final of the Octagon Bantamweight Grand Prix. If you're not familiar with Oybek, he is a very interesting fighter, fighting out of Evolve Gym Moscow by way of Kyrgyzstan. He is wild and reckless, but extremely entertaining. Has a tendency to, when he smells a little bit of blood in the water, swarm his opponents, which is not just exciting for us to watch, but also incredibly dangerous. A do-or-die type fighter who goes in there sort of with his sword or with his shield one way or another. He's getting it done or he's getting put away, Kirik.
Phil, adding a little bit of fire to this fire. These are representatives from Kyrgyzstan in front of you. We're going to have the Kazakh fighter coming out next. These are two nations. I don't want to say they hate each other. There's a lot of fraternity here. But in terms of sports rivalries, these two are the two that go head-to-head.
Oybek Jurayev is in the cage, ready to go. Incredible opening fight we have for you here at Brave CF62 in collaboration with our partners Octagon. And let's call out our next fighter.
Итак, друзья, внимание, в красный угол клетки приглашается боец из Казахстана Sundet Akul.
his way to the Brave CF62 octagon cage is Sindet Ayitko. Very young in his mixed martial arts career, only 23 years old, bringing a professional record of 2-1. Both of his professional wins have come by way of submission, and he is currently, like his opponent Oybek, riding a 2-fight win streak. In his last fight, he defeated Iyashon Kashanov via first round rear naked choke at Octagon 28. That was back in March of 2022, right here in this very venue in Almaty, Kazakhstan. A submission specialist, you can see that from the graphic. He is a master of sport in hand-to-hand combat. He is a master of sport in jiu-jitsu. He is a world champion in hand-to-hand combat. If we look at that submission depth that he has, all his wins, those 2 professional wins, have come by way of finish. More specifically, both have come by first round rear naked choke. So Kirik, conventional wisdom would say he's going to want to take it to the ground and get on the back of his opponent as quick as he can.
Indeed, Phil, indeed, and that is something that he has learned to do in, as we saw in the graphics, hand-to-hand combat. In combat sports all across the globe, there are a variety of what you might call MMA light, and there's a couple that you might call MMA crazy that include things like headbutts. Hand-to-hand combat is a form of mixed martial arts. It's just a little bit easier, but right now we're going to see the real thing.
Sindet Ayatko in the cage, in the red shorts, in the red gloves, taking on Oybek Durayev in the dark shorts with the black gloves. And Kirik, we are just about to get things underway. Up to our local MC who will introduce our fighters.
Итак, друзья, внимание, в синий угол клетки. Возраст бойца 24 года, рост его 170 сантиметров, вес 61,6 килограмма. Спортивные достижения. Мастер спорта по панкратиону, мастер спорта по грэпплингу, призер России по MMA, профессиональный бойцовский рекорд, 3 победы и 2 поражения. Боец, представляющий Кыргызстан. Встречайте вот он, Oybek Durayev. Его соперник, красный угол октагона, бойцу 22 года, рост его 180 сантиметров, вес 61,450 килограмма. Спортивные достижения, мастер спорта по джиу-джитсу, мастер спорта по рукопашному бою, призер чемпионата мира по рукопашному бою, профессиональный спортивный рекорд. 3 победы, 1 поражение. Представитель Казахстана. Встречайте в красном углу Сундет Айткул. Рефери в октагоне Тойген Адыкенов.
Спортшылар, ережені білеміз, ережені бұзбаймыз. Мені мұқият тыңдаймыз. Стоптан кейін жұмыс жасамаймыз. Қол алсамыз, сәттілік. Бұрыштарымызға.
Final instructions given by our referee. You can see the tail of the tape. Both young fighters, 22 years old against 24 respectively. A massive height advantage goes to Sindet Ayitko. Both these fighters weighed in within the bantamweight limit. So it'll be interesting to see if Sindet uses that range. Interesting factor is the fact that Sindet Ayitko is a southpaw, and as we've seen, southpaws can be a little bit tricky when it comes to combat sports. Beautiful left right down the pipe from Sindet.
Brave Nation, what you saw there is a textbook example of what a southpaw can do. That jab, which is normally available, is blocked when you're a southpaw, but not the straight coming right down the middle.
Mixing up the strikes nicely as Ayitko looks very calm in there. He took the center early. Swing and a miss from Oybek. Oybek's having a little bit of trouble with that range early.
Sindet, distance managing well, did get caught coming in.
Big shot over the top is right, Kirik. Sindet does look like the calmer fighter in there. That's a beautiful left kick to the body.
Brave Nation, that liver shot is another strike that is available too, as is that single leg.
From the single to the double, turns the corner beautifully on it, but Oybek right back up. Nice work from Sindet. Realized he wasn't getting the takedown, disengages, gets out of range and pops off a 1-2 of his own. again, Oibek just can't find that range with the hands. May need to switch it up with the legs. Legs being a little bit longer. That's that left hand every time. Flying knee into a hook from Sindat. Beautiful work from the Kazakh man to turn up the heat just as he saw his opponent was hurt.
Fantastic work so early in this fight. I'm often asked, what's the best fight in the card going to be? And I tell people it could be the very first fight of the night.
Yeah, Kieran, you don't know what the best fight on the card is until you see it. That's the beauty of mixed martial arts. That's the beauty of Brave Combat Federation. Every fight is a winner.
Sindet now has lost his height advantage. He was very, very ably range managing, distance managing, but in the clinch, these two fighters are of identical height.
And if you were in the corner of Jurayev, this is exactly what you would be telling him to do. Close the distance. Aitkal turns it into a takedown, transitions seamlessly into the mount, Kirik.
The timing we just saw there, Brave Nation, was beautiful. A knee came, landed, knee came, landed. That was the timing it took for Sindet to know it was coming in the third one.
Big
took
elbow.
momentum of the third one, put his opponent on the ground, seamlessly flowed right to mount, and here comes the pain.
And he has a full 2 minutes 30 with which to work. Could we see him try and take the back again? Try and land one of his trademark rear naked chokes? He's doing a great job of just solidifying that top base. All he needs to do now is solidify that position, create a little bit of distance, frame and land those big shots. This is where you see that background and grappling, that master of sport in jiu-jitsu background.
Jurayev wants to be bridging or shrimping. That body lock will not save you for long, and turning over will not save you for long at all.
Could Aitkal get the third submission win by way of rear naked choke in his career? A lot of time to work for it, Kirik.
Hips are getting tight.
Doing a great job of flattening out Jurayev. Oh, huge elbow! Jurayev in all kinds of trouble right now.
There is a potential transition to an armbar available here if the back is lost.
I think he's so confident in his rear naked choke, he's going to stick with that. Can't quite see if he's underneath the chin.
He's underneath the chin. Hands are not locked up fully yet.
It goes palm to palm on it. That's going to be tight, Kirik. Nice work from Jurayev to stave off the threats. But he is still in all kinds of trouble. Here we go again. This one
Will the
looks
second time be a charm, Phil?
He's not quite underneath the chin. Oh, he is underneath the chin now. This looks deep. Could it be
Tighter.
3 rear naked chokes
Tighter.
in a row for Aitkal?
Attempting a short choke here.
He needs to go palm to palm. Jurayev doing the right thing by trying to fight the top hand. It's not the choking hand he needs to worry about right now. It is that top hand. He's gone 2-on-1 on it. If he can pull that down
There
and
is
go,
such a thing as a one-arm choke.
if he can pull that down and go baseball bat grip with it over his head. 30 seconds to survive for Jurayev.
Big respect to Jurayev for surviving that terrible attack.
Now you're seeing just how dangerous Sindat Aitkal is with that rear naked choke. And 10 seconds left in the round, and he's still trying to get it like it's the last 10 seconds of the fight.
Nope, chokes in again, get that forearm underneath, not short time.
Didn't have the time to get it finished, but the story of that round, Kirik, was all about the submission threat of Sindet Aitkal. Very, very slick grappling. And Kirik, if you're in the corner of Jurayev, what are you saying to him going out? Because he was, to be honest, he was having difficulty when it came to the striking, as we're seeing here. He was having even more difficulty when it came to the grappling exchanges. What do you tell him going into the second round? What does he need to do to change it, to mix it up, to be more offensive?
Phil, you tell your fighter, first of all, to at least give the appearance of striking back. Try and get your opponent to engage in striking with you. You know you're, in all likelihood, not going to win that. Then you close the distance, and here's the critical part. Once you close the distance, you've got to have been working your wall takedowns. There's an aspect of the sport that is completely unique. It's wrestling against a wall. If he's done his homework and he's got his opponent pinned on the cage, as we saw earlier, he does have the ability potentially to take his opponent and get on top. Otherwise, it's not going to be a good night for him.
Second round, still a lot of time to play with, still very much all to play for. Oybek Jurayev was having a little bit of success when it came to the kicking range. It was when it came in to that striking range with purely the hands, the wrestling and the grappling that he found himself in deep water.
Sindet could potentially have been a little bit let down that that choke sequence did not work, but at the very end he put it in again. I think his confidence is sky high.
Again, look for this good kicking range, but then he eats a massive left right down the pipe again. Oybek dropping the hands ever so slightly when he throws those kicks, indicative of traditional Muay Thai. He's trying to up the kicking game a little bit more, but he needs to be wary of that big left hand from Sindet.
Phil, Oybek's positioning, his lead foot is just wrong. It's not quite right. He's allowing his opponent to get his foot in the outside, and that's where those shots are coming from. This is it. This is what I call is exactly what his corner told him to do. What he needs to do now, Phil, is get the fingertips together. Once the fingertips are together, high 90% chance he gets the takedown. In order to finish it, he's got to get those fingers together and then squeeze his elbows down. Switching off to a single now wisely. There's a number of takedowns he can flow to here.
Sindet doing a great job of defending against the cage here. If he creates a little, oh, beautiful elbow over the top from Oybek.
As soon as he can, he wants to drop down again for that double. Try to get the fingers together. There is no higher percentage spot to get a takedown than when you're low on those hips against the cage with your fingertips together.
He does have the double underhook, so I'd like to see him get them a little bit lower, just above the tailbone. Nice little shoulder pops there from Oybek Jurayev. A little bit of blood coming out of somebody. We can see that. Oh, that's a cut just over the eye. That was the elbow from Jurayev. Created a little bit of a pocket of space and then smashed that elbow, and he's cut the eye, or just above the left eye of Sindet.
Brave Nation, the cuts over the eye, particularly from elbows, are a little bit of a tricky thing in mixed martial arts. Sometimes a big cut is in a relatively safe space. It's really no cause for concern, although there can be a fair amount of blood. And sometimes a small one in the wrong spot, right over a nerve, can cause the medical staff here to close the bout.
It is right above the eye. If you're in the corner of Jurayev, you're going to tell him to target that, open that up, impede the vision of Sindet Ayetskal. The majority of this second round being contested against the cage, and I say at least once or twice a show, this is the most grinding, tiring aspect of mixed martial arts, that clinch against the cage, where it may not necessarily look like something's happening, but it's two fighters trying to impose their will upon one another.
In mainstream sports, Phil, if you want to tell who's stronger, you see who can lift the most weights. Powerlifting, Olympic lifting, doesn't matter. Those are the strongest athletes. In combat sports, you can tell the stronger athlete because he can pin his opponent up against that fence and hold him there. Right now, that's Oybek Jurayev. And I believe, Phil, he is winning this round.
He's in danger of being separated by the referee, because whilst he may be winning pressed against the cage here, he hasn't taken Sindet down, and he's not landing enough strikes at the minute for him to be considered active, potentially, in the eyes of the referee.
He was doing a good job earlier. He's being aggressive with his shoulders, aggressive with the body shots, drop down for the legs.
Finds himself reversed by Sindet.
And again, there's that power showing. We know who the stronger fighter is, but it takes a lot more than strength to win in mixed martial arts.
Sindet, it was very subtle there. Sindet gave a little shake of the head. That may lead me to believe that that blood is starting to trickle down into the eye.
Sindet seeing if he can take a whizzer off of that overhook.
Nice work again with an elbow over the top from Jurayev. Like we said, Carrick, both these fighters riding 2-fight win streaks respectively. And again, this is for a place in the Octagon Bantamweight Grand Prix semi-final. An opportunity to prove who is the best bantamweight in this region.
Referee finally brought him back out.
Sindet in on a low single.
Beautiful scramble there.
Has a neck, could switch to a guillotine here. May go high elbow or power guillotine. If he pulls guard on this, Oh, switches to the ninja choke, that power guillotine position. That looks deep, Kirik.
Let me see where that elbow is. A little tough to get from that angle.
Oibek needs to be sensible with the neck here. Finds himself mounted again. Big shots. 10 seconds left in the round. Again, giving up his back.
Very short time. Not sure. I don't believe he should go for a choke. Phil, I think he's just strike until the round ends.
What a way to end the second round. Wrestling dominance there from Oibek, but the final stanzas of the round saw Sindet Ayetkol get the takedown off the low single, get the mount, land big shots. Be interesting to see just how much of an impediment that cut is over the eye of Sindet.
Phil, judges do tend to remember the final seconds of the round most vividly, but I do believe that Oibek won that round 10-9. I think we're now looking at a 19-19 fight,
yeah.
And whoever wins the third and final round wins the whole fight. I think I know who it's going to be, but I was wrong the last round.
I'm inclined to agree with you there, Kirik. I don't think that late flurry was enough to steal the round, and that's what it would have been. It would have been stealing the round, given how much pressure and how much dominance Oibek had against the cage there, but it makes for an incredibly exciting fight, as you say, all to play for going into the third and final round of this Octagon Bantamweight Grand Prix quarter-final bout.
In ordinary circumstances, Sindet's corner might tell him to just keep his distance and win with the strikes, but with that cut over his eye, it makes it a much different calculation. I think we're going to see both fighters try to close, and of course, both of them will be trying to come up on top on the ground. Whoever comes up on top may determine who is the winner.
Tretий round.
Let's see if Sindet can get working behind that jab and follow up with a big left. It's been so successful for him over rounds 1 and 2. Keeping Oibek away with that front leg kick.
Nasty side kick to the knee. Attempted side kick to the base knee, which lands even harder.
Another big
even
shot.
more damage.
Another big shot with the left over the top from Sindet. Fight really feels like it's on a knife edge. Timed the jab beautifully there. That right jab coming off the kick. And that's something Sindet has been able to do so beautifully. Mix in the strikes with the takedown. Bring the attention of your opponent up so they're worrying about the strikes, and then change levels and shoot for the takedown. Finds himself now in dominant side control. Hips nice and low. Could be trying to set up a straight arm lock here. Kimura perhaps.
Phil, mixed martial arts always answers the question, whose will be done? And right now, that is Sindet's.
More of an Americana position here, Kirik. Lets it go.
Knee on belly used to be a common position in this sport, a little bit less common now.
Again, he's trying to isolate that arm. It's there for an armbar if he continues to dangle it up like that. But again, we often see in the grappling aspect of MMA, some fighters will give the arm in order to escape. It's a very dangerous game to play, but if you're quick enough, it is effective. Sindet again, just knee on belly, trying to transition into that mount position that's been so successful for him.
There's one hook, Phil.
2 hooks. And
now comes the hip pressure. Second hook got lost.
Does have a full 3 minutes to get his work in here on the back. As you say, he did lose one hook, but he's going to use his strikes to try and soften up Jurayev.
Excellent use of the elbow right behind the ear. Slap the choke on.
He's under the chin. There's the tap. It's over. The third win in a row by rear naked choke for Sindet Ayetkol. Moving on to the semi-final of the Octagon Bantamweight Grand Prix. What a performance. 3 wins in a row. How impressive was this young man, Kirik?
Excellent work from the fighter from Kyrgyzstan, but the fighter from Kazakhstan did prove superior tonight, Phil.
And that is just how dangerous Sindet is. If we see that back, hopefully we get a replay of just how quickly he was able to snap on that rear naked choke.
Brave Nation, there is a thing in mixed martial arts called the squeeze, and that's how quickly an opponent can slap a choke on the other. What you just saw there was a textbook squeeze.
And there we have it with just the one hook in. But that's just how quick he snapped it in, perfectly underneath the chin. Oibek thought he may have been safe as both hooks weren't in, but what a squeeze, as you alluded to. 3 wins in a row by rear naked choke for Sindet Ayetkol, as we say, moving on to the semi-final of the Octagon Bantamweight tournament. And when he watches that back, he's bound to be very happy with the performance. Let's make it official.
Дорогие уважаемые друзья, телезрители, в третьем раунде, на 2 минуте 10 секунде, удушающим приемом Риарный чок, тем самым стал полуфиналистом Гран-при лиги «Октагон» в легчайшем весе и победил боец из красного угла «Октагона» Сунdet Ayetkol.
Little bit of a mistake in the graphics. Somebody hit the wrong button there. Your winner was not Oibek, it was Sundet Ayetkol, as we see their beautiful performance, showing just how well-rounded he is with his striking, his wrestling, and indeed his superior submission skills.
Phil getting a look at the action a second time. There was that takedown. Never had to get the hands together. Quick transition to the mount. Oh, nice knee. Beautiful distance management from that clinch. Great scramble, but it wasn't enough. Sindet ends up with that ninja choke. I love the way that the punches get mixed in with the elbows, and there was the end.
And for the first time tonight, we're going to throw it up to the Brave CF62 MC for the night, Mr. Lance Double L Murdoch, to get us underway with our first bouts from Brave CF.
Tonight, Brave CF returns to Central Asia for a huge night of fights as Brave CF62 lands in Kazakhstan in association with Octagon League. In the main event of the evening, Octagon welterweight champion Balshwab Kanishbayev defends his crown against innerweight title holder Magomed Magomedov. Also set for fight night is the return of 2 of the best Brave Combat Federation lightweights as Olzhas Eskaraev takes on Rolando the Incredible D. Tune in to witness the best athletes from Central Asia and around the world in epic battles and electrifying action. Brave CF62 in association with Octagon League, live from Almaty, Kazakhstan.
After earning a huge victory in his last outing, Sanjarbek Erkanov is eager to continue the trend. When he takes on Anzor Abdulkozayev, who's making his lightweight debut for Brave CF. Coming up next, Sanjarbek Erkanov takes on Anzor Abdulkozayev in the lightweight division.
Up next, please welcome, representing Akhmat Fight Club and fighting out of Grozny, Russia, Anzor Abdulkozayev.
Душа твоя настроена на схватку, сильно стремление к высокой цели. Сегодня клуб Ахмат тебе доверил свою честь отстоять в бою достойном. Сразись, боец, Чечня с тобой, нас ждет победа, чемпион.
Anzor Abdulkozayev, 11-2 as a professional, fighting out of the legendary Akhmat Fight Club, Grozny, Russia. 11 wins as a professional, 4 by way of KO or TKO, 3 by way of submission, 4 by way of decision. Looking to bounce back from a loss back in March of 2021 when he was defeated by a second round TKO by Nemet Abrashitov. A little bit of an upset at the time, but when you see what Nemet Abrashitov has done since that fight, you can see just how much of a competitor, just how good both these guys are. As we said at the beginning, 3 of his 11 wins coming by way of finish, 5 of those finishes coming in the very first round. Now when we say Akmat Fight Club, you automatically assume wrestling, submission, grappling, but Anzor Abdelkazayev is a very polished, very accomplished, very cultured striker. Very light on his feet, exhibits that wide base, almost karate-esque, switches his stances a lot, which confuses his opponent, and I think potentially coming off that loss in March 2021, which broke an 8-fight win streak, we could potentially see the best version of Anzor Abdelkazayev here tonight, Kurt.
As you said, Phil, Akmat Fight Club, known for the wrestlers, but known above all for aggression.
And next, please welcome his opponent representing Izat team, fighting out of Uzbekistan, Sanjarbek Erkinov.
Federation 8-5-1, no contest as a professional, currently riding a 2-fight win streak. And Kerrick, let's talk about his last fight in Brave Combat Federation when he defeated Ayub Gaziev by a second round TKO at Brave 59 in Bukhara, Uzbekistan. A monster upset, and he went in there with ruthless aggression and got it done. 8 wins as a professional, as I say. All of those wins coming by way of finish. 6 of those wins in the very first round. He has never been to the judges in his professional career and has only been to the 3rd round once in his pro debut back in May 2017. If we look at some of his credentials, he's a master of sport in combat sambo. Combat sambo, again, is that sport which provides a fantastic base for fighters from this region. A master of sport in hand-to-hand combat. A master of sport in grappling. If you look at him, he is the very definition of a lesson in perseverance. He began his career going 0-4 before going on a 6-fight win streak. And if he could get a win over someone like Anzor Abdelkazayev tonight, he would be placing himself not just front and center as one of the best fighters in his region, but front and center as one of the best fighters in global mixed martial arts.
Phil, I want to reiterate what you said for Brave Nation. A lot of great fighters lost their very first fight, like friend of Brave Combat Federation, Chris Cyborg. He lost his first fight, his second fight, his third fight, his fourth fight. Put a fork in him, he's done. But something happened and he won the next 6 in a row. Got him into Brave, lost in Brave, got 2 more wins, back into Brave, beat Ayub the Puncher Gaziev, and now he's back again.
For official introductions, Mr. Lance Murdoch.
This is 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Introducing first, your first warrior fighting out of the blue corner. This man is a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 10 wins and 1 loss. He stands at 181 centimeters tall and weighs in at 70.75 kilograms. Representing Akmat Fight Club, fighting out of Grozny, Russia. Please welcome Anzor Abdelkazayev. And his opponent, fighting out of the red corner, This man is a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 8 wins, 5 losses and 1 no contest. He stands at 179 centimeters tall and weighs in at 70.75 kilograms. Representing Isaac team and fighting out of Uzbekistan. Give it up for Sanjarbek, the serious Erkinov! Our referee in charge of the action is Daranbek Jokayev.
Бойцы, правила знаем, не нарушаем. Внимательно слушаем меня. После команды стоп, все действия прекращаем. Все ясно? Покажите красивый, достойный бой. Удачи!
3 5-minute rounds in the bravecf lightweight division. 26 years old is Sanjarbek, 25 is Anzor. Very close in height. The weight is identical. We are ready to go. Cage door being closed. And Kirik, much like our first fight, this has all the fixings of being an incredible exchange.
Brave Nation, expect aggression. Anzor Abdul Khazayev doesn't know anything but it. Sanjarbek Erkinov at his best when he's aggressive. The glove touch has happened. It's just about to blow up.
And if you're Anzor Abdul Khazayev and you haven't fought in over a year, you're coming off a loss, you want to go in and make a definitive statement here, especially in your lightweight debut. There's that wide base I was talking about. Keep himself safe, in and out, lands the shot to the body, gets just outside of the pocket.
Brave Nation, that shot to the body isn't necessarily to cause any damage, it's to get reads. Both fighters right now are trying to get information on their opponent. What's the opponent's limb length like? How quickly do they respond? What kind of shots are they going to throw? Could it be a big overhand right like that? Right now they're downloading a huge amount of information. The fighter who can download it the fastest is said to have the better fight intelligence.
Sanjarbek needs to be wary of overreaching. You need to keep everything tight when you're facing someone like Anzor Abdul Khazayev. Again, right to the body. And they're going to be money in the bank. That's a cumulative damage, Kirik.
That jab that landed earlier didn't in and of itself cause any damage, but it allowed him to know, okay, I can touch him from there. Level change just a little bit lower, and the second time was the other hand that reached out.
Beautiful combination from Anzor. Into the clinch right now, and it's always dangerous when you clinch with an Akmat man. Good solid knees from Sanjarbek Erkinov. Right in the open forum of the mat here, and we said that those jabs to the body were money in the bank. Those knees were money in the bank, but look at that defense from Anzor. Just as I say that, commentator's curse ends up on his back. Sanjarbek with a huge takedown now inside control.
Brave Nation, Anzor wants to get on his side and try and get to guard. He's got the hips turned slightly, but Sanjarbek has very, very heavy hips.
I like how low Sanjarbek is keeping the hips here. Position before submission. You can see Anzor Abdul Khazayev trying to get an underhook in, trying to create a little pocket of space to get the leg in.
There it
Does
is.
so beautifully, reguards. As one butterfly hook, could hit a sweep here, chooses to go for guard, foot on the hip. That's usually indicative of a fighter trying to create space for a submission.
May also see a quick pop-up attempt as soon as the downward pressure is off. 2 feet in the hips.
May try and push, yeah.
Tend to indicate somebody wants to kick the opponent back and pop to standing.
May try bites. There's that push off, as you say. Needs to be wary of the up kick. Could fall into a triangle. Potential here for a triangle, but oh, the awareness of Sanjarbek Erkinov just to shoulder ride that off. Beautiful work.
He's got a height advantage, kept his position, kept his stance, didn't let that head get pulled way in front of the knee. Was able to basically negate that triangle attempt before it ever was fully close to being in place.
And Anzor Abdul Khazayev is being active from his back. He is trying to make things happen. If he was sitting in a closed guard the entire time, it would look like more of a defensive fighter. But you can see he's trying to open up, gets back to his feet, caught with a huge shot. I am loving everything about this fight, Kirik, but Anzor Abdul Khazayev proven he has a chin. Just ate that shot and just kept coming forward.
That Brave Nation is one of the dangers of popping up to standing. It's what every fighter on bottom wants to do, but you can get your back taken and you can get your face smashed.
Beautiful sprawl, needs to be, and transitions into the mount. Make it a mounted guillotine here. This looks tight, Kirik.
Hand positioning may be off by just a little.
Sanjarbek Irkinov trying to survive a full minute for Anzor Abdulkazayev to work. You can see the grimace on the face from our broadcast position. Oh, beautiful scramble from Irkinov, but he is not out of danger just yet. Able to regard, but he was in deep, deep waters there. Proved that he doesn't need the water wings, and he's able to swim in those deep waters. Reversal of positions now. It's Anzor Abdulkazayev on top, and Anzor could be bleeding here, Carrick.
We do see a little bit of blood on his shoulder.
Not quite sure where that cut might have occurred. Needs to be wary of every time Irkinov opens the guard. That's usually a trigger that he's going to try and work for something, either a get up or a submission. So Anzor Abdulkazayev needs to be wise to that.
Anzor wants to be just a little bit busier with his strikes from top. I think he's probably getting outstruck punch for punch. Neither of them, of course, has too much on him.
Closing stanzas of the first rounds. A little bit strange there. We heard the 10-second clapper, then we heard a buzzer. We heard two buzzers there. Interesting.
Excellent round, Phil. I can make a good argument for either fighter winning that round. Judges are going to have their work cut out for them for that one.
The harder shots were landed by Sanjarbek Irkinov. The more dangerous shots were landed. But I would say that potentially Anzor Abdulkazayev came closest to finishing the fight with that submission attempt. So again, it's horses for courses. It comes down to the objectivity of our three judges. But that, we see that shot again. That was beautiful.
We did see that shot again on replay. All of us just did, Brave Nation. It wasn't quite as clean as it looked to be when I saw it the first time. A little bit of a glancing hook. It didn't look to be a shot that would end the fight. And that guillotine we saw, that mounted guillotine, was getting close enough to be potentially a fight ender. That's the basis on which I would say Anzor Abdulkazayev won that round. But as I said, I could make a good argument for both fighters.
It's the nose of Anzor Abdulkazayev that opened up. Sanjarbek Irkinov bound to be confident going into the second round here. Again, very much all to play for. As we said, both fighters did have moments in that fight where they were in the ascendancy, but if we're talking about who came closest to finishing the fight, it was Anzor Abdulkazayev with that choke.
What you saw there, Brave Nation, was the referee making sure there was no excess water on either of the fighters.
Anzor very light on the feet. Great proponent of that in and out wide base taekwondo, almost karate-esque style. Lands his shots, gets out of the pocket, but we've seen how quickly Sanjarbek Irkinov can fire off a shot. The excitement we've had already, and this is only our second lady. Of course, have an incredible main event on the brave portion of the card with Olzhas Eskaraev taking on Rolando D. Incredible. Stay tuned for that in a little bit. Right now it is Sanjarbek Irkinov taking on Anzor Abdulkazayev, and it's Sanjarbek who's skirting the cage. Could see Anzor try and pressure and take down, but big shot over the top. It's the way that Sanjarbek can just spring forward into life. Looks docile, and all of a sudden, big shots.
Anzor may be stalking just a little bit too much. Brave Nation, if you know what your opponent is going to do, you will win. Everything in this sport has to be disguised.
Another big takedown attempt, but denied this time. Beautiful sprawl by Anzor Abdulkazayev.
Problem, of course, that takedown attempt wasn't quite set up enough. Kind of came out of nowhere.
Needs to set that up with his hands, doesn't he? Carrying a 1-2 or a 2-3 combination.
Exactly, Phil. If you're not punching or your opponent's not punching, it's not the right time to shoot, as you saw right there.
That was a prime example of it, wasn't it, Carrick? Shot in blind. Anzor Abdulkazayev had the time to assess, download the data, as you say, had the sprawl loaded. And right now he finds himself in top position in that half guard or half mount, depending if you're a half full, half empty kind of guy.
Anzor throwing some fairly hard shots from top.
Trying to work up the body and
By working that body, he's trying to open up a shot to the head.
Brave Nation, those shots may look like little more than annoying on television, but we are live here and in person. They are landing with impact. They are causing damage.
And for anyone that's ever been hit in the ribs with an MMA glove, it just feels a little bit different. Sanjarbek very much just holding on at the minute. Carrick, would it be within his best interest to try and re-guard, try and get full guard, or to create distance, shrimp out? Nice little elbows being landed by Anzor, just doing enough to keep himself honest to stop the referee from standing them up.
Half guard, unfortunately. Half guard, Phil, as you know well, and grappling is the most point-rich position you can possibly be in. There's nowhere you want to be but bottom half guard. MMA, you're half mounted. This is not where Sanjarbek wants to hang out for the rest of this fight.
And it is becoming a lot more popular as almost an anchor position from which fighters settle and do a lot of work there, accumulate damage, accumulate points.
Sanjarbek's body is coiled. If there is any possible time he can get out, he's waiting for it. But right now, as you said, he's anchored down in that half guard, and he's taking some punishment. Between the shots coming down from top and the riding time, no question who's winning this round, Phil.
Great work again to the body, cumulative damage for Anzor. And if you could have made an argument either way for the first round, this second round, as you say, pretty definitive thus far. Anzor Abdulkazayev just doing everything he needs to do, solidifying the position, landing strikes.
Sanjarbek's body is coiled, though. If he gets an opportunity, he's going to pop to, he can pop to standing, he can try and effect a sweep. There's a lot of options he's got here right now, but unfortunately, none of them are available.
Well, the impetus now really does lie with Irkinov. He's the one that needs to make something happen. Abdulkazayev is the one winning the fight in this position. And you can see the reddening up of the ribs really starting to take its toll.
Phil, I hope very much that the referee does not stand him up.
He has no need to. Realistically, Carrick, he has no need to.
You often get situations in mixed martial arts where things aren't changing, and so the referee need to do something different. But I think right now, the Ahmad fighter is doing everything he should.
And you can hear the dull thud of those strikes.
Short time now, Brave Nation.
Be interesting to see if the breathing of Irkinov is impeded by those multiple shots to the ribs. That is taking the wind out of the sails of Irkinov and a potential intelligent investment for Anzor Abdulkazayev going into the third and final round. Definitive 10-9 for Anzor Abdulkazayev. Carrick, what do you think?
10-9, I agree. I don't believe any of our judges here think any other way. And Phil, there was a beautiful little moment there, right when we heard the beep ending the round. Anzor Abdulkazayev, who just spent the last 3 minutes raining down punches and elbows, just gave his opponent a friendly little tap in the hand. Would have offered to help him up if it wasn't rude. And it wasn't a call out in any way. It wasn't making fun of him. It was just like, hey, we're having fun. We're doing our job. We're in our office. Let's do it one more round.
If you're in the corner of Anzor Abdulkazayev, you will surely be saying, if you do exactly the same as you did in round 2, you will win this fight. Irkinov, I expect him to come out with, again, the impetus that he lacked in the end of that second round. Come out with bad intentions. May even try and get the shots off on Anzor Abdulkazayev.
Phil, little innovation here in Kazakhstan. They have men with mops in the corners immediately ready to take up the water. I think that's something that the rest of the sport should adopt.
Again, Anzor Abdulkazayev takes the center of the cage, that predatory position that we know him by. Leading the dance, forcing Irkinov to skirt the cage, but Irkinov coming forward now, trying to assert a little bit of dominance of his own.
Sanjarbek doing a good job now. He's not being too obvious with his attacks. Playing with the distance between them, circling left and right. Attacking when he thinks he sees something.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Again, Irkinov overreaching a little bit, maybe because he's tired, but again, potential for this ninja choke here, rolling with it.
Fantastic.
Just like that!
Wow!
Anzor Abdelkazayev back in the winner's column. He threatened with it in the first round. He got it done in the third round. Kirik, talk me through that finish.
Phil, all great fights in mixed martial arts are won in the scrambles. As long as the matchmaking is good, it's not going to be, nobody's going to get wiped out one-sided. It's always going to be won in the scramble. You open up the fight dictionary, the fight encyclopedia, go to scramble, and that's what you're going to see right there.
Anzor Abdelkazayev riding it out like a bucking bronco.
Brave Nation, the reason that tap came so quickly, because it was a trachea choke, not a blood choke. It was not on the veins on the side of the neck. It was on the trachea. That trachea can get crushed. That was a very, very beautiful moment for our sport.
I could watch that finish over and over again, riding out the position, going with your opponent, getting it tight, and it was on instantaneously. For our official decision, we're going to throw it up to Double L. Lance Murdoch.
Ladies and gentlemen, the fight was stopped after 49 seconds of the third and final round. And the winner, by way of guillotine, in the blue corner, Anzor Abdelkazayev!
Winner's enclosure, Anzor Abdelkazayev, and if we can, I want to see that finish again. That was incredible, especially to have that type of a squeeze left in the third and final round, taking into consideration he had absorbed some early damage. A fantastic performance from Anzor Abdelkazayev, and we may have a new contender in the lightweight division, Kirik. Sanjarbek Irganov, you have to give him credit for taking the fight to his more experienced opponent, but rolling with the choke, gets it in so tight. Can't quite tell, was it bicep grip he had on it, more of a ninja choke?
It was a ninja choke, but he popped his elbow sideways, so the blade, the inner blade of the forearm, the bone of the forearm was tight against that trachea. It could cause serious injury if you don't tap. It was, of course, a tap.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're looking on your screen and seeing right now why Brave Combat Federation is the only truly global mixed martial arts promotion, recently signing a deal in the UK and US with DAZN to further our reach in mixed martial arts. Follow us on social media using the hashtag BraveCF, Instagram, Facebook, Twitter. Join Brave Nation, become part of something truly incredible.
Jahangir Jumayev is looking to increase his winning streak to 3 fights. As he takes on Jakshliv Mirzabekov, who is riding a 3-win streak and hoping to make it 4 in a row tonight. Coming up next, Jahangir Jumayev takes on Jakshliv Mirzabekov in a lightweight bout.
Официальный партнер Лиги Октагон — спортивное агентство Underdog. Итак, друзья, представляем вам следующий поединок нашего турнира, который пройдет в легком весе. И прямо сейчас в синий угол октагона приглашается боец из Кыргызстана Jakshliv Mirzabekov.
The Octagon. This is our second fight on the Octagon League portion of the card. Jakshliv is 23 years old. He brings a professional record of 8 wins against just 1 solitary loss. 5 wins by KO or TKO. 3 wins coming by decision. Only loss coming by way of KO or TKO. Currently riding a 3-fight win streak. He has never been submitted in his professional career. 3 of his finishes have come in the first round, 2 in the second round. And Kirik, again, a highly credentialed martial artist. He is a Kyrgyzstan national karate champion, a Kyrgyzstan national grappling champion. If he can blend the 2 of those tonight, that grappling, that karate base, is going to be a very, very dangerous customer for his opponent, Jahangir Jumayev.
Phil, that's true, particularly the karate. Karate is not one of the sports that has most readily made a transition into mixed martial arts. As a consequence, the people that do make it work have a little advantage for a time over their opponents. It's not something you're used to dealing with. The angles are a little different, the setups are a little different, the distances are a little bit different. You see with fighters like Stephen Thompson, he's been able to make that karate style work, and when you can, it's a little bit of a problem.
Итак, друзья, внимание, в красный угол октагона. Приглашаем бойца из Узбекистана. Встречаем Jahangir Jumayev.
never been to the judges. 7 wins by way of KO or TKO, 1 win by submission. And Kirik, all of those 8 wins have come in the very first round. This is a fighter that does not get paid for overtime. You can see on the graphic there, he is an Uzbekistan national hand-to-hand champion, a world hand-to-hand combat champion, a master of sport in hand-to-hand combat. It's not inconceivable that he will go in there and do everything he can to put his opponent away early. But Kirik, that we know in and of itself has positives, has negatives. What kind of approach do you think someone like Jahangir should be taking in this fight?
Phil, we're looking at a fighter here with an 8-1 record. That's actually pretty impressive in mixed martial arts. But through his background in hand-to-hand combat, he's had very, very many more fights. Hand-to-hand combat is what you might call mixed martial arts light. It's a similar sport. You can win via striking, you can win via submission, but there's much limited head contact. As a consequence, you can have 100 fights, not sustain a lot of damage. So we're looking at a fighter who's 8-1. That's a lot, but the reality is he's got a lot more experience still.
And now our local MC is introducing our fighters who are inside the cage and ready to go. First fighting out of the blue corner, he is introducing Zashlek Nizabekov, 23 years old, a professional record of 8-1 and 0, as you see, coming in at 173 centimeters. He is fighting out of Alpha Profi in Bishkek, Kyrgyzstan.
Из Кыргызстана встречайте Джакшулик Мырзабеков! Внимание, в красный угол клетки. Бойцу 29 лет, рост его 178 сантиметров, вес 72 и 70 килограммов. Достижение чемпион Узбекистана по рукопашному бою, мастер спорта по ММА, чемпион мира по рукопашному бою, профессиональный рекорд 8 побед, одно поражение. Из Узбекистана встречайте вот он, Джахангир Джумаев. Рефери в октагоне Толигян Абикенов.
Спортшылар, ережені білеміз, ережені бұзбаймыз. Мені мұқият тыңдаймыз. Стоптан кейін жұмыс жасамаймыз. Қол алсамыз. Сәттілік.
Tail of the tape. We've already been over age and height. Both these fighters making the lightweight limit. Just waiting for cage door to close, and we are ready to go for another exciting bout. Thanks to our friends at Octagon League. Jasliak in the dark shorts.
Oh, a little bit cheeky there, Phil.
Big spot. Was that a fake glove touch into a sprawl? Jahangir having absolutely none of it. Hits the sprawl heavy, but ends up getting taken down by Mizarbek. Jahangir now has the open guard, trying to clamp down on those legs. And this is not a position you want to find yourself in very early against a national grappling champion inside the cage, Kirik.
Brave Nation, the guard position is probably the most single position in all of martial arts, but up against the cage, it doesn't work very well.
Jahangir, having watched a number of his fights, he's not used to being in these kinds of positions. More often than not, he is the hammer as opposed to being the nail. Gets another little slap in the hand from the referee for grabbing the cage.
He's got shots coming down from all directions, Phil.
Big shots being landed by Mizarbek.
Josh Yalek, when he postures back, Brave Nation, has the leverage to throw much, much heavier shots. Of course, it also gives the opponent the opportunity to open those feet, get a knee in, go to a knee shield, maybe go to a stand-up.
Oh, big elbow being thrown right down by Mizarbek. Jumayev tried to roll with it, may end up getting his back taken here. One hook in for Mizarbek. Has wrist control. Being impeded a little bit by the cage. He's going to have to bring Jahangir off the cage in order to get a secondary hook in.
Phil, this is the beautiful mix of conditioning, technical ability, and aggression that we typically see from these Kyrgyz fighters.
Jumayev, the Uzbekistan national, not having the fight his own way here at all. He's going to try and keep himself pressed against that cage. He doesn't want to give a second hook, but beautiful transitionary work
Looking for
from
that
Jashlak.
guillotine. Did not go his way, though.
Wasn't quite under the chin, but this fight has been all Nazarbek in the early stages, Kirik. What does Jumayev need to do to stamp a little bit of authority, to earn a little bit of that respect back from Jashlak?
He's got a wall walk. Simple way to do it. You go elbow, knee, hand, foot, up. You got a chance of taking your back, get your back taken. You got a chance of getting some big shots, but he's eating big shots right now.
Those elbows were absolutely huge, but trying to work for a submission of his own. Doesn't quite have the arm, needs to get that leg across the face. Could switch
He's
to
looking for it. Oh, he wants to take that home and hang it over his mantelpiece.
Only has one win by submission in his mixed martial arts career. That was via first round guillotine in November of 2021.
With the armbar danger out of the way, there's also potential triangle danger or a re-armbar.
That's just how quickly these professionals can throw up a submission. But after it's all said and done, Jumayev is still the fighter on his back after a good solid 3 minutes of action in this bout. Kirik, he needs to again do something definitive, something explosive, but credit to Jashlak, he's realized the threat, and if you notice now, he's staying down deep, chest to chest.
It's definitely a solid attempt from Jumayev, but it was just an attempt. Didn't have a major effect on the outcome.
Oh, another big shot. Nazarbek is relentless. Submission attempt again from Jumayev on the bottom. Potential for a triangle here, doesn't have any of the arms in. Nazarbek doing a great job of trying to stave off that submission attempt. Just showing great intelligence, and it's very much what you would expect from a Kyrgyzstan national grappling champion.
Phil, one of the things that I'm proudest of being as part of Brave Combat Federation is bringing these amazing Central Asian fighters to the attention of the world.
But Kirik, not only is this a very dominant round for Nazarbek, it's also an incredibly draining round for Jumayev. He's been the man on the bottom. He's forced to carry the weight. He's absorbed a lot of punishment. Be interesting to see just how well conditioned he is. And he's going into uncharted territory, it must be said. All of his wins have come in the very first round, so this is very much uncharted territory for Jumayev. Should it go, which I think it inevitably will, to the second round.
Brave Nation, it may look as if the fighter on his back isn't expending a lot of energy, and sometimes that is the case, but getting hit to the head, getting hit to the body is exhausting, even if there isn't a lot of musculature involved.
Nazarbek goes back to his corner full of confidence, and if you're in the corner of Jahangir Jumayev, you need to reassess. You need to change something drastically. You cannot afford another round like that. There was the initial takedown. Jumayev did a great job to sprawl, but he settled on the sprawl instead of trying to cut the angle. And in doing so, ended up on his back, eating lots of elbows. There's another one crashing right in, landing flush right on the face. Did try and work the armbar, but the defense.
Brave Nation, while we're watching this beautiful replay, Nazarbek is sitting in his corner, not on the stool, but on the ground. That is a sign of supreme confidence in your conditioning. Pop back up to standing. Phil, you think round two is going to be a rinse and repeat, or is Jahangir going to come up with a different angle, a different look?
Well, Jahangir has to do something different. He cannot afford to be in that position for a solid 4 minutes, 30 seconds of a round. He needs to get on his bike. He needs to He needs to give Nazarbek something to think about.
That low kick is something to think about.
Another big takedown attempt from Nazarbek. He has the hands connected. Big takedown coming. Needs to be wary of the guillotine, though.
Wary of the guillotine, but that can be countered too, of course. And here we are. It is a rinse-repeat, Phil.
This must be so draining, not just physically, but emotionally for Jumayev. His confidence is bound to be in bits at this stage. But he needs to make something happen. He needs to open that guard, get a foot on the hip, push away, try and stand up again.
Jahangir did have the beginning of some luck when he was looking for those submissions. There are no submissions, Brave Nation, available really with the feet closed. You got to see those feet open, the hips start to move, then potentially something can get snatched. But right now, we are looking at a very, very one-sided fight.
And Jumayev is bound to be tired in this position. In his head, he's thinking, what do I need to do? And what he needs to do is invoke a little bit of action. Big step over, attempt to pass from Mirzabek. And right now, Jumayev, everything he's attempting to do is just being completely shot down by Mirzabek. Trying to work a triangle. May try and work the omoplata. Triangle still potentially there. But again, just that constant top pressure from Mirzabek is incredible. Not giving Jumayev any space with which to work, not giving him any little pockets to try and get some kind of offensive movement working.
Brave Nation, if Mirzabek leans way back, say he gives his opponent half an arm's length, he can throw massively big shots, but the opponent can escape. So what he's playing is a tight, close game, landing the shots that are available and absolutely walking away with this fight.
Mirzabek just landing little shots to the ribs. Keep himself honest in the eyes of the referee. He may try and step over into the mount. Jumayev being productive now. He's trying to get his back against the cage. He's trying to create a base from which to work. He's on an elbow. Mirzabek continuing just to land those big shots from top position.
Brave Nation, big headshots like the one that you saw right there are typically preceded by body shots. You go body, 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 boom! When the opponent's attention turns down low, you throw a massive shot up to the head, and then it's right back to the body.
Mirzabek trying to step over, but to his credit, Jumayev preventing him from doing so.
Whoop.
Interesting stand-up from the referee. Man on top, had the dominant position, was landing big strikes. We saw something we didn't see. Big shot over the top from Mirzabek. And he says to the referee pretty much, if you stand me up, I'm just going to take him right back down again. May try and lace up the legs here.
Very hard to hold an opponent down with your head low like you see here. That's a little bit better. Get the head just a little bit higher, use it to hold the opponent down. There you go, boom.
Inside the guard of Jumayev is Mirzabek. Again, just landing shots.
Gravity is a thing, Phil. It really matters to be on top in mixed martial arts. Grappling, probably better off on bottom. This is not grappling. This is the real thing.
Jumayev must have thought to himself he had a slight reprieve with that stand-up, and then as quick as you can say, what's going on, referee? He's put on his back again. But then if anything, this could be a good thing for Mirzabek because he'll realize that he needs to be a little bit more active from that position in order to prevent the referee from standing him up. And I think that's what we're seeing now.
That's what we're seeing right here, Phil. He's starting to turn it on now.
Big shots in the closing stanzas of the second round here. Jumayev, to his credit, is still trying to roll, is still trying to move.
Jahangir 100% in this fight, 100% mentally in this fight, not giving up in any way, shape, or form. However, neither is he managing anything successful. Round ends absolutely clear. 20-18.
Could you potentially make an argument, because of the level of dominance that was there, could you make an argument for a 10-8 round?
You could make an argument for it, absolutely, Phil. There ordinarily might have to be a little bit more damage.
But with the new scoring criteria?
With the new scoring criteria, I think even with those, you'd want to see a little bit more damage than is typically caused by shots from the ground with the opponent close, but it would not be crazy to call that a 10-8 round. Certainly isn't textbook, but wouldn't be nuts.
Two very different corners. The optimism and the energy coming out of the blue corner is completely at odds with that coming out of the dejection in the red corner right now. Kirik, and after 2 rounds of what you could call complete dominance, what do you tell a fighter who's been on his back for essentially the entirety of 2 rounds?
He can't cede the distance management to the taller fighter. He's got to get on that bicycle, move in, move out, move left, move right, inside, outside, forward and back. If he's predictable in his movement, he's gonna end up on bottom again. Shaking, trying to shake the lactic acid out of the arms. Those arms are pumped right now. Looking back at the corner for a little bit of final advice.
And again, taking into consideration that this is the deepest that Jahangir Jumayev has ever been.
Внимание, третий раунд.
Needs to think of the uppercut or the flying knee just to give him something to think about.
Jahangir doing a little bit of it, but he's got to move just a little bit more. He's going to get down. And got a gilly.
Trying to get in on a guillotine.
It's defended. There's no danger here. It looks it, but there's not.
It's not quite underneath the chin, he's more on the face right here, you can see.
It's on the side of the neck, and there's a forearm blocking it.
But I don't know if he's aware of that, therefore he could be in danger of burning out his arms. May try and use it to sweep and end up on top. The head looks like it's about to pop out. And you have to think that Jahangir just doesn't have it left in his arms.
The arms, Phil, were notably fatigued at the beginning of the round before there was any action. It's going to be very, very difficult to make a solid grip at this point.
Thumbs up from Mizabek. If you're in this position, if you are Mizabek and you're safe, would you risk staying in this position in the hope that Jumayev burns the arms out? Sure. Head pops out.
Fighters, Phil, will actually, as you know well, will actually gurgle a little bit. They'll make gurgly noises like they're about to die to get the opponent to squeeze even harder.
However,
when in simple point of fact, there's no danger whatsoever, nor was there.
However, under new guidelines, referees can interpret that as a verbal tap, so it's a very dangerous game to play. And again, right in the open forum of the mat, Mizabek is putting it on Jumayev. Mizabek just trying to find those little pockets of space to land his shots. Knows that if he's inactive for any length of time, the referee will stand them up.
Very clear instructions from the referee not to hit the back of the head. Brave Nation, imagine holding a cell phone on the top of your head, run it straight down the back. That area cannot be struck. Very simple rule of thumb is when you throw a punch, it's anywhere near that area or an elbow, there has to be some little bit of ear that you strike. If you strike completely behind that ear, could be in danger of an illegal shot.
Jumayev valiantly trying to get a submission going here to mount some kind of offense, but he just doesn't have an answer for the ground control and dominance and positional strength of Mizabek. Mizabek does have 3 wins on his ledger by decision, so this isn't uncharted territory for him. He has gone to the distance and won. Right now he's trying to turn it up. You can tell that he senses a finish somewhere.
Referee stands him up again. Brave Nation, we love Central Asia. We've done shows in Kazakhstan, of course, in Uzbekistan, in Kyrgyzstan. Oh, now we saw that have an effect earlier.
Big leg kick from Jumayev.
Flat-footed, though, you cannot stay. There he goes, up on the toes.
He needs to get his back away from that cage or he's going to end up getting taken down. Oh, eats a big shot right into the takedown. Beautiful level change from Mizabek, and again finds himself in that top position.
What you're witnessing right here, Brave Nation, is the effects of fatigue.
I don't know about fatigue, but he's definitely tired. Again, trying to hold on to that neck more so as a stall now, because That gas tank of Jumayev is bound to be running low. Even a supremely well-conditioned athlete like Jahangir Jumayev in these positions, having absorbed that type of punishment, are bound to be feeling it a little bit at this stage.
Coming off the floor after spending so many minutes on bottom getting grounded and pounded is very, very hard. You know what you have to do. You got to get on those toes and start to move. But the conditioning just, it isn't there. The endurance isn't there. It's literally been pounded out.
Will Mirzabek try and turn it up to get a finish in the closing stanzas here? But again, incredibly dominant round, and people are going to be thinking, how do you solve a problem like Mirzabekov? With great difficulty seems to be the answer. Will extend his winning run to 4 fights. 10 seconds left to go, and barring a Hail Mary, convincing, conclusive, dominant win from Zashlak Mirzabekov.
Zashlak Mirzabekov absolutely put on a tremendous performance for the fans. Sitting up there cage side, screaming for the fans now, getting a good pop from the crowd. Referees very strict here, keeping order.
Ladies and gentlemen, I've just been handed some unfortunate news. Our 7th fight of the night, Bayir Stepin versus Abdul Fahad Ahmadi, will not be taking place. Unfortunately, Abdul Fahad Ahmadi fell ill and will not be able to contest the bout tonight. Some things are bigger than mixed martial arts, one of those things being your health. So from everyone here at Brave Combat Federation, we wish Abdul Fahad Ahmadi a very speedy recovery and hope to match Bayir Stepin up very soon. But right now it is all about Zashlak Mirzabekov.
Внимание, друзья, дорогие телезрители, по итогам 3-раундового боя единогласным решением судей победу одержал боец из синего угла октагона Jakshlik Mirzabekov.
There you have it, making it official, telling us what we already knew. Dominant win by Zashlak Mirzabekov. And Kirik, that may be one of the most dominant bouts, the most dominant performances we've seen in the course of a 3-round decision bout in Brave Combat Federation.
Phil, that was the very definition of dominance we saw there. I do want to say, though, styles make fights. Not necessarily shape or form a mismatch. On paper, it looked, I couldn't tell you who's going to win this one. I watched tape of both fighters, I looked at their records, but the way it turned out was styles-made fights. A little bit of an edge in wrestling was all it took to make it absolutely extraordinarily one-sided. And Phil, hearkening back to what you just said about the fighter getting sick, Brave Nation, it happens. People think that when you peak for an event, you're in absolutely perfect health, but it's almost the opposite. To reach that incredible level of fitness, you very, very often sustain injuries, and it can leave you in a state where your immune system's a little bit compromised from all the hard work. It is not, unfortunately, unusual to have this happen. As Phil said, we are looking to see that fight probably this year. Hasn't been announced yet, but we have some amazing countries coming up.
Still some incredible fights to come. You can see on the graphic fighters representing an absolute myriad of nations. And Kirik, we haven't even got onto our main card yet. That is the depth of quality we have here in Brave Combat Federation. When you consider we partner with someone like Octagon League, that just increases the depth and reach, giving fighters from these unheralded regions a global platform to perform, to show their wares. Our president, Mohammed Shahid, leaves no stone unturned when it comes to unearthing the best talent in the world. Working collaboratively with our matchmaker, Sam Brett, they put on some of the best fights you will see in the world.
Ivas Aydınov is looking to kickstart his pro career and earn his 4th victory in MMA. When he takes on Mehrdad Umarov, who is eager to extend his own record with his 7th professional win. Coming up next, Ivas Aydınov takes on Mehrdad Shoman Umarov in a bantamweight contest.
Официальный партнер Лиги Октагон — спортивное агентство Underdog. Итак, друзья, мы продолжаем совместный турнир Октагон и Brave. И сейчас состоится 4-й поединок раннего карта. Он также пройдет в рамках четвертьфинала Гран-при Лиги Октагон в легчайшем весе. И прямо сейчас в синий угол Октагона приглашается боец из Таджикистана Мehrdad Umarov.
Tajikistan fighter making his way to the cage. 6-2-1 draw as a professional. 5 of his 6 professional wins have come by way of finish. 3 by KO or TKO, 2 by way of submission. In his last fight, he defeated Izredbek Bayatulayev via first round rear naked choke at Octagon 30 in May of this year, right here in this very arena. Both of his submission wins have come by rear naked choke, and again, such a heavily credentialed fighter and martial artist, as we see so often from fighters from the Central Asia region. A Tajikistan national grappling champion, a master of sport in combat sambo, a master of sport in MMA, a Tajikistan national combat sambo champion, an all-Asia champion in combat sambo. Surely he should breeze through his opponent with credentials like that, but that is not the case, as we know in mixed martial arts, Carrick, because anything can and will happen inside the Brave Arena.
Wrestling, Phil, is extremely interesting, and it doesn't have the strikes, it doesn't have the submissions. However, that seeming weakness is actually a huge advantage, because you can wrestle at a level of 100%. You cannot do Muay Thai at 100%. You cannot apply a submission, a leg lock, a heel hook, an armbar at 100%. Those all have to be controlled. Wrestling, you hold back nothing, and as a result, you get arguably the best combat sports athletes in the world outside of mixed martial arts.
You can see the dexterity and the flips there. He is also a practitioner of parkour and a master of sports in sports aerobics.
Итак, друзья, внимание! Встречаем в красном углу октагона его соперник, боец из Казахстана, Ivas Aydınov!
to the cage is Ivas Aidinov. And I think it's fair to say that there may be a slightly partisan crowd here. As soon as his name was announced, it became electric in here. Ivas bringing with him a 3-1 professional record, breaking that down. 1 win by way of submission, 2 wins by way of decision. He has never been finished as a pro. In his last fight, he defeated Diorbek Ruziboyev by a 3rd round arm triangle at Octagon 31 in June of this year, again in this very venue. A young Kazakh prospect with a lot of buzz, excitement and potential. Again, a fantastic background, a master of sport in freestyle wrestling, a Kazakhstan national freestyle wrestling champion. Tough, dogged, durable, takes the fight to his opponent. A real interesting clash of styles to be exhibited here at bravecf 62 in collaboration with Octagon League.
Phil, Ivas is an exponent of freestyle wrestling. That's one of 2 internationally, globally practiced forms of wrestling, the other being Greco-Roman, which actually didn't come from Greece or Rome. It came from a region of France. The difference between the 2 is Greco only allows the upper body to be held. Ivas' sport, freestyle, allows attacks to the legs and the arms. The bad side of that for mixed martial arts is the stance is very bent over. It looks nothing like a mixed martial arts stance. Where in Greco, where you can only attack the upper body, it's a more upright stance. The good side of that, though, is you can attack those legs like no other sport ever.
Like I said, a real interesting dynamic. Our local MC is going to
Четвертьфинальная Гран-при Лиги Октагон в легчайшем весе.
We're going to give you a little bit
Прошу
of
обратить
flavor
внимание
of
в
what he's
синий
saying.
угол октагона. Бойцу 23 года, рост его 165 сантиметров, вес 61,2 килограмма. Спортивные достижения. Чемпион Таджикистана по панкратиону. Чемпион Таджикистана по боевому самбо. Призер Таджикистана по самбо. С профессиональным бойцовским рекордом 6 побед. 1 ничья, 1 поражение. Представитель Таджикистана. Встречайте. Мехрдов.
The blue Kemiso tape draped over his shoulders could be indicative of a potential injury he may have carried through camp.
Внимание, красный угол октагона. Бойцу 21 год, рост его 170 сантиметров, вес 61,2 килограмма.
A son of Kazakhstan, Aviz Aidinov, 21 years old, as you see, 3-1, has the height advantage at 171 centimeters, fighting out of Tamerlan Fight Club right here in Almaty, Kazakhstan. And Kirik, we need to ask the question, is it fuel for the fire being the local fighter, or is it an added sense of pressure coming in? Will he feel more pressure being the Kazakh fighter?
Uzbekistan.
I was just saying, Kirik, will Ivas Aidinov feel more pressure coming in as the local fighter, getting a reception like that?
No, with that pop, Phil, that pop is going to lift him up. I know his opponent's name is Showtime, but I think we're about to see some Showtime from Ivas Aidinov.
Tail of the tape, both young fighters, slight height advantage to Ivas Aidinov. Both fighters making the weight limit here, and it must be said that this is the second quarter-final in the Octagon Bantamweight Grand Prix. Again, an opportunity for fighters from the Central Asian MMA region to prove that they are the best. Mehrdad taking the fight too. Ivas straight away. Needs to be wary of dipping that head. It's a little bit low when he throws those shots to the body. Kazakh fighter showing that wide base. Oh, beautiful shots from Mehrdad. Has the double underhooks. We'll see if what that wrestling's like from Ivas, the national freestyle wrestling champion here in Kazakhstan. Big knees to the body. As the trying to pummel in. It's a real fight now for the double underhooks, Kirik. Underhook is king when it comes to grappling and mixed martial arts, isn't it?
A little bit less so in Sambo because of the jacket. The jacket provides a number of grips that otherwise wouldn't be available on a bare top. Ayvaz likely feels like he's got the advantage here, and he likely does! Belly to belly suplex!
Ayvaz Aydinov with a crowd popping belly-to-belly suplex. Beautiful timing on it, showed exquisite strength, showed his wrestling ability. And right now, this is all his domain right now.
Absolutely phenomenal takedown of the night so far, beyond any shadow of a doubt.
It shows just how educated the fans here are in Almaty, Kazakhstan. They popped hard for that.
We are in Central Asia, Phil. This is a warrior region of the world. Huge combat sports fans here, and no small number of people here also train.
Chance of Ayvaz starting to ring out across the arena here. Very dominant positional control here being exhibited by the Kazakh fighter, but Umarov doing the right thing, trying to base up. But you just get the feeling with Aydinov that what goes up must come down.
Aydinov fighting, as is typical of freestyle wrestlers in mixed martial arts, they don't typically make a whole lot of space with the opponent. I don't think we're going to see a whole lot of posturing back, landing big shots. It's going to be tight pressure, tiny posture, shot, and then back to tight pressure. For those of you wondering about that tape on Meherdad on bottom, that's typical for Asia and Central Asia, very common thing. Far less typical in North America, South America, and in Europe.
Ayvaz doing a fantastic job of just controlling the hips and squaring them off. Moment there where Umarov looked like he was trying to create an angle for himself. Aydinov did a great job of squaring off.
Brave Nation, Ayvaz has his right knee positioned close against the opponent's hips. It popped back slightly. Opponent had a little bit of room to move those hips out. Basically, if you can, you try and control both sides of your opponent's hips. It's very hard to control both, so as a consequence, you typically try and just control one.
Good work from Ayvaz again to square off, and very dominant round so far for the Kazakh fighter. Landing pot shots, landing frame off elbows. Needs to be wary of that submission threat. And again, he's staying all the way in as opposed to all the way in, all the way out, or at that dangerous 45-degree angle known as no man's land in grappling. Heavy top pressure being exhibited here by Ayvaz Aydinov. Just pressuring Umarov up against the cage, forcing him to carry the weight, making it uncomfortable for him.
Brave Nation, I wish I could transport you here with Phil and I. We've got instructions coming very loudly from the corner, but I can also hear technical instructions coming from the crowd. That's how knowledgeable the crowd is here.
And at only 21 years of age, Ayvaz was able to show composure by looking over to his corner, nodding that he had received that information, and then landing a big old right hand right in the face of Umarov.
Got a foot in the hip. That may be preliminary to an attempt to stand, but it's not going to work. Too little time left.
And not unlike the Jumayev Mizabekov fight, complete and utter dominance in the first round from Ayvaz Aydinov. Again, not a position that Meherdad Umarov wants to find himself in throughout the course of this fight. He's going to have to get on the bike, he's going to have to implement lateral movement, he's going to have to pop that jab consistently in the face of Ayvaz so that he has something to think about when he comes forward.
As we saw, Phil, although this was a very one-sided bout, the striking in the beginning was not. It was very much back and forth action. I think once again we're going to try and see the fighter from Kazakhstan, Ayvaz Aydinov, try and close very quickly, take it down to the ground, maybe spectacularly. It's almost impossible to be as spectacular as that belly-to-belly suplex, but I think we will see another takedown and a rinse-repeat.
second round of what has been a great exhibition of the wrestling for MMA by Olzhas Aydınov. Like we said, Meherdad needs to get on his bike. He cannot be a static target, nor can he plant his feet when he throws. He needs to be in that state of constant perpetual motion.
It's going to be a little bit harder. His breathing is a little bit heavy right now.
Yeah.
He's trying to get control of his lungs. He has succeeded in doing it. He's now going to move in, try and throw some shots, see how he does, but he cannot press forward quite as much as he is. Constant pressure, not likely to play to his advantage.
Yeah, you can see he's being a little bit more measured now with his approach. He's not waiting in. Landing his shot, he didn't follow that up. Landed his shot, he got out. Right now, he's starting the round very well, Carrick.
Meherdad needs to follow through with his punches a little bit more. He tends to pop the surface with them and not hit clean through. If he can beat this, it's a big moment for him, Phil.
Needs the separation, but right now you can see a lateral drop or another belly-to-belly coming from Olzhas. So confident in his wrestling. This may look like a 50-50 position, but against someone like Olzhas, it's more of a 70-30. Getting that foot in between the legs just to sweep it out.
Oh, it's beautiful.
Work.
Almost picked up a single from there. That's a technique, Brave Nation, that actually might have worked if they both had shoes. The legs are a lot slipperier when you don't have a shoe. That was a very, very slick attempt at a single, and I think with shoes on, it would have worked.
You get the impression that Olzhas is just waiting for the setup here for a big takedown, but credit to Umarov, he's trying to create that separation with a big shot. Head kick! Olzhas starting to open up here. And when you are such a well-credentialed, such a competent wrestler, it makes you more confident in your striking because you know you're not going to be the one taking down.
And you know if you get countered, you can turn things around by getting that takedown.
He who controls the wrestling controls where the fight takes place, Carrick. An old adage, but so true in mixed martial arts.
What we're talking about, Brave Nation, is that if you don't have the superior wrestling ability, you can be a little bit leery to let your big shots go because you know you might get countered.
Oh, big knee framed off beautifully for it. And more often than not, when you see somebody establish double underhooks in a fight, they're in the dominant position, but with Olzhas, he had the double overs, and that was dominant for him. Gets caught with a little shot there. He's going to let Umarov know that he can be hit right down the center.
Showtime is looking visibly fatigued.
Olzhas not even breathing heavy. Freestyle.
Yeah, by contrast, Olzhas looks like he's in the beginning of a training session.
Yeah, freestyle wrestling. It's that type of wrestling that you have to be so supremely conditioned for because it is so explosive, consistent, and grinding. Potential trip takedown coming.
Whoa!
Umarov able to ride out the position, but Olzhas gets right back to his feet.
Very tough moment for Showtime. Finally got that takedown, got a taste of side control, was not able to maintain it.
Olzhas able to pop right back up.
Meherdad's corner wants him to circle out, separate, and go back to striking. I think that's very wise advice. That was an attempt at the reversal.
Change in levels from Olzhas. Good job from Umarov to bring him right back up.
Meherdad did a good job trying to circle out. He should circle that way again, and when it's countered, circle the other way, and now he's where he wants to be. Separate.
Needs a big knee for his trouble. Now there's a separation. Another big knee from Olzhas. Oh, that's a rib tickler if ever I saw one.
You don't see a lot of freestyle wrestlers with terrific kicks.
And at only 21 years of age, Carrick, Olzhas has the potential. We haven't even scratched the surface of his potential yet.
Oh, made that one look easy like
so
butter, Phil.
Umarov was able to hit the sprawl. Lesser fighters would have taken that as a denied takedown, but Ayvaz just turned the corner on it beautifully, so slick, didn't even need time to readjust. This is absolutely beautiful work from the Kazakh man. Framing off now on the face, landing those elbows, and Umarov is in all kinds of danger, all kinds of trouble right now, Kirik.
Not the least of which is his wind. His cardiovascular endurance is starting to fade.
Eating big elbows.
Watch him come off the floor, Phil. It'll be slow right there.
It was laboured. Yep, it was laboured. That's indicative of a fighter who is drained.
Ayvaz Aydinov, by contrast, popped right off that floor.
As you said, not even breathing heavy. So supremely well conditioned. And Umarov went back to the corner a little bit more laboured, a little bit more dejected. And he's probably sitting in the corner thinking to himself, you guys are going to send me out there for a third round against this guy?
Phil, mixed martial arts does answer questions like what's better, grappling in Sambo or freestyle wrestling? But above all of them, you have to remember the words of the great catch wrestler Karl Gotch. The greatest hold is conditioning.
That is a great point, and as we alluded to earlier, if you are a freestyle wrestler, just because of the dynamic nature of that particular grappling art, you have to be so supremely well conditioned. A referee just clearing the cage. Third and final round is on its way. Crowd absolutely loving the work from Ayvaz Aydinov right here. And look how fresh he is, Kirik, light on the feet. Big deep breaths being taken by Umarov.
Внимание, третий раунд.
Winner of this fight progresses to the semi-final of the Octagon Bantamweight Grand Prix. Takedown attempted by Umarov, denied by Ayvaz. Even that spinning back kick came a little bit slower than you would have liked.
Was a little slower, Phil, and the chin was up just a little bit high. Chin's up just a tiny amount right now.
He has his back against the cage. That's not where he wants to find it. Oh! Smart with the knee. It didn't connect flush, but it did connect. And there's a takedown from Umarov. Umarov read the script and said, I don't like the ending. I'm going to try and change it. Now Ayvaz lands on top. What a back and forth opening to the third round. Ayvaz almost disdainfully crashing that elbow through as if to say, how dare you attempt the takedown on me?
Phil, I think Ayvaz got fired up by getting taken down. Ordinarily in this sport, Brave Nation, you get taken down, you're a little bit worried. Not this fighter. Gave him an extra little spark. Just put a little something extra on those shots to the ribs, on the elbows to the face.
Yeah, there's a little
push
extra,
elbow coming. Boop, there it is.
A little extra sugar in the tea with those shots. And it's an old school approach. It's almost akin to a Mark Coleman, a Tito Ortiz, sitting in the guard, switching the hips, landing those shots in. It's beautiful wrestling in mixed martial arts.
And Phil, big respect to Meherdad. He is still in this fight.
Great point.
He just doesn't, as we saw with that takedown, he just doesn't have the conditioning right now to carry him through.
And you can see what he's trying to do. He has both feet on the hips there. He's trying to push away, create separation, but just the strength and awareness of Ayvaz Aydinov is what's preventing Meherdad from getting anything done here offensively.
I'd add to those two. Oh!
Was looking over at his
triangle
corner.
Attempted.
Just shakes it off.
Smashed his way out of it. Not highly technical, but highly effective.
Trying to work into the side control now, but good work from Umarov to reclaim guard. But he's still eating shots here, Kirik. He's still eating shots in this position.
The relentlessness of Aydinov is a wonder to behold.
And that's exactly the right word for it. It is relentless.
Something's always happening. There's always a guard pass attempt or a punch coming down.
Yeah, foot has not been taken off the gas once here.
And of course, Phil, it makes it very, very hard to attempt any attack from bottom. The feet get open. You want to throw those legs up, look for a triangle or an armbar, but it's tough to do when you're getting elbowed in the face.
And Ayvaz is keeping him so compressed right now. He's not giving him space to open up those hips. Coming up to the 90-second mark. Ayvaz Aydınov with a very dominant performance. Barring that slight threat with the takedown from Umarov, it has been all Ayvaz Aydınov.
We can hear the loud exhalation. We can hear the loud sound of impact. Showtime still trying to land those elbows from bottom. He's got a heart for miles.
Ayvaz trying to come over the top with those shots. Classic ground and pound style being used here. Big deep breath taken there by Umarov. Rightfully so. But look, he's constantly trying to make something happen. Constantly trying to open the guard, to create angles, but Ayvaz is just saying no.
He is a Central Asian fighter, Phil. Absolutely no quit in this region of the world.
Ten seconds left in the third and final round here. Umarov been threatening with the submissions, but he just doesn't have enough in the tank to get it down. There you have it. Has to be a dominant 3-round decision for Ayvaz, who showed just how competent he is as a grappler within mixed martial arts. But credit, you have to give a nod of the cap to Mehmet Umarov.
What a phenomenal display of aggression. Great sportsmanship at the very end, too. One of the things I always try and communicate to Brave Nation is that this is not personal.
You're seeing now some of the action throughout the course of the fight. There's the takedown from Umarov, the highlight of the fight for him, but Ayvaz did not settle on it at all, reversed the position and then pressured Umarov against the cage and landed some nasty ground and pounds. I think we all know what the decision is going to be. We just need to make it official. Shouldn't take our judges too long
Итак,
to
дорогие
tabulate the
дамы
scores.
и господа, уважаемые зрители на трибунах, внимание! По истечению трехраундового боя, единогласным решением судей, полуфиналистом Гран-при Лиги Октагон, а также победителем в этом бою становится боец из
At an absolute minimum, that's a 30-27 fight. There is no question. The man from Kazakhstan, Ayvaz Aydınov, is your winner.
Yeah, absolutely huge win. In doing so, he runs his record now to 4-1. Maintains that moniker of never having been finished, progresses to the semi-final of the Octagon Bantamweight Grand Prix, and looks as fresh right now as he did at the very start of the fight. There you see some of the action, the exquisite wrestling, that belly-to-belly suplex. Then again, beautiful hip throw, just everything that Ayvaz Aydınov seemed to be doing worked for him. And Umarov just did not have an answer for about 99.9% of that offense. That beautiful double leg takedown, shot in, timing was exquisite, turned the corner on it. Very, very dangerous young Kazakh fighter who, as I say, moves on to the semi-final of the Octagon Bantamweight Grand Prix. Made all the more impressive by the fact that Ayvaz has only been a pro since June of 2021.
Phil, we got a little tiny
Айлас,
break in the
пару
action
слов.
now.
Поделись эмоциями
I
после
want to
боя.
offer a huge thanks to Nurzhan Sadikov,
Assalamu alaikum,
the director of Octagon League, our valued, honored partners here in Kazakhstan.
Также отдельная благодарность Лиге Октагон за такую предоставленную возможность выступить в Гран-при. Сегодня я выиграл одного из фаворитов этого Гран-при. Многие сомневались в моей победе, считая меня андердогом. Но вы все увидели на деле, я не стал много болтать. Следующий бой ноябрь, выход-финал. Ждите. Также отдельное спасибо клубу Тамиран ФС. Всем спарринг-партнерам, кто помогал в этой подготовке. Мы прошли серьезный лагерь, серьезно подготовились. Мои тренера Халил, Такир, Тофик. Отдельная благодарность. Утром, вечером, как за своим собственным ребенком за мной смотрели, готовили. Это только начало. Весь труд окупится, иншаллах. Также очень многие братья приехали поддержать меня. Всех люблю и ценю, братья. Также смотрит сейчас мой отец, мой дедушка, моя мать. Я выиграл, не переживайте, все нормально. Также Симу Саймасай, кто поддерживает, кто смотрит, родственники. Всем салам алейкум, это наша общая победа. Я чувствую вашу поддержку. Ассаламу алейкум всем.
Спасибо, спасибо. Поздравляем.
Brave 61 in collaboration with Octagon League. We are moving on to an incredible fight again for a place in the semi-final of the Octagon Grand Prix tournament. Golfball Elegant taking on Sabuki Guliev. Kazakhstan versus Azerbaijan. Another international flavor. International bragging rights are at stake, and it is coming up right after this.
Quick reminder, Brave Nation, the fight you see at top left on your screen, Bayer Stepan versus Almaty, is not going to be happening due to a late illness.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen of the Brave Nation, you are seeing evidence on your screen why Brave Combat Federation is the only truly global mixed martial arts promotion in the world. UK, USA, Russia, Germany, Austria, Switzerland, Romania, Czech Republic, Slovenia, a whole host of others. We are the only truly global mixed martial arts platform for truly global mixed martial artists. Join Brave Nation today.
one of Kazakhstan's top welterweights, Rinat Sajantai, is looking to return to winning ways. As he takes on Davlatbek Kozayev, who's eager to maintain his undefeated record as a professional. Coming up next, Rinat Sajantai takes on Davlatbek Kozayev in a welterweight bout.
Итак, друзья, мы продолжаем. Энергетический партнер мероприятия Gorilla Energy Drink. И прямо сейчас состоится следующий поединок совместного турнира Octagon 35 и Brave 62. И в синий угол клетки приглашается боец из Узбекистана Davlatbek Хаджиев.
I have literally just this second been informed that the Dozbal Elegant Sabukai Guliev fight in the Octagon Bantamweight quarter final of their Grand Prix competition is not happening. We do not have any further information at this stage, but as soon as we are updated, we will let you know. Moving right along in our card, we have Davlatbek Kozayev making his way to the cage, 29 years old, undefeated at 3-0, 1 win by KO or TKO, 1 by submission, 1 win by decision. In his last fight, he defeated Volhidjon Toshmakedov via first round calf crush in July of 2022 in Tashkent, Uzbekistan. If you look it up online, it is mistakenly on SureDog and Tapology as a leg injury. I'm sure it was a leg injury, but that leg injury was instigated by the calf crush and the tap. 2 of his 3 victories coming via finish, both finishes coming in the very first round. He is relentless with his wrestling, and again we are looking at a master of sports in freestyle wrestling. He is in Uzbekistan, a national freestyle wrestling champion, Kirit, and judging by our last fight, we have seen just how effective and how dominant freestyle wrestling is inside the mixed martial arts cage.
Phil, we did get a beautiful example of how dominating freestyle can be, and this is an even better freestyle wrestler. This is a freestyle wrestler who is at the next level, who is at the international level. Expect nothing less, Brave Nation, than destruction and destroy.
And he has been a pro for less than a year, Kirit. Made his professional debut in October of 2021 and is already performing on the global stage. Fantastic fight in progress, or in a prospect here. Looking forward to seeing what Davlatbek Kozayev will bring to the cage.
Внимание, в красный угол октагона. Встречаем его соперника, бойца из Казахстана, Rinat Sajantai.
Sajantai has waited over a year for this very moment, for this opportunity at redemption. Let me take you all the way back to Brave 51 in Minsk, Belarus. He came in as a late-minute replacement to face Denis Maher to save the main event. He unfortunately lost via first round KO, ending his unbeaten run. I'm really interested to see what learning he has taken from that, what he has taken away, and what version, potentially the best version, we could see of Rinat Kaiser-Sagantai here tonight. You can see on the graphic all his wins have come by stoppage. 9-1 as a pro, 5 wins by KO or TKO, 4 via submission, 7 wins in the very first round. Never been to a third round, has never been to the judges. As I said, he has the opportunity to right the wrongs of his Brave CF debut. A fight, like I said, he took on short notice, but what a way this would be to announce yourself truly onto the global stage in your hometown with the fans behind you. But as we see so often in MMA, story tale finishes do not necessarily happen. He will not get it easy against the freestyle wrestler.
Итак, внимание, друзья! Представление бойцов. Обратите в синий угол клетки. Бойцу 30 лет, рост 177 сантиметров, вес его составляет 77,5 килограмма. Чемпион Узбекистана по вольной борьбе, мастер спорта по вольной борьбе, чемпион Ташкента по вольной борьбе, профессиональным бойцовским рекордом.
Out of Amir Tima, Bukhara, Uzbekistan. Undoubtedly, the biggest fight of his career lies in prospect when he looks across the ring at Rinat Sagantai.
Итак, внимание, красный угол октагона. Бойцу 26 лет. Рост его 187 сантиметров, вес 77,6 килограмма. Чемпион Азии по грэпплингу. Мастер спорта по грэпплингу.
Right here in Almaty, Kazakhstan.
Профессиональный бойцовский рекорд 9 побед. Одно поражение из Казахстана.
As we said during his walkout, he is bringing a professional record of 9-1, 26 years old. Fantastic fighting prospect here at Brave CF 62 in collaboration with Octagon League.
Бойцы, правила знаем, правила не нарушаем. Внимательно слушайте команду. После команды стоп, прекращаем все действия. Пожали руки. По углам.
Phil Sagantai has a very clear game plan here. He's got to stay off his back. He can't be taken down. We'll know within the first 60 seconds or so how successful, how adroit he is in stopping those takedowns, because there is going to be a takedown attempt coming.
Does have a 6 centimeter reach advantage. It'll be interesting to see how much he's willing to utilize that. It must be said he is an all-Asia grappling champion, so Olzhas will need to keep his manners about him when he's initiating those grappling exchanges. Big shot over the top from Davlatbek. Oh, straight in with the big takedown.
Well, question was asked and answered. Beautiful attempt at a takedown. It was not successful, but there's going to be another one.
Frenetic pace being set here by both men. Davlatbek is intent on getting that takedown.
30 seconds in, Phil. So far, Sagantai has managed to stay in his feet. If he can do it for at least a minute, it'll be very, very telling for the rest of this fight.
And on the
Hands are
single.
together around the single. Opponent can suck the leg in and then switch to a double.
He thought about the high crotch, now looking just to destabilize the base, does so brilliantly. But Rinat Sagantai is not giving him anything for free here. Big up kick, it did land. Has a hold of that ankle, may look to sweep or roll. And he's doing a great job of just keeping Davlatbek away from him. Davlatbek trying to lock up those legs. Again,
Nobody's
needs to be
close
wary
any
of an up
danger
kick.
yet, Brave Nation.
Real cat and mouse game being played here. So tentative. Referee calling for action from Davlatbek. He's kicking and punching at the legs, but so far he's finding it difficult. Renat momentarily looked like he was going to invert there for a leg. Oh, he strikes to the thigh. That is nasty. Love to see it. That's right up there with foot stomps for me. It's one of those nasty aspects of MMA. I love it. I love it, Kerry.
Beautiful example, Phil, of how to hold off a wrestler, at least for a time. Longer than a time. Wrestler was in close, landed a forward elbow, back hammer fist. This is how to counter wrestling. You know your opponent's going to be in tight on you, so you get a knee shield in or a foot in the hip. You keep them back a little bit. It allows you to throw shots to the head, to throw elbows. Very, very slick. So what we saw right there was a downward elbow to the collarbone, to the shoulder area. Fatigues the arms later on when those shots are coming in.
Perfectly legal too, due to the trajectory that it's coming at. Sagentai trying to lock up the arms here. He has two butterfly hooks here, may look to elevate. The referee didn't see enough action there, stood the fighters up. And this is perhaps a positive for Renat.
Sagentai landed a couple of nasty kicks. There's 3, Phil. There's 4.
Oh, nice shot over the top from Davlatbek. Again, needs to be wary of dipping that head, but gets the takedown. Oh, beautiful use of the knee shield.
Phenom scramble.
Can't quite see if he's in. No, he's not quite in on a guillotine yet. Doesn't have it clean around the neck. Shrugged off by Davlatbek. Over the top. When these guys are standing, it is frenetic. Renat's going to want to try and break here.
Davlatbek's got the front head. He's doing a snap down. He'll pin with the shoulder and then spin to back. There you go. And get stuck in guard.
Good job from Renat, though, to reclaim guard, to anticipate the attempted back tech from Olzhas. And he knows now that if he can keep Olzhas wrapped up like this, the referee could prompt a stand-up.
He certainly did before, and I think it was on the basis of no significant damage happening, Phil. Little bit of shots early on, but no big attempt at forwarding position. No very significant strikes landing. Fight was stood up. We may see that again in fairly short order this time.
Close guard here, Renat. Perhaps giving the impression that he's wanting to stall, that he's wanting to hold. Well, not stall, but he's wanting to prevent Olzhas from doing anything offensively.
Davlatbek wants to either enhance his position, perhaps moving into a top half guard, or land shots that are just a little bit bigger than the ones we're seeing so far.
10 seconds to go in the opening round here, and real interesting dynamics starting to develop in this fight, Carrick.
Phil, Kaiser Sagentai's downward elbows, they're downward elbows at a trajectory parallel to the ground, to the shoulder, are very interesting. Not something you see all the time, but can be very, very effective.
The way in which Sagentai got up there was very telling. He had to be helped to his feet by his corner. Conceivably, he wasn't anticipating the wrestling exchanges being just so draining. But on the feet, it's been very much Sagentai, who for me has landed the more telling shots, but that ground control, that positional dominance from the freestyle wrestler Davlatbek, Olzhas.
Sagentai, Phil, at one point landed 5 low kicks to his opponent's lead leg, to that left leg.
It's a smart idea. Try and take the pop out of the lead leg of the wrestler. It's an investment going into the second round.
It's going to be very, very interesting to see if Olzhas favors that leg. He might even shift and come out as a wrestler would with his right side forward.
Both these fighters taking big, deep breaths, not because they're not supremely conditioned, but because of the pace that was set in that first round. Surely it is not sustainable going into the second round of this welterweight contest.
Want to shout out again, Phil, for Nurzhan Sadikov, our co-promoter here. He runs an extremely tight ship from top to bottom. We're seeing that reflected in the officials as well.
Great guy as well. Any man that's willing to take me out for a horse meat dinner is, in my eyes, an absolute angel.
Второй раунд.
Second round here. Both fighters a little bit tentative than they, a little bit more tentative than they were.
Olzhas is in an orthodox stance still.
Oh, nice lead hook from Sagantai. That was beautiful. I'd love to see him follow that up with a big straight right. Oh, that gets caught. That's a huge shot. You actually saw the condensation whip off the hair of Rinat Sagantai there.
Brave Nation, Rinat backing up now, waiting for his head to clear. About a full 10 seconds have passed. The head's likely cleared unless he gets hit again, which is what we're seeing.
He landed a beautiful standing elbow, but Davlatbek trying to get in on those legs.
Guillotine's in place.
Oh, it's high elbow.
High elbow guillotine is in place.
Oh, that looks tight. That's so tight.
Beautiful defense from Olzhas. Sagantai is fading. He's holding on, Phil. The referee literally is ripping his fingers off the fence.
Surely that's more than a warning, Eric. That conceivably you could have seen a point being taken there. Rinat was relentless with the cage grab there. That's a third warning.
Phil, I think Sagantai is gassed to the point where he's not exactly sure where he is right now.
Fourth, okay, referee's doing something about it. No.
Sagantai on top. I'm not sure he has the wherewithal in terms of conditioning to take advantage here.
Like, the question needs to be asked now, Kirik. Would Sagantai have had this position had he not grabbed the cage
5 times in a row? It'd be difficult to imagine that was the case. Olzhas looking to suck that leg in and reverse the position. He's gathering his strength, catching his breath just a little bit.
He's going to try and get a hold of that leg and turn the corner, but again, that's another shot to the back of the head. Olzhas trying to get in on the leg, trying to turn the corner, but every time he does, he's being met with shots by Sagantai. Trying to stuff the head down between the legs right now. May try and transition to the back take, Kirik.
Sagantai was using those long limbs to do a nice job. Had an ankle pick, had a butt drag.
Oh, he's eating shots now, huge shots. Momentum switch here, it really seems to be lying with Sagantai. The corner are urging him forward. Oh, beautiful slip and rip. Olzhas is on wobbly legs, ladies and gentlemen.
Sagantai turning it on. Mentally, he's way back in this game.
Sitting duck right now. Oh, big shot.
Short time now, Brave Nation.
He's done it. If there are knees to be thrown here, he's turning his back. It's
Short
over.
time.
I thought the referee was stopping the fight.
Apparently there was another grip on the fence.
Big shots being landed by Sagantai. Huge elbow. Referee stopped the fight. The fighter's out. Referee stopped the fight. The fighter is done. Finally.
And the referee stops the fight. Better late than never, as the saying goes. A highly disappointed Sabuki Galiev sitting a little bit crushed in the corner. Had the momentum, had his opponent out on his feet, wasn't able to capitalize, potentially due to some naughty fence grabbing. Single case of fence grabbing, if nobody sees it, it's kind of forgivable in this sport. Somebody sees it 5 times in a row, it's a little less forgivable, a lot less. A little bit of an asterisk over that win.
Davlatbek Olzhas unfortunately became a little bit of a sitting target in the closing stances. He was never going to give up in that fight. The referee was in his defense trying to give him every opportunity to continue, but he turned the back. He was done at this stage. Referee steps in. But again, with the greatest of respect to Rinat Sagentai, that win leaves a little bit of a bad taste in the mouth, but he improves his record to 10-1, all of his professional wins coming by way of finish.
He also showed Phil undeniably tremendous heart.
Great point.
He was
yes,
out
credit
on
has to
his
be given
feet.
where it's due.
I
Yes.
am not at all sure that those fence grabs were intentional. I think he might not have known. He doesn't know what day it was. May not have known what his own name was. Reached out instinctively, grabbed the fence over and again. I don't think that was knowing, and he came back from being in that state and he left his opponent in an identical state.
Davlatbek Ogiev being attended to here by arcade side physicians.
Ogiev completely spent, completely exhausted, not quite able yet to stand under his own power. We've got world-class medical officials standing side. Brave Nation, we've got multiple ambulances, we've got multiple MDs, trauma specialists. What we're seeing here is basically a massive, massive case of fatigue.
Yep,
it should pass right about now. Fighter is going to be able to walk to center stage under his own power.
Time for the official decision. Let's send it up to our local MC.
Итак, друзья, внимание! Во втором раунде, на 3-й минуте и 47-й секунде, техническим нокаутом победу одержал боец из красного угла октагона Rinat Sagentai.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Rinat Sagentai gets the big win. The redemption arc is complete. Gets his debut win in Brave Combat Federation. Improves the record to 10-1. A multitude of finishes on his ledger. There you see some of the fantastic wrestling being exhibited by Davlatbek Ogiev, and sustaining that type of a pace was always going to be difficult for the wrestler, Kirik.
Woo! Watching that action a second time is a huge pleasure. This is Rock'em, Sock'em, Robots with the addition of kicks and elbows, and this is the end. They completely overcome. Ogiev exposed, I think, to 1 or 2 more shots than was necessary here. And the referee finally steps in and stops it.
Yeah, you can see Ogiev was completely fatigued, out on his feet, but we move on to the Brave Combat Federation portion of the cage. Let's send it up to our MC, Mr. Lance Murdoch, to get us popping. Once again, Brave Nation, you are seeing why we are the only truly global mixed martial arts promotion in the world. Bahrain, Saudi, UAE, Kuwait, Qatar, Oman, in the UK, Serbia, Greece, Slovenia, Montenegro, Angola, Mozambique, Nigeria, Israel, Caribbean, the United States, Canada. We are quite literally everywhere.
Abdullah Al-Qahtani is ready to represent Saudi Arabia and KHK team in the most global of stages in MMA, as he looks to maintain his undefeated record against Ilir Bakhtiaroglu, who is eager to extend his winning streak to 4 and make a memorable Brave CF debut. Coming up next, Abdullah the Ripper Al-Qahtani takes on Ilir Bakhtiaroglu in a featherweight bout.
Ladies and gentlemen, the energetic partner for this event is Gorilla Energy Drink. Let's keep the show going in the featherweight division. First up, please welcome, representing Triumph Fights and fighting out of Kyrgyzstan, Ilir Bakhtiaroglu.
And gentlemen of the Brave Nation, you are looking at the 22-year-old phenom Ilir Bakhtiaroglu. Professional record of 6-1. Half of his wins coming by way of finish, 2 by KO or TKO, 1 by way of submission. Currently riding a 4-fight win streak. In his last fight, he defeated Sardar Kudiberidev via unanimous decision at Octagon 31. He has never been stopped in his professional career and is a master of sports in hand-to-hand combat. An amateur world champion under the Gamma banner, he is a very, very well-rounded and dangerous fighter. Blends striking and wrestling beautifully, mixing punches, kicks, level changes to constantly keep his opponent guessing. His last fight being fantastic evidence of that dynamic striking style. But coming up against someone like Abdullah Al-Qahtani, he is unquestionably encountering the biggest test of his young mixed martial arts career. But this is the kind of opportunity that we give young fighters here in Brave. If you are ready, if you are good enough, age is but a number, Carrick.
Yeah, if he can get by the Ripper, he is ready for the global stage, because that is one bad man.
Up next, we welcome his opponent representing KHK team, Bahrain, Fight Club and RCC, fighting out of Saudi Arabia, Abdullah the Ripper Al-Qahtani.
Another Abdullah the Ripper Al-Qahtani, proudly representing Saudi Arabia, proudly representing Team KHK Bahrain at only 24 years old. He has notched up a perfect 5-0 professional record. You can see he is a Muay Thai stylist who has transitioned beautifully to mixed martial arts. As we say, undefeated. His last fight was an absolute barn burner when he took on Young Soo Jung at Brave 58, besting him via unanimous decision. 6-3 professional Muay Thai, 2-1 in boxing, a BJJ purple belt. A real personification of the modern day mixed martial artist. A Saudi national BJJ champion at blue belt. He is 4-0 inside the Brave Arena. In December of 2021, he took bronze at the World Muay Thai Championships in Bangkok, Thailand. Then only a week later, he picked up his first TKO finish in Brave Combat Federation when he defeated Nedzbred Lojnik at Brave 56 in Belgrade, Serbia. Every time we see Abdullah Al-Qatani inside the Brave Arena, he gets just incrementally better each time, becomes more developed, more evolved, more well-rounded, Kieran.
Phil, how much do I love Abdullah the Ripper? So much, and one of the huge advantages he's got is that he can eat shots to the face, knockout shots to the face.
Here we go,
lunch.
Brave Nation. This fight is 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing first, your first warrior fighting out of the blue corner. This man is a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 6 wins and 1 loss. He stands at 181 centimeters tall and weighs at 65.85 kilograms. Representing Triumph Fights, fighting out of Kyrgyzstan. Put your hands together for Ilya Bakhtiaroglu. Across the cage, his opponent fighting out of the red corner. This man is a mixed martial artist with a perfect professional record, 5 wins and no losses. He stands at 175 centimeters tall and weighs in at 66.1 kilograms. Representing KHK Bahrain Fight Club and RCC, fighting out of Saudi Arabia, Abdullah the Ripper Al-Qatani. Our referee in charge of the action is Akishev.
Бойцы правила знаем, не нарушаем. Пожали руки. Good luck. All luck.
Brave Nation, the prelims are over. The prelims were dominated by our honored partners, Octagon League. We are now on the main event. We're now on the main card, and the main card is dominated by Brave Combat Federation.
You can see the tail of the tape. Ilya Bakhtiaroglu, the taller man, but you have to give the striking advantage to Abdullah the Ripper Al-Qatani. You don't get a name like the Ripper for nothing, but he eats a stiff shot to begin with.
Phil, he always eats a stiff shot to begin with. I think he takes one with breakfast.
Yeah, we've talked about that. Sometimes he needs to get hit to really invigorate himself, to let himself know that he's in a fight.
I also think that Muhammad Ali-like quality of being able to take somebody's best shot tears away from his opponent's heart. You hit that man with your very best shot. Oh, beautiful scramble. Ripper ends up on top.
That was fantastic. At one stage, he looked like he was going to get reversed, but was able to readjust. Now finds himself pressing Bakhtiaroglu against the cage, landing big shots. Okay, this is the well-roundedness, the evolution we were talking about. The ability to do that, to not just be a kickboxer in MMA gloves or a Muay Thai fighter in MMA gloves.
By the way, Brave Nation, that stand-up was directed by the Ripper. He brought it right back up to where he wants to be.
Doing a good job of really throwing those leg kicks in. Now we get to see what his defense is like against the cage.
Phil, this defense is much sharper than it used to be.
Oh, without a shadow of a doubt. He's a lot calmer now in these positions. Speaking of position, great head position from Bakhtiaroglu. And he's landing lots of they're not concussive shots, but they're enough of an irritant that they will force Bakhtiaroglu to change position.
Bakhtiar may think twice now about going for a single over a double. With 2 hands down there on that one single leg, and the opponent having one free hand to punch while the other one whizzes down, it may not be where he wants to be.
Bakhtiar Ulu scores the takedown on Abdullah Al-Qahtani. Was made to work for it.
It's not really a score in mixed martial arts until you cause some damage, particularly under the modified, the evolved, unified rules of mixed martial arts. Simply taking somebody down in and of its own self, in and of its own sake, for its own sake, not particularly going to play much on the judges' scorecards.
And if anything, the greater damage has unquestionably been landed by Abdullah Al-Qahtani. Those little pot shots were starting to add up, and you can see reddening around the eye and the head there from Bakhtiar Ulu.
The referee brings him out to center cage.
And this is definitely going to be an advantage for Al-Qahtani. Just as I say that, he lands a beautiful 1-2, and again. Oh, sumptuous leg kick, absolutely buries it in.
Boom! That one could have
kick.
been a decapitator.
Oh, it wasn't far away. The second one glanced. Abdullah Al-Qahtani needs to stay disciplined. He can't get engaged in a firefight here. You can see from the face that he's the one landing the greater damage. Those leg kicks are absolutely beautiful from Abdullah Al-Qahtani. Just right into the upper thigh.
Brave Nation, Abdullah Al-Qahtani's hands are deadly, but it is the leg kicks where he's the strongest.
Huge takedown from Abdullah Al-Qahtani. This may be the best we've seen him so far. Nice short elbow. Thought about the tie clinch. Little bit of dirty boxing. Doing it all as Abdullah Al-Qahtani.
Maybe a referee may be looking for he's readjusting the mouthpiece back in. It's actually very adroit officiating right there. If a mouthpiece is out under the unified rules, you wait until there's a little break in the action. That was a mini break, but it was a break indeed.
Not far away with the elbow, that Tamala style elbow.
Oh, big shots coming in, nice head movement.
Just a couple of times, Bakhtiar has tried that spinning attack and it hasn't quite come for him. Spinning attacks as opposed to landing flush.
That was beautiful timing.
That was exquisite takedown from Ilyar Bakhtiar Ulu. Now he's on top with 30 seconds left to go in the round, but constant, perpetual movement and motion from Abdullah Al-Qahtani on the bottom.
Al-Qahtani is clearly landing the cleaner shots from bottom. He's so far managed to stifle the shots coming in and land some elbows, nasty little elbows to the head on his own. Brave Nation, the toes of the foot can't go through the fence. That's what we saw right there, a little caution from the referee.
Big shots to end the round from Bakhtiar Ulu.
Absolutely fantastic fight. In this, the first fight on the main card.
Really solid first round from Abdullah the Ripper Al-Qahtani. He definitely landed the harder strikes, landed the more telling shots, but Ilyar Bakhtiar Ulu did have a little bit of success with some of the grappling exchanges. This was fantastic. This was evolution from Abdullah Al-Qahtani. Earlier in his career, we would have seen him give up that position, but he kept working the entire time. Against the cage, he landed a number of shots, reddening up the face, reddening up the eye.
Brave Nation, as Phil alluded to, we are seeing a massive evolution in the Ripper's skill set. It used to be when he was taken down, he accepted it and would just wait for the referee to stand him back up or try and pop back up to standing himself. He has now developed some serious wrestling. And Phil, where do you think that came from?
Well, it has to be under the leadership, tutelage and guidance of the great and powerful Eldar Eldarov. You cannot go to Team KHK Bahrain and not improve your wrestling exponentially.
Phil? Habib Nurmagomedov was asked who his hero was, and who did he say?
He said Eldar Eldarov, which I can quite...
Gotta say, I join him in that.
Oh. Again, both men throwing heavy right from the get-go. Nice shovel uppercut from Ulu.
The expression hell-bent for leather does come to mind right here. These are concussive shots. Lesser fighters would be falling right now.
See, Ulu really wants to land some sort of spinning attack, but he's not quite finding his mark with it yet. Hasn't quite caught the range. Big straight landed, but it was on the gloves. Good guard being exhibited here by Abdullah Al-Qahtani. Another good stiff jab. Oh, that's a great shot by Ulu.
Sound of that one thundered across the arena here.
But the Ripper just eats it and keeps moving forward. Abdullah Al-Qahtani being, again, another spinning attack thrown but missed from Ulu. We're seeing an aggressive, yet more patient Abdullah Al-Qahtani. He's not waiting forward recklessly. He's waiting until he senses that he's hurt Ulu, and then he's putting the pressure on. Very intelligent, but then gets caught with a little bit of a hook there twice. Abdullah Al-Qahtani just loves a fight, doesn't he?
Phil, I wonder sometimes if Al-Qahtani getting hit in the head actually is better for him because it takes away his opponent's heart. His opponent he walks right through him. Not a good feeling.
Another big shot landed by Ulu right down the pipe. It's an interesting game plan, but it's not sustainable. A little bit of a cut over the eye.
Sustainability is a question, but the excitement, there is no question.
I don't think we've ever seen Abdullah Al-Qahtani in anything other than an enthralling battle. Big takedown attempted here, defended beautifully so far by Abdullah Al-Qahtani.
We got wise instructions coming from the corner. Dig for a left underhook, lower your hips a little bit. That'll move your opponent's legs up high and protect them from going down to a double.
Abdullah Al-Qahtani seems more preoccupied with just punching in this position. Needs to dig in for an underhook or create a little bit of space and clamp down on the whizzer. Needs to get his back off the cage because even though this is a relatively 50-50 position, more often than not aesthetically, the fighter with their back against the cage being pressured is the one losing the fight. Or losing the exchange, rather.
It's very tough to escape to the underhook side that we're seeing above us, but if you walk towards it, you can get the other way, or the referee can do it for you. Qahtani stalking.
Slowly but surely, Abdullah Al-Qahtani moving forward. More of a slip there. I'm not 100% sure how he came to the backward step there. I think it was more of a slip, but he's in on a single leg now.
This is yet a new wrinkle. Can't say I've seen Abdullah Al-Qahtani switch up from a single to a double.
Has the hands clasped. He needs to be wary of his neck here.
Sort of a figure four, not a ton of pressure there yet, and the head's out.
Pressure in the head against getting his head underneath the chin of Ulu, exhibiting control. As we know, where the head goes, the body follows. Eldar Eldarov calling for a change of level. Does so, can't quite see if his hands connected. Switches to the single. Nice reversal.
He's still on it. He'll switch to a double now, make it the back.
This is unquestionably the most well-rounded we have seen Abdullah Al-Qahtani in his career thus far.
Round ends as a ninja choke was being worked on by Abdullah the Ripper Al-Qahtani. Phil, how do you call that round?
Very, very difficult to call that, Keurig. There were a number of exchanges there. Both fighters landed very heavy shots. The leg kick game of Abdullah Al-Qahtani is absolutely fantastic. Bakhtiar Ulu seems to see something that makes him think that a spinning attack can be landed here. He landed one great spinning back kick right into the midsection.
He did. Typically the spinning hammer fist, the spinning back kick are set up by a jab. He tends to throw him a little bit naked, but as you said, that body shot did work. Oh, knee was a little bit close.
Third round coming up of what is an exhilarating bout, and what a way to open up the main card here at bravecf 62 in collaboration with our partners Octagon League.
Are you ready? Are you ready?
Both fighters standing in the pocket, ready to throw at each other. Abdullah throwing with serious aggression. Another big shot over the top. It's almost as if he smells a little bit of blood in the water. This is turning into a firefight.
This is a ripper fight now.
He is the definition of a take a shot to land a shot kind of fighter, isn't he?
You can just see him saying to his opponent, let's forget all this stuff. I punch you in the face once, you punch me in the face once. We go back and forth until somebody falls. I know it's going to be.
Shades of Max Holloway pointing at the cage floor, ready to go. Oh, another big shot landed by Abdullah. And like you say, he's he's like the Saudi zombie. He just stands there eating the shots, ready to land his own. He wobbled Ulu a little there.
He did. Bakhtiar's got to be wondering, what do I hit him with?
Oh, he hit him with a beautiful straight right there.
And he's still there.
Nice combination from Ulu, landing the shots up top, finishing with a leg kick. But every time he fires something off.
Corner wants an overhand from the Ripper.
Takedown attempted in on a single is Bakhtiar Ulu. Pressing Abdullah Al-Qatani right against the cage in front of us here from our broadcast position. Eldar Eldarov calling for Abdullah to put his weight down. Needs to break that grip. Big high crotch potentially coming. What's the balance of Abdullah like? Fantastic is the answer.
Absolutely unbelievable display of balance there. I thought that was all but over.
He stripped the grip now as well. Going to have to dig in for the underhook there on the left side. Has to raise that level now of Bakhtiar Ulu. Figure 4 Kimura grip. This can be used as a means of changing your position, of transitioning. Halfway point of the third and final round of this battle.
Referee separates them. Right back to Ripper territory.
Referee separating fighters that had already separated. Blind takedown attempted, but scored from Bakhtiar Ulu.
Now the big question is, can he score from there? The answer, no. Didn't really count. Got about 100 seconds left, Phil.
A lot of this fight has taken place against the cage wall. It's also been a great opportunity for us to see the takedown defense of Abdullah Al-Qatani. Done a great job so far. Anytime he has been taken down, it's been momentarily. Tie clinch, good head movement. The corner calling for him to really put it on Bakhtiar Ulu right now. Another takedown.
Denied handily that time.
Attempted and denied by Abdullah. Big knee right up the middle. He's draining that gas tank. He's draining that power of Bakhtiar Ulu. If he can really turn it up now, we could see him grab that finish.
The Ripper's got 60 seconds.
Oh,
try and stamp this emphatically.
Another takedown attempted by Batyar Ulu. Another takedown defended.
Beautiful hips.
MMA and ballroom dancing are really the only sport where you can say that about another man, aren't they?
30 seconds now, we're down to short time.
He hurt him with that knee to the body.
Elbow might work right here.
Finally a big takedown, but only 10 seconds with which to work.
Huge moment, that could be a huge moment.
What a fight we have just witnessed, ladies and gentlemen. Back and forth for 3 rounds. Abdullah Al-Kitani believes he's done enough to win the fight. Hands raised, calling.
Ilyar Bakhtiar not looking confident. Not a wise move on his part. He got up slowly, left his arms down, looked down at the ground dejectedly, and threw his mouthpiece into the audience. That is not a look that you want to show the judges.
Abdullah Al-Kitani just came over to our broadcast position and bowed. It should be us bowing to you, young man, after a performance like that. Abdullah Al-Kitani looking like he could go another couple of rounds. He is all go, all action, all the time. Incredible cardio. You couple that with his incredible striking style, his newfound knack for the wrestling, you have a very, very dangerous mixed martial artist.
Fighters are gathered, center cage. Looks like we're waiting now.
Scores are just being tabulated, yep.
To write it down, hand it off, and have the ring announcer enter the cage. Right now, Brave Nation, there are only 2 people on the planet that know who won that fight. Our head official, Decky Larkin, and our ring announcer.
You always get a little bit nervous the longer it takes for scores to be tabulated, because usually that's indicative that a little bit of adding up has to be done, that there's potentially a split on the cards. That is a face of a it's a bloody, mashed up face, but it is a happy face of a fighter.
He is a very, very happy man. He showed some huge new wrinkles to his game. Phil, this is a long, long wait. There may be a split decision.
Scores have been tabulated. Our MC for the night, Double L himself, Lance Murdoch, is inside the cage. Decision is about to be rendered.
Ladies and gentlemen, after 3 rounds of non-stop action, we consult the judges' scorecard. Judge A scored it 30-27 to the blue corner. Judge B scored it 29-28 to the red corner. It is a split decision. Judge 3 scored it 30-27 to the blue corner. The winner, Ilyar Bakhtiar Ulu!
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, a split decision. And Carrick, we're not judges, but on the face of the action we saw, we could very much make a compelling argument for Abdullah Al-Kitani to pick up the win there. But as I say, we're not watching it with the critical eye of a judge. We are watching it with the critical eye of commentators to explain what is going on inside the confines.
Certainly, Phil, I could make a good argument for some different scores out there. I'm not sure I can make a great argument for 30-27. for the very first time. Abdullah the Ripper Al-Qahtani has lost, but let me tell you something, he's going to come back even better. And of course, huge props to his opponent, Ilyar Bakhtiaroglu, from the great nation of Kyrgyzstan. We look forward as well to seeing him again in the Brave Combat Federation cage.
Ladies and gentlemen of Brave Nation, you are looking at our 8-fight main card. Coming up next, we have Kirill Kaminsky taking on Murtaza Talha. Fantastic fight between two absolute behemoths. Moving right along, you have Shavaniev taking on Magomedov, two exquisite grapplers. The Octagon main event of the night sees Magomedov taking on Kurbanishvili for the Octagon welterweight title. The Brave Combat Federation main event.
two-time amateur world champion, Murtaza Talha Ali, is hoping to maintain his undefeated record with yet another stunning and dominating victory. As he faces Kirill Humitsky, who has the double of pro fights of his opponent and has never seen the distance. Coming up next, Murtaza Talha Ali takes on Kirill Humitsky in a catchweight bout of 88.5 kilograms.
Brave Nation, let's meet our next warriors out of the blue corner. Please welcome, representing Medved and fighting out of Kazakhstan, Kirill Humitsky.
Time for the biggest boys on the card. Kirill Humitsky, 27 years old, standing at 6 foot. Brings with him a professional record of 8 wins against 2 losses, a 100% finish record, 2 wins by way of KO or TKO, 6 wins by way of submission. In 10 professional fights, he has never been to the judges. All 8 wins, as I say, coming via finish. 7 in the first round, 1 coming in the second round. Only been to the second round once, and that was in his pro debut back in August 2012. 6 wins by submission, 2 rear naked chokes, 2 guillotines, 1 heel hook, 1 armbar. That heel hook he achieved in just 18 seconds, so he is dangerous diving on submissions. If you've watched any tape on this young man before, he looks for the takedown early and often, and is very usually successful in doing so. However, if you're looking for the takedown early and often against Murtaza Talha, you will be in for a very long night, my friend.
Up next, his opponent in the red corner, representing KHK Team Bahrain and fighting out of the Kingdom of Bahrain. Please welcome Murtaza Talha.
Ladies and gentlemen of the Brave Nation, you're looking at one of the most talked about young fighters in the world today. Murtaza Talha, 5-0 as a professional, 12-0 as an amateur, consecutively combined 17-0 unbeaten in competition. He is the former #1 ranked amateur light heavyweight in the world. He is the former IMAF European champion. He is the former 2-time IMAF world champion. He has left quite literally a trail of destruction thus far in his career in Brave. defeating Vadim Litvin via second round rear naked choke, defeating Dmitry Krivolets via first round TKO at Brave 46, defeating Cameron Minkies via first round TKO at Brave 48. Incredibly dangerous, and under the tutelage of Eldar Eldarov, he exhibits that Team KHK Bahrain mold. Devastating wrestling, accurate pinpoint striking, and thus far he is perfect and largely untested in his mixed martial arts career, Carrick.
Phil, this was supposed to be Murtaza Talhan's debut at middleweight. It is unfortunately being held at a catchweight, but that is not his fight. Excuse me, that is not his fault. Kirill Helmut Kaminsky had to stop his
This
cut.
battle is 3 5-minute rounds in the catchweight division. Introducing first, in the blue corner, this man is a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 8 wins and 2 losses. He stands at 183 centimeters tall. He weighs in at 88.45 kilograms. Representing Medved and fighting out of Kazakhstan, Kirill Helmut Kaminsky. Across the cage, his opponent stands in the red corner. He is a mixed martial artist with a perfect professional record of 5 wins and no losses. He stands at 185 centimeters tall, weighs in at 88.35 kilograms. Representing KHK Team Bahrain, fighting out of the Kingdom of Bahrain, Murtaza Talha! Amir Meviev is our referee.
Бойцы на середину. Бойцы, правила знаем, не нарушаем. Внимательно слушайте команду. После команды стоп, прекращаем все действия. По углам.
I want to be clear, Brave Nation, Murtaza Talha was ready to make this new division of his. Unfortunately, this is fortunately, this organization is all about fighter health and safety. First, last, always in the middle. The medical staff decided that Helmut could not make the full cut, so it's being held at a catchweight.
The graphic states that Murtaza is the taller fighter. I'd like to ask who had the tape measure out on that particular day. Just going by looks here, Kirill seems to have a little bit of a height advantage. Credit to Kirill, he's taking the fight to Murtaza.
First blood goes to Helmut.
But there is that air of inevitability with Murtaza in the cage.
Liver kick, very slick. Right low kick, liver kick, punches coming. Oh, inside low kick.
He's mixing it up beautifully here is Kirill Kaminsky. Not far away with the head kick, trying to parlay it into a spinning back kick. Murtaza not far away with a shot down the middle. Oh, big shot over the top. Kirill trying to get in on the takedown, and as we so often see, Murtaza turning defense into attack. Big takedown coming here from Murtaza. There it is. And this, Carrick, for me, is where Murtaza does his best work. Just having taken down an opponent, either sitting inside their guard or the half guard, landing big shots.
Brave Nation, this fighter you see in front of you does have the best raw power I have ever seen in this sport.
Another big takedown from Murtaza, this time landing in side control. Kirill on the bottom, staying calm, it must be said.
Staying calm, looking to use those long legs and his terrific range of motion to tie up the arms.
Oh, back take from Murtaza. This is not good for Kirill Kaminsky. Like you say, the power that Murtaza can generate from these positions is insurmountable, almost unfathomable. Trying to work for the rear naked choke, and if you've got big power, then you've got to...
Yeah, this is doesn't even have to be a squeeze on the neck. You get the jaw caught in the middle of that, and that's that.
Did win his professional debut via rear naked chokes. He does have his locker. Could switch to the head arm. Decides to let it go right now. Full mount. Not a position Kirill Kaminsky wants to find himself in.
Big props to Kaminsky for getting out of that choke situation.
The Ginger Gorilla landing shots at will here.
That's the look, Phil. That's the look on people's faces when they feel that power. It's a look of shock, a look of awe.
Oh, he's underneath the chin. This could be it. Switches palm
Short
to
choke
palm.
now. Short choke, short time, Brave Nation.
He's out.
And
Oh!
that's it.
I thought he was out. I saw the arm drop, then he came back to it. Beautiful finish from Murtaza Talha. Another finish. That is 6 wins as a professional. 6 finishes. 3 by TKO, now 3 by submission. This young man is a problem for anybody, and not just the middleweight division, but potentially the light heavyweight division as well. What do you do with a guy like Murtaza? Nobody in their right mind in the middleweight division is going to have their hand up to fight that guy.
What an absolutely stunning show of power. I do believe that Helmut was out momentarily there.
The hand dropped here.
Yeah, I think he was out. He came to, and then he appears to drop again. I think he was going in and out of consciousness there.
We'll see it better from this position. When I saw the arm drop, I initially thought he was out.
There's
yes,
the
he
drop.
was. He was.
And we saw it a second time. Nothing to do now but make it official.
Well, well, well. There is no need to check the scorecards on that one, ladies and gents. Our referee stopped the fight after 2 minutes and 41 seconds in the very first round. And the winner, by way of rear naked choke, in the red corner, Murtaza Talha!
Still untested. Murtaza Talha getting it done early. Taking the back of Kirill Kaminsky. Absorbed a couple of early shots, showed his calm, but then as soon as he took the fight to the ground, it was all over. There you see the hand going limp back to life. He came just in time to tap. Outstanding performance from the KHK Team Bahrain product.
Phil, when I'm talking about the greatest power I've ever seen, I'm not saying I'm not seeing technique. I'm seeing phenomenal technique. It's just with that technique, given that power, things happen that would not with any other fighter.
Moving right along, we are in the lightweight division. Kamil Magomedov taking on Ahmed Shervaniev. This is a fight I've been very excited about, Kirik. 2 of the most distinguished grapplers to step foot in Brave Combat Federation square off against one another. And usually when you see 2 grapplers of this quality, it turns into a stand-up fight, but I'm hoping we see some of those grappling exchanges that I've been so looking forward to.
Phil, simply from the point of view of curiosity, there is nothing I want to see. And fans all over the world, you can see us from everywhere. I'd like to point out a few that are special to me. DAZN in the UK and the USA recently signed. Our partners, Fighting.de, we're going to be fighting for you in Germany soon. Of course, Super Lutas from Brazil, very, very important. And give me one favorite of yours.
Question, where is Ireland? That's all I'm asking. Where is Ireland? Where is the country of my birth? The country I love so much?
Kamil Magomedov is coming off a huge victory and looking forward to earning a title shot. As he takes on Ahmed Zervaniev, who hopes to keep his Brave CF record intact with a third promotional victory in Kazakhstan. Coming up next, Kamil Magomedov takes on Ahmed Zervaniev in a lightweight bout.
Ladies and gentlemen, the official partner of the Octagon League is Underdog Sports Agency. Firstly, please welcome, representing Akhmat Fight Team, fighting out of Grozny, Russia, Ahmed Zervaniev.
But when you see Akhmat Fight Club appear on a fight card that we're calling, we know that you are going to get serious quality. They bring it every single time with a ferocity almost unheralded in mixed martial arts nowadays. Ahmed Zervaniev brings a professional record of 15-1-1, currently riding a 3-fight win streak. You can see Chechen titles in combat sambo, pankration and wrestling. He is the consummate modern day mixed martial artist, and his grappling in mixed martial arts is incredible. He uses that to set up his TKO finishes, he uses that to set up his submissions, but he's almost fighting a near mirror image of himself in Kamil Magomedov. What kind of fight are we expecting here?
We're going to see, I think, a beautiful exhibition of all of his skills. You're going to see a beautiful exhibition of the aggression and the conditioning that so defines Akhmat Fight Club. You're going to see the difference between Greco and freestyle. We've seen freestyle twice so far. He's a Greco fighter. His stance is more upright. He's got an incredible clinch arm to arm. And of course, because of his sambo background, he can put your lights out in no time flat.
Up next, please welcome his opponent representing KHK Team Bahrain, Kamil Magomedov.
From one exquisite grappler to another, Kamil Magomedov is 15-2 as a professional. Every single one of those professional wins has come by way of finish. 13 of those wins have come by way of submission. 11 first round finishes, 9 by sub, 2 by way of KO or TKO. If you look at his body of work and the well-roundedness of his submissions, 4 by rear naked choke, 4 by guillotine, 3 by arm triangle, 2 by triangle. If he gets anywhere near a neck, you're in trouble. Now, BJJ brown belt and a former World Cup grappling champion. He is also the head grappling coach at KHK MMA. Dagestan has a beautiful high elbow guillotine, and like I say, I am truly excited for the potential scrambles and the potential exchanges we have with regards to the grappling in this fight.
Phil, Brazilian mixed martial arts, of course, was born from Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, but it's now receded into the view to the point where sometimes you can't even see Jiu-Jitsu at all. But this is a man, looks like Royce Gracie at UFC 1. He can make Jiu-Jitsu work as it was intended perfectly. But in order to do that, you've got to take a walk through the Garden of Pain, and that's what's just about to happen to him.
Kamil Magomedov taking on Akhmed Shervaniev in a feature bout here at bravecf 62 in collaboration with Octagon League.
Ladies and gents, Brave Combat Federation presents 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Introducing first, the warrior that stands in the blue corner is a mixed martial artist with a pro record of 15 wins, 1 loss and 1 draw. He weighs in at 71.7 kilograms and stands at 177 centimeters tall. Representing Akhmat Fight Club, fighting out of Grozny, Russia, Akhmed Shervaniev! Across the cage, his opponent stands in the red corner, a mixed martial artist with a pro record of 15 wins and 2 losses. He stands at 176 centimeters tall, weighing in at 70.6 kilograms, representing KHK Team Bahrain, fighting out of Dagestan, Kamil Magomedov! Our referee in charge of the action all the way from Uzbekistan, Bravecf Jumayev.
Бойцы, правила боя знаем, не нарушаем. За сетку, шорту, шигет не хватаем. Позже команда стоп, прекращаем все действия. Пожали руки.
Tale of the tape tells the story. Akhmed Shervaniev did come in over the lightweight limit, therefore he forfeits a percentage of his purse. But moving aside from that, this is an incredible fight in prospect. The first takedown, a first grappling exchange is going to be the most intriguing for me, Kirk.
Very respectful glove touch. And now, nothing but damage.
And expect a little bit of a feeling out process from both men because they realize just how dangerous one another are and how heavily credentialed they are. Shervaniev taking the center of the cage right now. Lateral movement intelligently being implemented by Magomedov. Conventional wisdom would say Akhmed Shervaniev is the better striker on paper due to his wins by KO or TKO. Wasn't far away with a fired off hook there.
Akhmed maybe wound up just a little bit too much. May want to feel his opponent out just a little bit more.
He's trying to find a home for that big right hand, isn't he?
He is. May leave him susceptible to being hit himself.
Magomedov doing a good job of mixing up the strikes, the punches, the kicks low and high. Again, that lateral movement. He doesn't want to be a prone target.
Akhmed's hand is just a little low too. Maybe half an inch low.
Oh, he's already bet on a leg kick there. He dropped the hand a little bit. If Magomedov can get a read on that, he could come over the top. Nice use of the fakes by Magomedov. And between the two highly credentialed grapplers, the majority of this fight in the first 90 seconds, all of it, has taken place on the feet. Big shot over the top from Shervaniev. Switching stances as Magomedov trying to keep Shervaniev guessing. Needs to be wary of circling into that big right hand.
Magomedov shifting very adroitly. Brave Nation, shifting is when you switch from one side forward, typically the left called orthodox, to the right side forward called southpaw. Gives your opponent an entirely different look. It's a little bit like taking somebody, dropping them on the highway in a country where they drive on the other side of the road.
He keeps circling off towards that big right hand of Shervaniev. And if we can make that read, I'm sure Shervaniev has as well. Nice lead hook. Shervaniev now stalking. I think he senses a little bit of blood in the water, but beautiful front kick from Magomedov. Oh, huge jumping knee landed just underneath the armpit for Magomedov.
That was potentially a fight-ending moment right there.
Fast hands by Shervaniev. Now throwing punches and bunches a little more, as opposed to just that one single hitter quitter. Look at the reddening up over the left eye of Magomedov. That tells me that he's walking into that right hand more than he's not.
Ahmed maybe gaining just a little bit in confidence. He's stalking just a little bit quicker. Got that right hand cocked. Trying to let it go with everything from his toes to his head. That was a cool little scramble. Nothing much came out of it.
Shervaniev seems to be the one that's leading the dance here, so to speak. He's the one that's putting the pressure on Magomedov, forcing him to get on his bike and move. Would like to see Magomedov switch it up a little bit with his movement, left and right. It's only a matter of time before he finds himself walking into that big right hand.
Ahmed threw that straight to the body, then he threw straight to the head, inside low kick. There's going to be another straight.
Not far away with a head kick. Both of these. Beautiful spinning back hit from Magomedov.
Could have been the kick of the night right there, Brave Nation.
We heard the slap from that, ringing right through the arena here. Tried to go to the well with it again. Coming up to 30 seconds left in the first round, and as predicted in the pre-show, this fight has taken place largely standing.
Beautiful timing!
But Shervaniev gets right back to the feet.
Defense! That's the kind of high-level grappling we were talking about.
Exactly, Carrick. Takedown momentarily scored by Kamil Magomedov, but Shervaniev bouncing right back up, completely cancelling out the takedown attempt. And both these fighters have landed big with the strikes. You can see the reddening up underneath the left eye of Kamil Magomedov, and you can see the reddening around the body of Ahmed Shervaniev. More of the same in round two, please.
100%, Phil. Kamil Magomedov clearly had the edge on the kicks. Ahmed Shervaniev had the edge with the standing. Had the edge standing with the hands. I think the hands were a little more significant than the kicks. I'd probably give him that round, but I sure wouldn't argue if somebody saw it the other way.
Very close rounds. I wonder what kind of information or what kind of tells that Kamil Magomedov can take from attempting that takedown. The corner of Shervaniev are bound to be saying to him, he attempted the takedown, he didn't score it. We don't need to fear the grappling as much as maybe people had alluded to in the lead up. Again, one of the most interesting strikes of the entire fight was that spinning heel kick from Kamil Magomedov.
That flared double that happened at the very end was also a highly significant moment. I'm not 100% sure Kamil Magomedov knew he could pull that off. The fact that he did, I think the next time it happens, he's going to be a little bit more ready to jump on top, try and take top side control, and then see what he can do with his exquisite jiu-jitsu ability.
And he's going to do it a little bit earlier in the round so that he has more time with which to work. Doing it 30 seconds into the first round was smart because it was safe. It showed him that he could do it. But now he can try that a little earlier in the round and maybe have a lot more time with which to work.
Ahmed's strategy a little bit clear. He's going to try and walk in, land a big straight.
Again, he just needs to get the timing on that right side movement, or more so left side movement. That circling from Kamil Magomedov, potentially so dangerous.
Kamil twice landed that body kick. Next, that third one missed, but he may be looking to go high with it before too long.
Nice whip hook there from Ahmed Shervaniev. Kamil Magomedov replying with some nice hands of his own. Nice head movement and feints being thrown here by Akhmed Shirvaniev. Side to side.
Very slick head movement.
He's trying to give Magomedov something to bite on here.
Magomedov saw that head going up, down, left, right, threw a punch for the center, caught him clean.
Another spinning attack landed to the solar plexus for Kamil Magomedov. That front leg kick to the body is beautiful. Just whips it right up the middle. And that's a stiff jab from Akhmed Shirvaniev. Very, very nice. And he's slowly starting to step the pressure up. And a real hallmark of Akhmed Shirvaniev's game is the fact that he sets a pace right from the start and turns it up and up. Very few people have been able to hang with the pace set by Akhmed Shirvaniev.
Kamil Magomedov so far has brilliantly employed distance management. Had to get in the balls of his feet a few times, keeping his opponent at a distance with those long kicks.
Oh, big right hand at Wobbledon, forcing the shot, big work. That's a big shot from Shirvaniev.
Still doesn't have his legs under him, Phil.
Lands a little uppercut, and now he's unloading on Kamil Magomedov. Oh, big
brutal body shot.
Oh, he's down. If you're Akhmed Shirvaniev, take a step back, let him stand up. You've hurt him.
It's been, there's about 10 seconds. Magomedov's got his head again. His head's back under him. He's got control of his legs again. Didn't have him for a long period of time there.
Shirvaniev seems to want to stay on him, but conventional wisdom would dictate take a step back, let him stand up. He may still be compromised.
Nasty low kicks.
Akhmed Shirvaniev needs to be wary of diving in. He doesn't want to throw himself into deep waters of grappling. Referee calls for the stand-up. Does Shirvaniev put it on with the same aggression, the same fervor, the same fury? Magomedov seems to have his cognitive function back about him.
That was very, very close though, Phil.
Nice stiff jab by Magomedov. He's working on the eye of Akhmed Shirvaniev. Opened up a little bit of a nick.
So one of the amazing things, Phil, about headshots is you can take a headshot that almost takes you out of the game. 10, 20 seconds pass, you're right back to normal.
Again, that jab is working beautifully for Magomedov now that he's got it working.
That jab is turning a spigot on.
Shirvaniev needs to keep his striking tight. Again, that jab is beautiful. Takedown by Magomedov.
And can he keep him down?
Huge. Shirvaniev trying to use the whizzer to get back to his feet. Oh, lands up on top. Beautiful defense. Those are the kind of exchanges I wanted to see, Carrick. Beautiful work from both men. The takedown from Magomedov executed beautifully, but the get up from Akhmed Shirvaniev was magical.
Phil, this is such a mix of strategy and extreme toughness.
Another spinning back kick from Kamil Magomedov.
As fancy as that was, it's those jabs that have caused the most damage. Have a quick look at Akhmed Shirvaniev's face when he sits down. That left jab is causing havoc.
I am liking the show of respect from both men at the beginning and the end of each round here. That make no doubt about it, they are trying to end one another's night, but they're doing so with as much civility as I think you can. We're going to see the knockdown here. I think this was maybe just after one of the knockdowns. You can see he's on shaky legs. Was it the secondary jab? Put him on the ground.
Talk about the sportsmanship that you just referenced, Phil. This organization, Brave Combat Federation, puts a lot of effort into developing fraternity between nations, between peoples, and between fighters. However, their fighters are not encouraged. They are encouraged to act however they want. If they want to be cocky, if they want to be aggressive, they can be. This respect that you're seeing between these two, it comes straight from the heart.
All to play for going into the third and final round here at Brave CF 62 in collaboration with Octagon League, live from beautiful Almaty, Kazakhstan. And so far this fight has not disappointed one little bit, Kirik.
If Christmas comes a little early, I'll see a little bit more time on the ground between the two of them. But everything that's transpiring has been just as expected, incredibly tough and incredibly technical.
Итак, друзья, третий раунд. Давайте поддержим бойцов.
Get that jab from Kamil, it's piston-like, and it's landing in the same spot every time, and eventually that's going to open up that cut a little further and be an impediment to the vision of Akhmet Shirvaniev in this third and final round.
It's a very, very smart strategy. Use that front kick, use that teep to keep the opponent away just far enough so you can see when he comes in. As he comes in, oh, there you go. Land that jab, that failing, level change, and get in on those hips.
Well, he is intent on getting a takedown, trying to go for the arm, but ends up on his back. What can Shirvaniev offer from this position? He does have 4 wins himself by way of submission.
Ahmed wants to back off from here. That is not a guard you want to be hanging around inside of.
Surely it would be within the best interest of Shirvaniev to stand up and get out of that bear trap.
A little shift in stance, back again to orthodox.
The nose of Akhmet Shirvaniev might be giving him a little bit of trouble. He blew it out there.
Well, the referee should not be stopping it here. You have to fight on or not.
Was there a potential eye poke there, or is it attributable to the cut? I didn't quite see.
I did not see any indication whatsoever of an eye poke.
No, that was my initial thoughts. I didn't see an eye poke.
You're not allowed to call timeouts in mixed martial arts.
If you're Kamil Magomedov, go back to that jab. I'd like to see him fall. Another spinning heel kick from Magomedov.
What an absolutely phenomenal set of kicks we've seen from this master grappler.
That jab is absolute pinpoint. There it is again. If he followed that up with a straight right down the middle. Oh, he dropped him. He's not out yet. He's still throwing. This is
incredible. Still got his legs under him.
Now Magomedov senses a little bit of blood in the water. Again with the jab and forces Shirvaniev into the takedown. Potential for a guillotine here.
Potential for a lot of things here, Phil.
Can't quite see if he has it. He does have 4 wins by guillotine on his ledger. Grimace on the face. I think he has this.
Tight.
He's trying to fight the choking arm.
Got to get in his side just a little bit more.
Oh, that is underneath the chin.
He's stopping that. He's stopping that counter.
Wow.
Heads out.
Gets the head out. I thought that was game over.
If you love that, Phil, don't wait long. There's another submission coming.
Has wrist control. Triangle attempt here.
Looking for an armbar.
Shirvaniev needs to step out of this position. He can't lie here with a supreme grappler like Kamil Magomedov. It's too dangerous. Trying to attack a far side arm here. But now Shirvaniev may check the back. We still don't know just how compromised Akhmet Shirvaniev is. What a fight so far. This has absolutely everything, Kirik.
Kamil Magomedov has his wits far more about him right now. He's able to slip. He's able to land clever shots.
Again, that jab for Kamil Magomedov is paying dividends. The cumulative damage it has accrued. There it is again. Eventually that eye is going to be swollen shut by the end of the fight.
Ahmed's just a little bit slower. His reflexes are just a little slower. His thinking process is just a little slower.
Scores a big takedown himself, but again, guillotine attempt
Can he
from
hold
Kamil
it?
Magomedov.
No, he can't. There's danger here.
1 minute left in the third and final round. A fight that has had absolutely everything. Knockdown, submission attempts, firefights, takedowns.
Magomedov had to decide if he wanted to fall back for that guillotine or try and spin to the back.
Oh,
there's his choice.
He's trying to switch to the guillotine. Mako mounted on it. 30 seconds to go in the third and final round. Akhmed Shervaniev treading water right now. Could see Magomedov pull guard on the guillotine. Oh,
trying to pull
tight.
that head clean off.
He's readjusting, maybe mount a guillotine. 16 seconds left in the round. Has he got it? This looks tight again. How tight is Akhmed Shervaniev?
That is pressure.
Shervaniev intimating that he was safe. What a fight! Incredible from both men. Like I said, Kerry, that had absolutely everything.
Phil, those were my heroes. They showed conditioning, they showed heart, they showed beautiful technique, and they showed character.
And without a shadow of a doubt, that fight that lived up to expectations and then some. That fight gave me absolutely everything I wanted from it and more. And again, I was so engrossed in the action that I wouldn't even know where to begin scoring that fight.
Not our job, Phil. Our job right now is to be in awe and share that awe at what we just watched.
That's the case. When it looked like Akhmed Shervaniev was beginning to pull away, when he dropped Kamil Magomedov, Kamil came back with that jab, which was absolutely exquisite and pinpoint.
I have no idea who won that. All I can tell you is I hope it's a draw so I can see it again.
Final scores being tabulated and collated. Head of Commission Declan Larkin is making sure all the T's are crosses and I's are dotted before he hands over the information to our MC, Mr. Lance Murdoch. But again, I'm not eloquent enough, nor do I have the intellect to fully put into words just how much I appreciated that fight, just how much I enjoyed that fight, and just the even deeper level of respect I have for both combatants.
I'll tell you what we saw there is we saw the power of their respective peoples. You and I have discussed this many times. Who are the toughest of the toughest fighters we ever see in the Brave Combat Federation cage. It comes down to Chechnya and Dagestan. That's what we saw here. We just saw the beauty of their peoples. After a fight like that, brother, I don't care who won. I just am in awe I got to see it.
Well, the time is now. Referee or head of commission, Declan Larkin, has just handed the scores over to Lance Murdoch. We are ready for the official decision.
Okay, what a fight, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we consult the judges' scorecards. Our first judge scored it 29-28 to the blue corner. Our second judge scored it 29-28 to the red corner. It is a split decision. Judge 3 scored it 29-28 to the blue corner, Akhmed Shervaniev.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen. Winner by split decision, and I'm going to go out on a limb and say it's by the absolute closest of margins. Akhmed Shervaniev takes the win, improves his record to 16-1-1, and takes perhaps the biggest win, the biggest name of his mixed martial arts career. Kirik, let's talk through some of the action here.
Both fighters perfectly prepared. As we talked about in the pre-fight, when you get two world-class grapplers, often what you get is a phenomenal strike fest, and that's what we were treated to. Pinpoint precision, body shot drop, spinning head kick lands for the second of 3 times. Solid submission attempt, and not for the first time. And there is the final decision.
You can see just how much it meant to Akhmed Shervaniev. But again, we keep on rolling. Next fight coming up, another absolute cracker in the flyweight division. Aktoria Bakhtarbek taking on Royal Leilizadeh. Kazakhstan versus Azerbaijan. Right after that, we move on to Ilyar Ashkanov taking on Razul Tezukbayev. Another great fight. Kazakhstan taking on Kyrgyzstan. Then we have the return of the renegade Memosh Raza after an almost 2-year layoff, taking on Nurzhan Akishev. The bravecf main event is Rolando D taking on Olzhas Eskaraev.
Ассалаумағалейкум, қазақ елі, мен Батырбек Ақтөре. Сексенбекұлы, Жамбыл облысында дүниеге келгем, октагонда выступать етем. Я, достар, міне көріп тұрғандарыңыздай, мен спортсмен, білесіздер, және де менің екінші мақсатым актер, міне блогер, бізде осылай съемка идет. Но енді бұл жерде көріп тұрғандарыңыздай, мейкап, дайындық, это киім, мощный, а так, салам алейкум. Я после травма мен почти 1 жылдай демалып қалдым. Одан кейін восстановление жасау деген өте қиын, оны спортсмендер түсінеді. Я, Аллаға шүкір, восстановление жақсы. Барлығы командамен жұмыс істегеннің арқасы деп ойлаймын. Тамерлан сила.
Повторю, у нас с самого начала, он еще с первых боев. В принципе, он и в стойке, и в партере силен. У него очень хорошо получаются болевые. То есть, если он внизу оказывается, то уже на 90%, что он сделает сабмишн.
Бұл октагонда барлығымыздың мақсатымыз белбеуге жету. Я, менің де арманым белбеуге жету. Осы октагонның белбеуін алып, және де арғы шетелге шыққым келеді.
Ну, это о чем-то говорит. 4 боя, 4 досрочные победы.
Я, менің қарсыласым өте керемет боец, мықты, рекорды да жақсы. Маған жақсы қарсылас болады деп ойлаймын. И және де оған без травма, барлығы жақсы болсын. Осы жаққа Қазақстанға кесіп күтіп аламыз. И және де жақсы бой көрсетейік.
One of Kazakhstan's top flyweights, Aktory Bakhtarbek, is back at a joint bravecf and Octagon event to increase his winning streak to 5. As he takes on Royal Leilizadeh, who's making his international debut and hoping to maintain his undefeated record. Coming up next, Aktory Bakhtarbek takes on Royal Leilizadeh in a flyweight bout.
Официальный партнер Лиги Октагон, спортивное агентство Underdog. Ну что, друзья, мы продолжаем совместный турнир Октагон 35 и Brave 62. И прямо сейчас вашему вниманию разрешите представить бой в наилегчайшем весе. И в синий угол Октагона мы приглашаем бойца из Азербайджана. Роял Leilizadeh. Встречаем!
fight is brought to you by our broadcast partners here, Octagon League. We have Royal Leylizadeh fighting out of Hemzo Gracie Academy, Baku, Azerbaijan. Only 21 years old, undefeated at 3-0, making his debut on the global stage. It must be said, this is his first time competing outside of his native Azerbaijan. It'll be interesting to see just how much of an impact the international travel will have on this young fighter. You can see there he is a 3-time amateur Azerbaijan MMA champion, a Budo World Cup champion, and an Azerbaijan national BJJ champion. His lone submission victory coming by way of rear naked choke in August of 2021. Compact, strong, explosive, dynamite in his right hand, but he is taking on the toughest test of his professional career in Aktoria Baktarbek. Final checks and balances being done for Royal Leylizadeh here. The Azerbaijani fighter looking to make a huge statement in his international debut. And Kirik, I was saying that all his fights have taken place in his native Azerbaijan. Just how much of a shift, how difficult will that be for him to transition to an international fight as opposed to a native fight?
Итак, друзья, внимание, красный угол октагона. Его соперник, боец из Казахстана, Akishev Батырбек.
Sophomore voyage in Brave Combat Federation. He has 4-1 as a professional. He is 1-0 inside the Brave arena. 4 wins, 4 by way of stoppage, 1 KO or TKO, 3 wins by way of submission. All his submissions have come via triangle, which he has hit 3 different fights in a row. Of those 4 wins, he has 3 first-round stoppages and 1 second-round finish. Still very young in his mixed martial arts career at only 5 fights. But he is blending it all together beautifully. You can see there on the graphic, he is a national Pancratian champion. Very, very dangerous fighter who right now is putting it all together. Lost his professional debut and then tore off 4 fights in a row. And fighting at home in Almaty, Kazakhstan, he will unquestionably have the partisan crowd on his side. His last fight, he defeated Ernest Abdelakim Ulu via first-round triangle at Brave 53, right here in this very building in Almaty, Kazakhstan in August 2021. I'm sure that is a streak he will wish to repeat here at Brave CEF 62.
Akishev Batyrbeck is going to be, he's going to have an advantage here in terms of the hometown effect. And I'm not talking about poor judging, I'm not talking about poor officiating. I'm talking about fighting with pride in front of your people who are screaming their hearts out for you. It can't be calculated, but it is a lot.
For official introductions, let's throw it up to our local MC.
Итак, друзья, представление бойцов. Обратите внимание в синий угол клетки. Возраст бойца 21 год, рост его 160, вес 57,150 килограмма. Профессиональные и спортивные достижения. Мастер спорта по кикбоксингу, мастер спорта по джиу-джитсу, призер Азербайджана по джиу-джитсу. Профессиональный бойцовский рекорд 3 победы и 0 поражений. Из Азербайджана встречайте Роял Лейлизаде! Итак, внимание, его соперник — красный угол октагона. Бойцу 29 лет, рост его 170 сантиметров, вес 57,150 килограмма. Мастер спорта по ММА, мастер спорта по джиу-джитсу, мастер спорта по панкратиону. Профессиональный бойцовский рекорд 4 победы, ни одного поражения. Из Казахстана встречайте, вот он, Акторе Батырбек! Рефери в октагоне Бауджан Джуманов, Узбекистан.
Правила боя знаем, не нарушаем. Хорошо, точнее, досып не хватаем. После команды стоп, прекращаем все действия. Удачи. Покажите хороший бой.
Tail of the tape. You can see the taller fighter is Aktorya Batarbek. They try and use that height and reach advantage. Big fight experience definitely has to go to Aktorya Batarbek. And Kirik, that's something I wanted to ask you. For Royal, he's only fought exclusively in Azerbaijan. How much of an adjustment is it going to be for him stepping up to the international global platform that Brave provides?
It's a lot. It's going to be a big, big step for him. If he makes it through, he knows he's ready. If he doesn't, he's very young in his career. Have a couple more fights, step back in there again. Looking at Royale's, it's already happening. Looking at how Royale adjusted his shorts, cut them back, he's planning on relying on his kicks heavily in this bout.
Royale taking the center of the cage and looking pretty good so far for a fighter that's come in on relatively short notice. Big leg kick from Aktorya.
Royale overreacting just a little bit. Needs to settle down. He's still feeling those nerves.
Aktorya getting in on the takedown, scores it beautifully, lands right into the mount position.
That's how it's done.
Has to brace himself for that initial buck that he's going to get from Leylizadeh.
Leylizadeh's attempt to take it over to the fence, don't know that it was the wisest one, but he has used it.
Great job by
to
Leylizadeh.
Get back up.
Yeah, great job by Leylizadeh to get back to his feet, but seems like Aktorya Batarbek is intent on scoring the takedown.
Oh! Beautiful sacrifice throw.
Right now it's Batarbek just taking his time, solidifying the position. He's doing a great job of compressing Leylizadeh against the cage, so he doesn't have a lot of room to move left or right. If he moves to his left, he's impeded by Batarbek. If he moves to his right, he's impeded by the cage.
Leylizadeh still trying to throw shots from bottom, back to mount.
This could be the beginning of the end. Big shots.
2 clean shots landed, Brave Nation.
There's a third right down the middle. 4, 5, 6 big shots.
Do not roll over.
Oh,
frying pan fire. It's only going to get worse.
Great job by Batarbek to flatten Leylizadeh out. We could very much be looking at the beginning of the end. A slow death being experienced here by Leylizadeh.
Hips broke. They've gone back again. If they break a third time, that may be it.
Establishes the underhooks to get the takedown, or to get the flattening out.
Huge contest of core strength here.
And Leylizadeh is in a world of trouble right now.
Leylizadeh wants to keep his body in a core. Aktorya wants to flatten it out. Let's see who wins.
Another big shot right on the ear, underneath the armpit. These are huge shots being landed by Viktoria Baturbek. May switch to the knee bar.
Switch
yep,
coming
Sulev.
perhaps.
Baturbek may switch to the body triangle here as he just has that one hook in. May attack the arm here, or inverted triangle. How much of a coup would this be?
And how cool is this crowd knowing what's going on, Phil?
He's trying to attack the arm.
It's getting close.
Oh, he's just peeling it away right now. That triangle style grip doesn't have the triangle deep, but it's a great means to isolate the leg.
Royale's he's waiting. He's gonna try and explode his way out. He's waiting.
The scary thing is, in conventional wisdom, you would tell Royale to turn in, but if he does it in this situation, he throws himself deeper into an orthodox triangle.
And he's out.
Oh, beautiful resilience from Leylazadeh.
Fantastic defense by the man from Azerbaijan.
Now finds himself in top position, half guard. May look to land some strikes. Give Baturbek something to think about. Baturbek doing a good job of retaining the guard. It must be said, it must be reiterated that Leylazadeh is a national Azerbaijan BJJ champion, so he's no slouch on the ground himself. We've just seen that by his ability to stay in there, by his ability not to panic in dangerous situations. Ten seconds left in the first round. Some beautiful exchanges on the ground from both men. Oh, big shots to finish from Leylazadeh. Very, very entertaining round of action here at bravecf 62 in partnership with Octagon League. At one stage, it looked like Baturbek was going to have it all his own way. But Leylazadeh was able to ride out the difficult position, turn defense into attack, and finish the round, landing some heavy, heavy grounds and pounds.
We're watching the dominance now of Viktoria Baturbek from Kazakhstan.
There you see him taking the back, flattening out Leylazadeh, landing big shots. Got himself into the inverted triangle position. I hope we're going to see it.
Viktoria, Phil, could have pushed a little bit harder from that back mount position, but I think he had some fear of burning his legs out, burning himself out, figured he's winning. He's just going to keep that plan until his hand is raised.
The referee just clearing the cage here. Going into our second round, very much all to play for. Leylazadeh complaining about a shot to the back of the head. I can't remember a definitive shot to the back of the head. Both fighters ready to go. And if we see some more if we see some more groundwork like that from both men, I will be a very happy commentator. Big shots landed by both men.
Woo! Phil, that timing was absolutely phenomenal. Diving into a kick like that, potentially getting the takedown.
Now big shots being landed. Definitely a legal knee, not a problem there. Oh, big takedown again with that lateral drop. And as you say, maybe see a little bit more impetus and urgency on the point of Viktoria Baturbek now that he knows just how much of a dangerous competitor he's dealing with in Leylazadeh.
Royale has a terrific bridge. It's very, very explosive. Foot positioning's perfect. He knows when to do it. Not necessary here. He's back to a loosely open guard.
Watch out for the triangle.
Looking for that triangle.
What a coup this would be.
Control that head and it'll happen.
Didn't have the arm flush across as he needed. Now Toria Baturbek in north-south position.
There is one submission from there. Sweet little roll. We're going to get a reversal.
Leilazadeh doing a great job of staying in contention in this fight. He's surprising a lot of people coming in as a relative unknown at 3-0 on the Azerbaijan regional circuit. Kimura grip from Baturbek.
That grip, of course, can be used to submit, or it can be used to reverse positions.
May use it to sweep. But he's mounted right now. Has to let it go and rolls.
Beautiful Grammy roll, looking for victory roll into a knee bar. It's getting extended.
Oh, that looks so tight.
That's just about it, my God.
How tight is Leilazadeh? Oh, he's hyperextended. That looks so tight. Oh, I'm cringing watching that.
Phil.
What is Leilazadeh's leg made out of?
This is what I do with a piece of chicken. Unbelievable defense.
Wow.
Phenom defense by the man on top.
Leilazadeh proving that his leg is made of rubber. But then, Carrick, the question has to be asked, how much does that have an impact upon him should they end up back on the feet?
I don't think he cares. This is a man who will fight happily with a broken leg.
Now, we're not so busy discussing the submission, we failed to see that Leilazadeh transitioned beautifully into the mount and may now take the back of Baturbek.
He's one hook in. Trying to make a little space with the knees, got two hooks in.
It's almost like these guys saw the Magomedov-Shervaniev fight, were told it couldn't be better and said, hold my beer.
Big shots coming in from top.
This is not intelligent defense from Baturbek. Just needs to...
Arm may get taken home too. That arm's up way too high. Maybe playing possum, trying to give away that arm. Try and scramble and end up on top. If that was a fake, Real did not fall for it. Said, nope, I'm happy to stay here on your back, flattening you out. Crushing.
Head on triangle attempt.
Your abdomen.
Lets it go, and again in the mount position, landing. Heavy, heavy hands, heavy elbows. Oh, he's going for the rear naked choke, Carrick. Has both hooks in. May go pound
Looking for a short choke now, starting to flatten him out.
He's feeding the bicep, feeding the arm through, trying to grab that bicep.
It's about 3/4 of an inch away from being finalized.
We can't quite see.
One hook's gone, second hook's gone, pop to side control.
Lets it go and he's landing. Big shots again. What a change of momentum. What a pendulum swing, Carrick.
You can't script this kind of stuff. Truth is better than fiction. And guess what? Another submission attempt in reverse.
Oh, he's putting everything he can into it.
15 seconds.
Leilazadeh looks safe. It doesn't look like it's on.
Highly unlikely without any hip control to finish that. May have been a little bit of a show to the judges.
Wow. Round apiece going into the third and final, Carrick.
Yes, it is. That was 9-10, 10-9. We're now at 19 each. Whoever wins this third and final round absolutely is the winner of this fight.
Both fighters clearly fatigued at this stage. Some of those grappling exchanges were absolutely exquisite.
Brave Nation, everybody knows that in order to win, it requires a will to win. But more important than that is the will to train. And that's what we're going to see here in the third round. We are going to see who trained harder and longer for this fight.
I would have loved to have seen the full sequence of that knee bar back in the replay, but don't quite think we had time for it. That was full hyperextension on the knee bar, right, Carrick?
First time I saw it, I actually stopped breathing. Just fine with me if I don't see it again.
Who wants it more going into the third and final round here?
Both fighters have given it their all. They've both got a little bit more to give. We're gonna see who's got some more. Royale's corner, screaming at him. They've given him a game plan. They want him to enact it. They want him to throw. They want him to take his man down to the ground and then finish him there.
Внимание! Третий раунд!
As always in these types of fights, the takedown is going to be so important.
That low kick was just a setup for what was to follow. There's a 1-2 coming fairly soon.
Showing the uppercut is Leylazadeh, almost saying as if you come in for the takedown. Leylazadeh with the takedown attempt. Has the hands connected.
Leylazadeh did exactly what his corner brilliantly told him to do, is to get your opponent thinking about your hands, level change, get in on the hips. Earlier parts of this fight, I am not at all sure he could have held Aktoria down, but now in his fatigued state, it may be a different matter.
Close guard here from Baturbek, just not as active as he had been.
As we said, Brave Nation, whoever wins this round, wins this fight right now. That is Royale Leylazadeh.
Watch out for the triangle, he's smart to it. Needs to keep everything really tight and compact here.
Beautiful head pressure, shutting down any attempt to stand.
Baturbek trying to set up that triangle.
Officials are going to want to see a little bit more action. Either an attempt to advance, there it is, and either an attempt to advance position or to strike. We didn't see either of those. Clear cause here tonight for...
See the corner of Baturbek just saying strike, strike, strike. Wanted to punch his way. A little bit of a slip here.
It may be an injured knee, Phil.
Oh, flying knee to an injured knee. Big kick to the body. You heard the thud of that, but Baturbek catches it. May dive on a guillotine.
He's caught. He's falling back. Inside knee, going to the outside now.
He's
just a little bit too. It's not quite on the hips where he needs it to be.
He's a little bit too low. He needs to get up a little bit higher. Also, how much does he have left in the tank?
I think he felt not a great deal. I think he wisely let go of those hands.
Royale gets the head out, and right now he's happy to be in this position and land big shots. Needs to be wary of the hips. Needs to square off the hips. Leylazadeh knows he needs to be active in this position or he will get stood up by the referee. Armbar attempt coming, angle trying to be cut by Baturbek, denied by Leylazadeh. And these hips just aren't square enough for me just yet. Again, Baturbek trying to set up the triangle. Leylazadeh on the feet, standing over Baturbek now. Oh, beautiful job just to swing the legs to the side and come over the top with a big overhand.
Aktoria not in a huge rush to pop back up to standing.
With 90 seconds left. Another big shot from Leylazadeh. With less than 90 seconds left in the third and final round. You feel Baturbek really needs to make something happen now, Carrick, or he could find himself on the wrong end of a decision.
That's how I see it right now, but I am not the judge tonight.
Great work from Baturbek to get back to his feet. If he were to score a takedown now, if he were able to go to work with a minute left. But what a switch from Leylazadeh. Now Baturbek trying to get in on a single.
May get it this time. him, had a chance to get in the back. Butterbeck definitely in the game now.
Not quite the takedown he was hoping for. Leilazadeh landing shots to the ear. 30 seconds to go in the third and final round of what has been a back and forth war of attrition, Kirk. Quite simply, both these men have nothing left to give. They are running on pure heart.
And the round ends.
What a fight again. Kieran, conceivably, we could be looking at the judges taking their time to render the scores here. I think a lot of people were pleasantly surprised by Royal Leilazadeh coming out of nowhere, showing that he firmly deserves to be on the international stage. Akishev Butterbeck taking on a short notice replacement, probably thinks, yeah, he might not have had time to train. I walked through him, but Leilazadeh had other ideas, did not read the script here in Kazakhstan tonight.
Huge congratulations and respect to Akishev Butterbeck. Huge congratulations and respect to Royal Leilazadeh, and huge respect to Octagon League. This was one phenomenal fight.
Head of Commission Declan Larkin just tabulating the scores before he hands them off to our MC.
Declan may be checking with each judge to make sure that the score is as he recorded it.
But regardless of the result, regardless of who gets their hand raised, Royal Leilazadeh has done Azerbaijan proud, and Akishev Butterbeck has done his native
Итак, друзья,
Kazakhstan
внимание!
proud.
По истечению трехраундового поединка победу единогласным решением судей одерживает боец из синего угла октагона Роял Leilazadeh.
Huge win for Royal Leilazadeh. I don't think it would be outside of the realms of understanding to call that an upset. Coming in on short notice, performing exquisitely, getting it done here tonight, and announcing himself onto the global stage.
Phil, I said at the beginning of the fight, I talked about the hometown advantage. I said explicitly, I am not talking about biased judges that are biased for the hometown fighter. We did not see that here. You can make an argument for either fighter, and they did not give it to their countrymen.
Добрый вечер всем.
We're getting a look now at some of the action from that fight. This is the final scramble before it ended. And there is your winner. Royal Leilazadeh took this fight on relatively short notice. That's a fighter, I believe, who is the future.
Салам алейкум, Казахстан.
What we're seeing right there is a fighter that stays in shape around the clock.
Мне эта публика очень понравилась. Октагон за организацию. Спасибо вам большое. Я в первую очередь хочу посвятить эту победу нашим шахидам в Карабахе. Şehitler ölmez, vatan bölünmez. Я хочу спасибо сказать всем, кто меня поддерживал. Моему самый первый, мой брат Арас. Спасибо тебе большое, брат. Ты меня очень мотивировал. Спасибо. Я хочу спасибо сказать своему клубу Рензо Грейс Академии, своим спарринг-партнерам, своим ребятам и нашему учителю Ибрахиму Мамадалиеву. Спасибо. И хочу спасибо сказать вот этим братьям, которые меня поддерживали, своему большому брату, менеджеру Турану. Спасибо. И спасибо, Джавад, Заваншир. Спасибо за поддержку вам, ребята. Они мои менеджеры. Спасибо большое всем. Салам алейкум, Казахстан. Спасибо. И спасибо противнику. Брат, ты жестокий.
Акторе, пару слов, но может быть что-то где-то пошло не так.
Ассаламағалейкум, қазақ елі. Аллаға шүкір. Осылай болу керек болды. Бірақ менің ошибкам, асығып кеттім, өздеріңіз білесіздер, мен тез бітіргім келген едім. Сонымен болевой жасап тастайын дедім да, содан қой 3 раунд төбелесіп көрейін дедім, ұтылып қалдым мен. Солай болу керек бопты, бұл анашым, мен анашым көріп тұр. Негізі 1 жыл болды бойға шықпағам, аяғым травмадан, соперник травмам біледі қойдым, осыдан теуіп еді, мен проход кіре бастадым. Анашым бәрі менде жақсы, мен уайымдайтын сіз ғана. Және де Нұридин ағай, міне мен көп демалғанның кесірі осындай болады екен. Сол үшін мен сопернигімнен реванш сұраймын. Ағай, мен дайындалып, 1-2 айдың ішінде қайттан осы боецпен шығып, өз жеңілгенімді қайтарғым келеді ағай. Осын өзіңіз көрсетесіздер. Және де октагон брев, рахмет. Өзім жақсы сезініп тұрмай шаршап қалған болмаса. Қолдаушылар, сіздерге көп-көп рахмет. Әр қазағым жалғызым дейді ғой. Біз ұтылсақ та, ұтсақ та, қолдаңыздар, сіздерден басқа айтарым жоқ. Бізді көтеретін қазақтар ғана, көтеретін де, қолдау беретін де қазақтар. Алға Қазақстан!
Спасибо.
Left to go on our main card, ladies and gentlemen. Up next we have Ilyar Dynamite Ashkanov taking on Razul Tezekbayev. A fantastic fight in the featherweight division. After that we have the return of the renegade Memosh Raza taking on Nurzhan Akishev. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, you are seeing why Brave Combat Federation is the only truly global mixed martial arts promotion. We are available in every home, in every country, including Ireland, even though it is not stated explicitly there on the graphic, but you can find us on DAZN. You can find us on bravecf.tv. Brave Combat Federation in your home, on your phone, on your tablet.
Ilyar Askanov is hoping to build on his latest amazing performances as he looks for his 3rd straight win. When he takes on Razul Tezebekov, one of Kyrgyzstan's top athletes in his weight class, eager to make a splash in his international debut. Coming up next, Ilyar Dynamite Askanov takes on Razul Zolotoy Tezebekov in the lightweight division.
Ladies and gentlemen, our energetic partner for this event is Gorilla Energy Drink. Let's move on to the next battle. First up, please welcome, representing A-Bars and fighting out of Kyrgyzstan, Razul Zolotoy Kazakhstan.
Since September 2015, 10-3-1 draw as a professional, making his debut on the global stage, currently riding high on the confidence of a 2-fight win streak. In his last fight, he defeated Maxim Pashkov via unanimous decision in September of 2021. In his professional career, he has never been submitted. 8 out of his 10 professional wins coming by way of finish, all 8 finishes coming in the very first round. As a professional, he has 5 wins by submission. Interesting, 3 of those submissions have come by north-south choke Keurig. A little bit of a rarity in mixed martial arts.
Little Jeff Monson coming in here.
Exactly, 1 triangle, 1 rear naked choke. A master of sports in grappling, a master of sports in MMA. He is a Kyrgyzstan national grappling champion, and he is currently ranked as the number 8 professional featherweight in all of Kyrgyzstan. Obviously, he's going to be at a height deficit, but if anything, that might play into his game plan of getting underneath, getting the takedown and scoring the submission. Built like a fire hydrant is Razul Kazakhstan.
Kazakhstan, a very short notice replacement, stepped off the plane making weight. How that happens, I do not know.
Up next, we welcome his opponent representing Japan and underdog team, fighting out of Almaty, Kazakhstan. Give it up for Ilya Dynamite Ashkenov.
Stranger to the brave cage, Ilya Dynamite Ashkenov. Professional record of 11 wins and 4 losses. 9 of his wins coming by way of finish, 3 by KO or TKO, 6 by way of submission, 3 first round finishes, 3 second round finishes, 2 in the third round and 1 in the fifth when he competed for a championship. As you can see, a former national MMA lightweight champion. 6 submission wins on his ledger, 4 by way of rear naked choke, 1 by way of bravo choke, 1 by way of armbar. In his last fight, he defeated Husan Atabayev via first round rear naked choke at Brave 59, June of 2022 in Uzbekistan. that being his first win in the organization. Prior to that, he competed at Brave 57 when he lost a unanimous decision to Ahmed Magomedov here in Almaty, Kazakhstan, looking to continue that momentum and cut a little bit of a win streak here in Brave. Must be said, he is a master of sport in judo, former Octagon League lightweight champion. He's also a blue belt in BJJ, which is, for my money, the very definition of sandbagging, Kirik.
As you said, Brave Nation, we got a very special treat here. This is the former lightweight champion in our partners here in Kazakhstan, Octagon League. And in just moments, he's going to show you what it's all about.
Brave Nation, this bout is 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing first, in the blue corner, a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 10 wins, 3 losses and 1 draw, standing at 169 centimeters tall, weighing in at 70 kilograms, representing A-bars and fighting out of Kyrgyzstan, Razul Zolotoy Tezekbayev! Across the cage, his opponent stands in the red corner, a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 11 wins and 4 losses, standing at 175 centimeters tall, weighing in at 70.7 kilograms, representing Almaty, Kazakhstan, and underdog team, Ilya Dynamite Ashkenov! Over to our referee in charge of the action.
Kirik, I don't want to cast dispersions on anyone who may have the measuring tape, but if Razul Tezekbayev is 169 centimeters tall and Ilya Ashkenov is 170, well, the less said about it, the better, my friend.
Could have been an elastic tape measure.
Both fighters 31 years old. The height is apparently virtually identical. Both men making the lightweight limit. But again, I would not be surprised to see Razul Tezekbayev duck underneath, use his height disadvantage to his advantage to get in and score the takedown.
Very wary glove touch there.
Razul with 5 wins by submission. Ilya Ashkenov 6 wins via submission. So obviously this fight will end via knockout. Oh, beautiful stiff jab from Ashkenov.
Getting his opponent's attention down low, and then he'll go back up to the head.
A clear reach advantage here for Ilya Ashkenov. Again, that jab just pops in and out. Using that reach advantage beautifully when it comes to the hands. Only real dent that Razul seems to be making is when the fight's in kicking range. Hurt him.
Dynamite has such a tricky style. He stays a hair outside of his opponent's range. He fades, which you're not supposed to do in this sport, and then he pops in.
Oh, beautiful sprawl, but Tezekbayev takes the back, has the hooks in.
Both hooks in. Riding solidly, got a seatbelt on.
As we said during the walkout, he is a Kyrgyzstan national grappling champion and a master of sport in grappling and MMA. Ashkenov done a good job to relinquish the hooks. Needs to turn into Ashkenov now, but Tezekbayev is like a little pit bull with this grappling. He decides to disengage. Very interesting.
Interesting and maybe not wise.
Nice one too by Ashkenov. I think Tezekbayev has maybe earned a little bit of the respect, or maybe taken a little bit of the respect from Ashkenov.
Ashkenov's striking style, very, very clean.
Oh, nice counter hook. Ashkenov in on the takedown now. Pressing Tezekbayev against the cage. Big shot to the midsection from Ashkenov. Really laying those shots in.
Brave Nation, those are going straight to the liver. It's the single most painful part of the human body to hit, and yes, I know what you're thinking, and it's worse to the liver.
Big takedown.
Snatch double.
Ashkanov just solidifying the position right now. Wouldn't be surprised if you see him posture back on his heels and start throwing big shots. Doing a good job of completely compressing Tezekbaev, not giving him any room to move. Compressed against the cage, but little threats of submission here from Tezekbaev. He's trying to wrap up an arm, he's trying to open the guard, create little angles for himself, but that position against the cage does not lend itself to mobility.
What it does lend itself to, Phil, is standing up. If he'd open those feet, he may well be able to wall walk up to standing. I don't know that if he wants to sit here in an open, sometimes closed guard under a man named Dynamite, hoping for a mistake that he can take advantage of.
Yeah, he doesn't seem to have a lot of interest in the stand-up. There is a foot on the hip. He may try and create a little angle here, trying to establish bicep control. But Ashkanov, so intelligent, so strong, so smart in these positions.
And the whole time he's weakening his opponent, he's throwing those shots, he's chipping away at his opponent, chipping away. Nothing we see will knock somebody out, but everything we see will take a little bit away.
Tezekbaev trying to go cross grip on those two arms to throw up the legs for the likes of an arm bar.
There's a kick away, but no desire to stand here.
Yes, Ashkanov, he initiated that walk-off. Referee decides he's seen enough, wants them on the feet.
That was timing. And that is defense.
Nicely done by Ilya Ashkanov. Was able to ride out potentially difficult position and turns defense into attack. Big strikes to finish the round.
Little warning, but I do believe those were legal to the back of the head. We'll likely get a look at them again.
They did look legal to me. They looked like they were on the ear. I think we were moments away, seconds away from seeing Tezekbaev sit through there and sit out. But the first round comes to an end with Ilya Ashkanov on top, but Razul Tezekbaev more than holding his own in this fight.
Inside low kick, looked like it was a little bit of a slip, little stumble there. A couple of hooks went wide. A couple more hooks went wide. Right landed. That was definitive.
Big scoop takedown, just takes the legs right from underneath Razul Tezekbaev.
And that's pretty much where the fight ended. Oh, what a beautiful flare attempt and what beautiful defense.
Both fighters ready to go. Second round.
Ilya Ashkanov, a little more heavily muscled. That sometimes wears just a little bit more on the cardiovascular conditioning.
Yeah, the lactic acid begins to build in those muscles. The heart has to work a little bit faster to get the blood around all those muscles.
Phil, we've got Kazakh Michael Bisping over to our left.
Nice spot. Ashkanov trying to get the takedown. Lovely sprawl from Tezekbaev. May feel like he's in on a neck here.
Ho!
Tezekbaev now pressuring Ashkanov against the cage. Nice shot to the midsection from Ashkanov.
Razul looking hard for this takedown, not getting particularly close yet. Has not given up. His jaw may be open just a little bit. May have tried just a little too hard there. referee separates him. Rasul shaking out his forearm, clearly feeling the effects of that tough first round.
This referee clearly more of a fan of the striking in mixed martial arts. Oh, beautiful kick to the body, but catch and reply.
Beautiful counter.
Catch, kick, and reply right down the middle from Tezekbayev. Again, has that front headlock position. May try sneak a snap down, but big knees here from Tezekbayev. Changes levels.
Had luck with it before. Denied the second time. Switching off to a single now.
Eskaraev does have that underhook on his left side, digging in with it.
Eskaraev wants to reach inside the head to defend this, not over the top.
Referee probably won't give them very long to work in this position. There it is again. Not giving the fighters very long at all to work in the clinch.
Eskaraev stalking methodically.
Decent timing, oh, beautiful timing on the single leg, just off that big wild swing from Eskaraev, but right now in the middle of the cage.
Has been able to dominate from this top in-guard position, but has not been able to land any monster shots. No potentially fight-ending shots. Be interesting to see if he tries to pass guard here, or at least move into top half guard.
You can see Eskaraev needs to roll his arms inside, but right now Tezekbayev's doing a good job of clamping down on them. Eskaraev really needs to roll the wrist inside, just as he's done there on his left side. Nice work. A little under 2 minutes to go in the second round here. Tezekbayev taking a little bit longer to get up there, Carrick. Big, deep breaths.
Did take the fight on relatively short notice. Did not have the advantage of a full camp.
Oh, nice counter hook. Might see Eskaraev try and go to the body here to try and loosen him up a little bit, try and take the wind out of the sails. A switch body kick here could pay dividends. He's having great success with that single leg.
That was very slick, Brave Nation. He put a little bit of shoulder pressure on, feigned it one way, put a little bit of shoulder pressure on that thigh, and boop, that base was gone. Ilyar showing a very, very dominant game. Haven't seen anything so far that would end the fight, but he's clearly very, very happy, as well he should be, to be pulling ahead so handily.
I think if we see another stand-up here from the referee, Tezekbayev may take even a little bit longer to get up. But he seems to be letting Eskaraev get his work in here.
There's always a debate as whether is it harder to hit down or to hit up. So far, it's hitting down that has proved to be the most effective.
Eskaraev just winging those leg kicks into the thighs of Tezekbayev. And Tezekbayev looks like the cardio is starting to become a little bit of a factor here, Kirik.
There's two schools of thought in our sport, Phil. Originally, everybody had a camp of, some people go 13 weeks, and then it's shortened to 10, 8, maybe 6, sometimes 4 is popular now. But other people are finding that the way to approach the sport is just to stay in shape all the time.
Stay ready so you don't have to get ready.
Stay ready so you don't have to get ready. And I think what we're seeing here in Rasul is somebody who is used to having a camp. Keeps himself obviously in very good shape, maybe not quite close enough to fight shape.
Yeah, as we know, there is a huge difference between training and training for a fight. But you have to give him credit that he's making the third round against somebody as dangerous and as well-credentialed as Ilyar Dynamite Ashkanov.
Making Razul Tezekbayev's night even tougher is that Ilyar is not taking a lot of chances out here. He's very methodical, very intelligent, moves forward, lands some nasty shots, gets in on the hips, puts his opponent on his back, and then chips away merrily. Referees here, Phil, are very intent on keeping water off the hair in the back. It may well be that when the back gets covered with sweat, there's a takedown, the floor becomes slippery.
Very methodical are the referees here regarding that particular element. Again, that single leg to the back take, absolutely beautiful. May find himself in half guard here. Could transition easily into side control. Not quite now, as Tezekbayev is able to get that knee shield in. But again, this is not where Tezekbayev wants to find himself with 4 minutes, 30 seconds left in the final round. Potential here for a back step from Ashkanov to transition into side control on the right side. But he seems to be happy just to establish this position and land shots.
I think that's it exactly, Phil. There's a risk reward in everything in mixed martial arts. Right now he's got minimal risk and quite a bit of reward. He's pulling farther and farther and farther ahead.
Big, deep breath from Tezekbayev, and that's the sign of a fatigued fighter. The fact that they are flat backing, both shoulders on the ground, not arching up into their opponent, not trying to break them down. And Ashkanov really just is relentlessly methodical with what he's doing. Score the takedown, establish top position, land pot shots. Oh, that's a big shot to the midsection. That's the kind of shot that makes you see your dinner. Because it makes you sick, Kirk. That was the joke. Moving on, Ashkanov still in a very dominant position. He's even landing little elbows to the midsection. He senses that there is a finish here.
He had been going almost exclusively to the sides. He is now coming straight down the middle, returning to the sides, may well return to that middle shot again. Had some good luck with it. And of course he's going the stereotypical body, boom, up to the head.
Feet on the hips now. At the risk of sounding contrite and somewhat derisory, it's unquestionably a moral victory for Tezekbayev to stay in the fight this long and to still be, if he's still here at the end of 3 5-minute rounds against Ilyar Ashkanov, he earns a greater degree of respect from me. He already has my respect by virtue of the fact he has taken the fight and flew in on the same day as the weigh-ins and made weight.
What we're seeing in Razul Tezekbayev absolutely is an exceeding of expectations.
Oh, that's a short elbow. Just crashing right into the head. It's just consistent pressure from Ashkanov, swarming Tezekbayev with shots.
Shot was to the back of the head, but utterly accidental.
90 seconds to go in this third and final round. Can Ashkanov force the finish? Will Tezekbayev be able to last the distance?
Tell you what Ashkanov can do, Phil. He can punch all night. 1 minute, Brave Nation.
Ashkanov just relentless with the shots here. Tezekbayev valiantly trying to land shots off his back, but it's hard to get any kind of purchase on them when gravity's against you.
Tezekbayev has successfully pushed his opponent back multiple times, but does not seem interested in the usual follow-up to that, which is to return to standing.
Oh, threatened with a triangle momentarily. But essentially, all but maybe 20 seconds or so of this fight have been Ilyar Ashkanov on top, landing shots. 10 seconds to go, big flurry to finish. Grandstand finish from Ilyar Ashkanov. There it is. And surely Ilyar Ashkanov has punched his way to a unanimous decision victory here in Almaty, Kazakhstan.
There are many times, Brave Nation, when Phil and I have no idea what's about to happen, and there's other times when we know exactly what's going to happen. That was a terrific decision victory for Ilyar Ashkanov, and we're getting to watch a replay of some of the highlights.
There you see him again, just with the dominant position on top, giving Tezekbayev very little space. Shot after shot after shot. Little pot shot elbows framing off. Always able to maintain a very smart posture, a very smart base.
See a very game Rasul Tezekbayev. Still seated on the floor, being attended to by his corner.
And realistically, if we see Tezekbayev again, which I hope we do, I hope we see him at a smaller weight class. That man's a natural bantamweight for me.
I think, Phil, that's how he was able to make weight when he stepped off the airplane.
Yeah.
There's no such thing as airplanes on saunas. Excuse me, saunas on airplanes. Or either, for that matter. All right, fighters are gathered center stage.
Ladies and gentlemen, all three of our judges scored it 30-27. It is a unanimous decision. To the red corner, Ilyar Ashkanov!
Interesting question, Phil, is how that Ashkanov we just saw would have done against Solomonov, because that's a fight that may still happen.
That's a great fight in prospect, great question. I think their styles would match up brilliantly, and I don't think Ashkanov would have the degree of dominance he had against Tezekbayev if Solomonov was standing opposite.
Would have had to have dug down quite a bit deeper, I'd imagine.
See some of the action, to some of the superior grappling from Ilyar Ashkanov, and it's great reps, it's money in the bank, it's a fight again underneath his belt, ready to go again should the call come to take on Omar Solomonov. 3 fights to go, Brave Nation. We are moments away from Nurzhan Akishev taking on Memosh Raza in what promises to be an explosive featherweight contest. I cannot wait for this one. We are locked in, we are loaded, and we are ready to go.
Всем ассаламу алейкум, меня зовут Nurzhan Бизон Акишев, я представляю Казахстан, город Алматы, команда Triumph Fight.
Bison Akishev!
В спорт я пришел лет 10, наверное. Помню, со школы возвращался с мамой, и у нас в школе в спортзале проходили соревнования по тайквондо. Я увидел эти соревнования, мне понравилось. Я маме говорю, можно я запишусь туда? Мама отговаривала, но я был настолько впечатлен, уговорил ее. То, что я занимаюсь профессионально ММА, родные переживают, конечно, но уважают мой выбор. Да и я дал понять то, что мне это нравится, это дело я люблю и хочу проверить свои силы, посмотреть, до чего дойду. Сейчас мы находимся в Гавайи фитнес. Здесь я работаю фитнес-инструктором и тренером по ММА. Работа тренера мне самому нравится, и это мне позволяет постоянно оставаться в форме. То есть помимо работы я могу в любое время потренироваться. Думаю, этот бой ничем не отличается от предыдущих моих боев. Это моя работа. Я буду выходить и делать свою работу. Соперник хороший. В Брейве провел несколько боев. Когда его предложили, на месте посмотрели пару боев. В принципе, соперник не представляет опасности. Прогноза на бой нету. Я, как всегда, постараюсь закончить досрочно. Но если соперник решит зайти со мной в партер, то его есть что там ожидать. Подготовка прошла хорошо, готовился в двух залах. Это основной зал Триумфайт под руководством Дайан Шагай. И также проходил тренировочный процесс у себя в зале Гавайи фитнес под руководством Серикова Асажана. Про свои сильные стороны не могу выделить один определенный аспект. Я более стараюсь быть универсальным. Сопернику желаю прийти в отличной форме, чтобы не было никаких отговорок. С моей стороны также подойду в стопроцентной форме. Покажем зрелищный, красивый бой.
Nurzhan Akishev is coming off one of the greatest comeback wins in bravecf history and eager to build up on that. As he takes on Memos Raza, who wants to reinsert himself in the featherweight title picture. Coming up next, Nurzhan Bison Akishev takes on Memos the Renegade Raza in a featherweight bout.
Brave Nation, let's meet our next warriors. First of all, in the blue corner, please welcome, fighting out of London, England by way of Pakistan, Memos the Renegade Raza.
Seen a man not afraid to die, gave his life for a dream. Born hustler, so the game conceived. A cage beast, but now I'm free. How can you blame me? I was born for this, the game chose me. Now I've been training for this my whole life. Carpe diem, seize the moment, right. We gon' turn up and rock plenty ice. This is our time, yeah, about that life. I'm a street dude, teach dudes to think quicker. Would take over the world, but yo, I dream bigger. Never satisfied, I'm trying to be richer. And pour out a little bit for those who ain't with us.
the renegade Raza returns to Brave Combat Federation after a hiatus of almost 2 years due to a number of extenuating circumstances. Obviously, the pandemic had a profound effect on the progression of professional fighters. Not only that, but he suffered a horrific hernia injury which required extensive surgery. But right now, he is back in Brave Combat Federation, ready to re-establish himself as one of the premier featherweights in the world today. Now training at GB Top Team under Brad Pickett, I expect to see exponential developments in his all-round mixed martial arts game. 10-4 as a professional. Last time we saw him inside the Brave Arena, he defeated Callum Murray via decision at Brave 43 October 2020. He is the owner of the second quickest submission in the history of Brave CF at 23 seconds, scoring a guillotine over Arben Eskaraev all the way back at Brave 17 in Lahore, Pakistan, October 2018. Kirik, I am very excited to see this young man back in the cage doing what he loves, doing what he does best, and that is entertaining the fans with a fan-friendly style, with a dynamism, with an enthusiasm, with incredible energy inside the Brave Arena.
Phil, when you're talking about Memos, the renegade Raza, there's a few things I am compelled to say. First of all, is he a world-class talent? Yes, he is. Second of all, does he have charisma? Yes. The young man has huge charisma. And third, everybody who knows him will tell you the exact same thing. He is a good person. What we've got in front of us is a role model. He's what we all should be, world-class, conditioned, and kind.
The very best of intentions outside of the cage, the very baddest of intentions inside the cage. Ladies and gentlemen, Memos, the renegade Raza.
And next, let's introduce his opponent into the red corner. Representing Underdog Team, fighting out of Almaty, Kazakhstan, Nurzhan Akishev.
The former Octagon League featherweight champion, the number 3 ranked featherweight in Kazakhstan, one half of the 2021 Brave CF Fight of the Year. This is Nurzhan Akishev, 13-4 as a professional. 2 wins coming by way of KO or TKO, 10 wins coming by way of submission. That is a total of 12 finishes, 10 in the very first round. Submissions are comprised of 1 triangle, 2 armbar, sorry, 1 triangle armbar, 2 armbars, 2 triangles, 3 guillotines, 1 rear naked choke, and 1 kimura. He is a master of sport in combat sambo, a master of sport in hand-to-hand combat, a Kazakh national champion in hand-to-hand combat, and a silver medalist in national IMAF competition as an amateur. Kirik, let's go back to that fight in 2021 with Tae-Kyun Kim. Incredible from start to finish. Fight of the year candidate. Fight of one of the greatest fights in the history of Brave Combat Federation. And that is the kind of fighter we have with Nurzhan Akishev.
100% Phil. What we have here in Memos Raza is a man who can do it all. He can strike, he can submit, he can wrestle, but what he loves to do most of all is choke with his arms. He's got 5 wins via choke. That's what he's gonna want to do here. However,
Bizon has 4 chokes with his arms and 3 more using his legs. And when you can choke somebody, you know how to defend against the choke, because so much about the successful application of a technique is overcoming the defenses. So you've got a man who loves more than anything in this Brave Combat Federation cage to make his opponent fade to black. But this is a very hard man to do that against.
I have no expectations of this fight other than violence, Kirik. I cannot wait to see what happens. Memos Raza is a man intent on getting that violent money. Nurzhan Akishev is a walking fight of the night, fight of the year contender. Nothing left to do but throw it over the lance.
Combat Federation presents 3 5-minute rounds in the featherweight division. Introducing first, in the blue corner, a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 10 wins and 4 losses. He stands at 180 centimeters tall, weighing in at 66.2 kilograms. Fighting out of London, England, by way of Pakistan, Memos the Renegade Raza! Across the cage, his opponent stands in the red corner, a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 12 wins and 3 losses, standing at 173 centimeters tall, weighing in at 65.9 kilograms, representing underdog team, fighting out of Almaty, Kazakhstan, Nurzhan Akishev! Our referee in charge of the action is Brave's very own Deck Larkin.
Decky Larkin, a man that wastes absolutely no time getting them out of the cage. Tail of the tape, you can see 28 years old for Nurzhan, 27 for Memos, who has a slight height advantage.
Between the limb length and the actual height and their stance, it's quite an advantage. You're going to see him try and use it. He's in a fairly bladed stance. He's going to try and pop in and out, attack those legs, slow his opponent down.
As we know, both fighters as tough as they come. We could see all the makings of an absolute all-out war here at Brave CF 62. Both men a little bit tentative to start, just downloading the data, trying to get a read on one another, which is usually indicative of the fact they know how dangerous one another are. Big shot over the top from Raza, wasn't far away. Another big shot over the top, this time from Bizon.
When you face a southpaw, that's your biggest worry, is that right hand.
That's a great point to make, Kirik. Orthodox Raza taking on southpaw Nurzhan Akishev. Southpaws are rare in combat sports, even more so in mixed martial arts.
Memos doing a good job trying to keep his foot in the outside of his opponent's foot and attack that leg.
Oh, again, not far away with that big shot. Nurzhan looks like
back's a little close to the... He's moved away from that fence. Memos momentarily at his back, way too close to that fence.
Against somebody who's so dangerous with submissions as Nurzhan Akishev, you don't want to find yourself against the cage and almost inviting the takedown. You want to be in as open as possible, that open forum of the mat. So if he is going to try and take you down, he has to really work for it.
The stance that Memos is in right now, this bladed stance, doesn't make for very quick lateral movement. In order to escape, he's got to go straight back. He needs that room behind him.
Memos needs to be wary of overreaching with the shots a little bit. There's a shot right open up the middle for Memos, whether it be an uppercut, whether it be a front kick. You can see the hands and elbows are somewhat flared from Nurzhan. There's a shot there if he wants it. Nurzhan seems like he's intent on trying to land that big overhand left. Memos Raza trying to throw feints, trying to elicit some sort of a reaction from Nurzhan.
Nurzhan holding back just a little bit, hoping he can counter.
Nurzhan somewhat creeping, trying to push Memos back, maybe trying to set up a takedown. There it is. Big takedown from Nurzhan Akishev. This is exactly where he wants to be, but Memos going for wrist control here.
We have 1 minute and a half. 1 minute and a half, Memos. We have 1 minute and a half. And with us framing our left hand on his throat.
90 seconds to go in the first round here. Nurzhan Akishev on top.
Memos has a half guard. That can be a little bit of an anchor in this sport. Not necessarily the place you want to be when there's elbows coming down.
Using that frame to work to stand up, please. Using that frame to work to stand. Yes, turn into him. Turn into him. Keep control of that.
I would like to see.
I'd like to see Memos turn those hips in a little bit more, work a knee in, and pop up to standing.
But that's easier said than done when you have Nurzhan Akishev pressuring you against the cage, using it like cheese grater.
Left underhook, left underhook. Yes, use it to stand, use it to stand.
Neither fighter has absorbed
We have 45 seconds.
much damage here, so they will be fresh going in. Just as I say that, Nurzhan Akishev fires off a
And
beautiful
follows it
knee.
up with an elbow to the melon. There we go. Memos beginning that stand-up.
Need to be wary of a guillotine attack here from Nurzhan. You put your head in the wrong position, he will wrap an arm around it and choke you out. Does have 3 wins in his professional career by guillotine. Short elbow coming. Boom! And again, there it is.
Third time.
Hat-trick.
10 seconds, Brave Nation.
Oh, that's a big shot from Nurzhan. Turning it up. Landing big shots in the third, or sorry, in the closing stanzas of the first round here.
Phenomenal round ending for Nurzhan Bizan Akishev.
The only benefit I can feel there from Memos is he knows what Nurzhan Akishev is trying to set up. He knows that he's going to use his strikes to set up the takedown, and he knows that he cannot find himself with his back pressed against the cage. As soon as he feels himself being pressured against the cage, he has to use that lateral movement to escape, has to use that to get away, has to keep the fight in the open forum of the matted area.
His basic strategy is sound. Keep his lead foot on the outside of his southpaw opponent's lead foot. Attack at long range with a side kick. When the opponent starts to get a little bit closer, hop to the outside, kick the calf a little bit, kick the thigh a little bit. When he was doing that, he was relatively successful. From his back, he was not.
Degi Larkin clearing the cage. Second round here, Nurzhan Akishev versus Memos the Renegade Raza.
Deck's got a camera on. Memos right back. Where he wants to be a little bit more aggressive with it though, Phil.
Yeah, that's a great point, Carrick. He's trying to put the fight on Nurzhan Akishev, showing that he's not just going to be a sitting duck for his takedown.
That's right, it's a great way to make sure he doesn't have his back up against that cage.
If he's the one leading the dance, yep.
Memos always feinting. Feigning with the hips, feigning with the head, feigning with the hands, feigning with his height.
Oh, big left hand there from Nurzhan Akishev. Widened the eyes a little bit of Memos Raza.
And Bizan always throwing bombs. Bizan now responding to his opponent's strategy, trying to move to the outside, throw kind of a Mexican jab, maybe a hook. Come down the middle, maybe an eye poke right there. If there was, it was absolutely accidental.
Yeah, you can see immediately from the reaction of Mimosh Raza. I still think that the uppercut is there from Mimosh Raza, or the front kick. I know the front kick is dangerous considering that you could get taken down, but if he were to throw the likes of an uppercut to hook to straight combination, I feel like he would have success with that.
Front kick's absolutely the one that I see as the opening. By the way, Brave Nation, I'm not sure if it made it onto the broadcast, but Mimosh looked over, hit his fighter's corner, and indicated it was completely an accident. And that was an accident. I will bet my life on it. Back to being a little bit more aggressive.
Difficult to be aggressive, the right side of aggressive without chasing your opponent, isn't it, Kirik? Hard to strike that balance. Again, that left is great for Nurzhan Akishev. Just seems to have found the timing of it.
What you're seeing here, Brave Nation, is the advantage of having your right side forward in a fight. Ordinarily, the hand that lands most readily is your left, which is weaker. Now it's your backhand that can land.
Just glanced with that.
Mimosh dealing with this with a lot of in and out movement.
Shots blocked on the arm, but we know it. Oh, another big shot with the left. Nice kicks from Mimosh, but they were landing mostly on the arm. But we know sometimes if you kick hard enough, you can break an arm.
Bombs away, Bizon, about to happen.
Another
Such a beautiful takedown.
Again, not where Mimosh Raza wants to find himself at all. And this is really where Akishev thrives.
It is, but Mimosh is doing a much better job of not conceding that top side control.
Trying to stay compact, doesn't want Akishev to get the hooks in.
Brave Nation, if you're wondering why Mimosh Raza doesn't stand up, there is an incredible amount of downward pressure on him. Pressure's partially off, and here he comes.
Watch out for a knee to the head, potentially here from Akishev.
What you saw there, Brave Nation, was an interpretation of the unified rules. It depends on the commission. In some places, if the hand is simply touching the ground, you can't knee the head. In other places, it cannot be done intentionally.
And also depends, is the hand that's placing down, is it load-bearing? If it's the fingertips, it's not a downed opponent. Hand needs to be flat. The limb needs to be load-bearing, as Decky Larkin has explained to me a number of times. Oh, huge shot from Mimosh Raza.
He's been holding off on it.
Flash knockdown from Mimosh. He senses a little bit of blood in the water. He's turning it up.
Mimosh has got to go.
Oh, how disappointing for Mimosh. But great acumen from Akishev.
Absolutely brilliant strategy from Akishev. He was out on his feet. He knew his opponent was swarming. Level change, got in on those hips, and boom.
And now Akishev finds himself in the dominant position, landing big strikes. Beautiful fight IQ from Nurzhan Akishev.
Mimosh up a lot quicker than he was the first time and the second time.
He's doing a good job. He has the hand flat on the ground. Now it's the fingertips, not a downed opponent right now.
Slick little elbow up to the body. Not sure I've seen that in a long, long time.
Here we see some of the action again. I'd love to see that head kick from Mimosh Raza. It speaks to just how well conditioned Nurzhan Akishev is that he was able to bounce right back up from that.
A lesser fighter, most of the fighters in this sport would have dropped. That shin to the head as your head is moving forward is as close to a fight-ending strike as you will ever find.
But this is where it becomes interesting. So, oh, that's a beautiful shot the more you see it.
So wonder that eye orbital didn't break.
But this is where it gets interesting, Kirik. So Akishev scored 2 takedowns, one of which Mamosh was able to get back up. Mamosh was able to land a big head kick in that round, which is probably the closest the fight came to ending. And we know that takedowns don't necessarily, in and of themselves, carry as much weight in mixed martial arts. That
Very
round
good
for
argument
me,
to be made for Mamosh, the Renegade Raza, winning round 2.
I guess that's what I was trying to say in a very roundabout way. Thank you for cutting to the chase, big man.
Mamosh, although he spent a lot of time being taken down, has a very clear strategy to win this fight.
Oh, he gets dropped. Huge shot from Akishev. Hammer fist being thrown here at nauseam.
I see no intelligent defense yet. I'm not seeing it yet. I think we're down to short time.
Mamosh gives up his back, but now gets flattened out. Big shots again being landed by Akishev. What a way to open the 3rd round. Does Mamosh Raza have his faculties about him enough here to defend?
I believe his head is back in the game. We know he's highly conditioned. His body's back in the game. A little bit of a tough position to get out of.
The corner of Nurzhan Akishev calling for shots from this position. It's hard to do when Mamosh Raza has the hands wrapped up.
Mamosh very wisely buying himself some time to recover further. He's pinning those gloves to his body. He's got to free that one-on-one.
Needs to be wary of Akishev spinning and taking that other hook. Just as I say, he does so. And this is pick your poison territory for Mamosh Raza. Do you stay in this position to try and defend the choke, or do you give up the mount and try and work from there, try and shrimp out, reclaim half guard? Nice stock there, that half Nelson from Akishev, just putting pressure on the neck of Mamosh Raza.
Further tiring his opponent out, cutting down on the directions his opponent can move in.
Essentially 3/4 mounts here being established, being taken by Nurzhan Akishev.
Mamosh has a beginning of a knee shield in.
Short elbow coming from Nurzhan. Working the body with those elbows, absolutely beautiful work.
This is Bizon time now.
Bees on him. Mamosh does have an underhook on the right side.
Those push elbows don't hit with as much power, of course, as a standing straight, but they can sometimes more than compensate by their ability to cut.
Mamosh doing everything he can to try and stand up. Needs to untangle his own leg though. 2 minutes left to go in the 3rd and final round of what's been a tactical battle between these two competitors. Big elbow right to the side of the head from Akishev.
Vicious pinpoint placement right behind the ear.
Again, it's just solid, methodical pressure, landing enough shots to keep Mamosh Raza from thinking about the submission attack because he's too preoccupied with the shots being landed.
Shut down any standing attempt too by grabbing that ankle. Working for the back now.
Deep breaths being taken by both men. War of attrition here.
Mamosh Raza attempted to explode and turn in, was not successful. attempted to rise, was not successful.
30 seconds, Memos, 30 seconds.
Memo's done a great job here to try and work to his feet. Is a downed opponent due to that flat hand being down. If that came up on the fingertips, he wouldn't be. Trying to roll for a leg is Memos Raza.
Looking for that heel. No inside heel hook now. But even potentially go for a toe hold. He's back to the heel hook. Looking for the back.
Credit to Memos Raza for trying that in the final stanzas, but a very, very dominant round for Nurzhan Akishev. I don't think it would be without an educated guess to say that that's potentially 29-28 Nurzhan Akishev.
I do believe that tonight was about Nurzhan Akishev. We're going to get a look at some of that in the replay. You saw a clean 1-2. Slight hook, dropped the opponent. Mad dash for the finish now with hammer fists.
Pretty much from there, it was all Nurzhan Akishev.
Most of those, are they getting through? No. Are some of those getting through? Yes.
Showing again just how well versed he is as a grappler. Dominant positional control, landing enough shots to try and open something up for himself.
Got the man from Octagon, Nuruddin Sadikov. Just congratulated both of the fighters.
Our MC, Mr. Lance Murdoch, sending the steps into the cage. That means that we have an official decision.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, all three of our judges scored the same, 30-27. Unanimous decision to the red corner, Nurzhan Akishev.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, unanimous decision in favor of Nurzhan Akishev. Dominant performance. 14-4 now as a professional, going from strength to strength.
Disappointment writ large on the face of Memos, the Renegade Raza. No one can say, though, he didn't give it his all. And here, center stage, receiving the accolades, Nurzhan Akishev. Posing for the photographer, posing for the camera, wearing one very imposing hat, I've got to add. And while all that's going on, we're looking at a replay of some of the action. This is where the Renegade had turned it up, caught his opponent with a shin to the head, got just a little overexcited, put on his back, and it went downhill from there. Memos, hard as nails, taking shots with his head against that floor. Big respect between these two fighters. And then there were two. Brave Nation coming up. We've got the main event of the Brave portion of the card. Olzhas Eskaraev from Kazakhstan versus the great Rolando D, Incredible D, from Dasmariñas, Philippines. And then we've got the final fight of the evening. It is a title fight for the Octagon belt. Magomed Magomedov from Team KHK Bahrain versus Bawarzan, the Soldier, Kunishbayev. And now we're moving to how you can watch our great fights from all over the world. Some of these are newly signed. We've got Super Lutas in Brazil, DAZN for the US and the UK. We've got Fighting.de, one of our partners in Germany. And of course, we've got our long-time broadcast partner, Fight Network, there in the UK, Serbia, Greece, Slovenia, Montenegro, Angola, Mozambique, Nigeria, Israel, Caribbean, USA, and Canada, and the great SAB Sports in South Africa.
Olzhas Eskaraev was near an interim title in his last outing and is now ready to come back with a vengeance. As he takes on Rolando D, one of Philippines' most famous fighters and a star of bravecf's lightweight division. Coming up next, Olzhas Eskaraev takes on Rolando, the Incredible D, in a lightweight bout.
Ladies and gentlemen, Underdog Sports Agency is the official partner of Octagon League. Let's bring out our first warrior. Please welcome to the blue corner, representing the Incredible Fitness Center, fighting out of Dasmariñas, Philippines, Rolando the Incredible.
In the park, I got this blank canvas, wonder where I should start. Before the lights come on, I live my life in the dark. I guess this is what it sounds like when I open my heart. Most days usually fall on my face, it leaves a scrape. Most nights usually end up the same. I hit the vape just to cope with the hopeless emotions. My eyes like an ocean, my tears overflow. So I keep the word in my verse where I take them to church. Looking back on the years, man, I've been through the worst. All my friends disappear like some shit in the purse. Like a bad script, all these actors didn't rehearse.
Ladies and gentlemen, there he is, one of the most fightingest fighters, and I know that sounds like something relatively obvious to say, but this man has fighting in his blood. He is the son of a former boxing world champion. He is a former world champion in his own right. He is Rolando the Incredible. 14 wins as a professional. He is the bravecf Fighter of the Year back in 2020. An absolute legend of combat sports in his native Philippines. Carrick, we talked a little bit about how it really is do or die for Rolando. That this is perhaps his final opportunity, not for fighting by any stretch of the imagination, but for being top tier fighter, for being an upper echelon fighter. He has made a drastic change in his approach to this fight, in his training, by going to Team Lakay, by not training at his own gym, by not being his own head coach. What kind of dividends could that pay for him in this fight?
The huge one is, Phil, that it takes him out of his own gym, where his responsibility is not to himself, but to all of the members of his team. The simple fact is, being a fighter at the international level, at the world-class level, is a very, very selfish endeavor. As a fighter, you have to be all about yourself. It's all about you. And the man we're seeing here, The Incredible, he's all about his fighters. One of them is very shortly going to be announced as signing with Brave Combat Federation. Very big news for us. It's going to be The Incredible 2.0. Right now, we've got the real thing, though, and he is prepared for this fight fully. He's not in here halfway, he's not in here a quarter way, he's in all the way.
And next, let's introduce his opponent into the red corner. Representing Ireland MMA Pro Team, fighting out of Kyzyloda, Kazakhstan, Olzhas Eskaraev.
Oh yes, Eskaraev walking to the cage with like a man on a mission. 10-6 as a professional, 2 wins by KO or TKO, 4 wins by submission, 4 coming by way of decision. In his last fight, he took on Abdisalam Ulukubanitsbek at Brave 59, June 2022, in a failed attempt to win the Brave CF interim lightweight title. But in that fight, he put on an incredible show. He took Abdisalam Ulukubanits to the very limits of what he was capable of. And I think in doing so, Olzhas Eskaraev proved to himself that he is indeed an upper echelon fighter, that he is a top tier fighter that deserves to be mentioned in the same breath as guys like Abdisalam Ulukubanitsbek, in the same breath as Lucas Martins, who he defeated at Brave 53, and now in the same breath as Rolando Ndi, who he takes on here tonight. Carrick, this could potentially be a story of redemption for Rolando D, or a story of the torch being passed to Olzhas Eskaraev. So many incredible narratives in this fight, but at the end of the day, what it comes down to is the very fact that it is a fight. Anything can and will happen.
This is the 3rd fight for Olzhas Eskaraev. It's been incredibly impressive in the first 2. Wowed us, blowed our minds, and here's something that'll blow your mind. This is the 9th fight in Brave Combat Federation for Rolando D. Incredible D.
Ladies and gentlemen, in our co-main event of the evening, Brave Combat Federation presents 3 5-minute rounds in the lightweight division. Introducing first, in the blue corner, a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 14 wins, 12 losses, and 1 no contest. He stands at 173 centimeters tall, weighing in at 70.4 kilograms, representing the Incredible Fighting and Fitness Center, fighting out of Dasmarines, Philippines, Rolando the Incredible! Across the cage, his opponent stands in the red corner, a mixed martial artist with a professional record of 10 wins and 6 losses, standing at 180 centimeters tall, weighing in at 70.65 kilograms, representing Ireland MMA Pro Team, fighting out the Kyzyloda, Kazakhstan, Olzhas Eskaraev! Brave Combat Federation referee Beck Larkin is in charge of the action.
Gentlemen, you've been over the rules. This is my instructions all the time. If I tell you stop and break clean. If you want to touch gloves, let's do this.
Let's get down to business.
Little bit of intensity there in the head-to-head. Both men are 30 years old. Height advantage goes to Olzhas Eskaraev. Both men weighing in at the lightweight limit. Your referee in charge is the Bandit Dickie Larkin, one of the best in the business.
Not a little bit. This is going to be a lot of bit.
Head kick attempt from Rolando D right off the bat. Oh, that's a huge shot to the body, but Rolando D fires right back.
Rolando D's actually been doing a lot of body conditioning. It's one of the characteristics of Kyokushin karate. You take a lot of shots to the ribs, it toughens them up.
Big takedown attempted from Olzhas, but completely denied by Rolando.
Shut down with alacrity.
That's a big
Again,
shot.
completely accidental.
Big shot to the bread basket, but Olzhas Eskaraev, credit to him, he bounces right back up. We get to see a replay of it. Oh, it was as well. But Olzhas Eskaraev opening up now. He seems to be energized by that kick.
Doesn't want to throw a fourth one that high, that hard.
Oh yes, Eskaraev coming out of that southpaw position. Both men kind of trying to fight for that lead hand, that pawing, jabbing hand.
They've been a toe to the eye.
Perfectly legal.
Could even have been sweat flying off.
Eskaraev is investing in the body, but then Rolando D fires a huge shot to the body.
It's a little bit of that anything you can do, I can do better mentality. Eat one to the body, you're like, great, I'm going to deliver one. Oh, what a beautiful slip and counter.
Both these guys are incredibly tough. Rolando D leading the dance a little bit here. Another takedown attempt, this time successful for Olzhas Eskaraev.
Kipchak learned something that first unsuccessful takedown attempt and was utterly successful this time. So far, been successful in holding his opponent down. Now comes a real question. Can he land effective shots from here?
Rolando D is doing the right thing. He is on his hip. He's trying to turn in towards his opponent, try and get a little bit of purchase, maybe push down on a knee, shrimp out and try and regain guard. Big shot right down the middle from Olzhas Eskaraev.
D largely managed to slip it.
And this is very, very intelligent work from Eskaraev. He's taking the sting out of the fight. He's taking that air of intensity and expectancy out of it. He's taking a little bit of the pop out of that momentum that Rolando D had. Just breaking the fight down to his terms, playing it entirely the way he wants to.
Yeah, it is a fact of physics that gravity is a thing. Being stuck underneath somebody is not where you want to be. Kipchak posturing back. Look for a huge looping shot to the head.
Has the presence of mind and the calmness to look over to his corner to take their instruction. Nice work from Rolando D.
Rolando
He's
trying to get to that fence.
Slowly edging his way towards the cage wall.
He surely wants to walk his way up that fence. Kipchak doing a good job of shutting that particular goal down.
And trying to turn him away from the cage now. Very intelligent. Just like that, the avenue by which Rolando D was going to try and get up has been shut down.
Rolando now holding on. We'll wait for his opponent to try and push back too hard, and then we'll spring away and up. Excellent pass by Kipchak. Rolando's kept that hook in.
Oh, big hammer fist being landed by Eskaraev. May try and take the back here.
D Incredible's up and D Incredible's down. Looking for the switch. Denied. Kipchak proving to be a completely dominant fighter on the ground.
Well, he is a national champion in Bushido. He is a national champion in combat sambo, pankration, and a master of sport in combat sambo. Little bit of chit-chat going on between our two fighters here.
They're two professionals enjoying a day at work. Any question in your mind, Phil, as to whether that would not be a 10-9 in favor of Kipchak?
Oh no, none whatsoever. It was a very dominant round. The early stanzas were close, but as soon as Olzhas Eskaraev was able to score that takedown, was able to impose his will upon the fight and essentially take Rolando D completely away from where he wanted the fight to take place, that warrants the awarding of a 10-9 round, in my opinion.
There you have it, Brave Nation. Round one goes to Olzhas Eskaraev. Right now on the screen we're seeing why. A near continuous rain of shots to the body, sometimes popping up to the head. Precious little offense from bottom in the face of that onslaught.
Referee Deck Larkin clearing the cage. And Rolando D will not want to spend any more time on his back than he needs to.
Eskaraev ready to get right into it. Center cage.
Eskaraev getting Eskaried away there. That's a huge kick to the body from Rolando D. And when you see how heavily muscled his legs are, you can tell just how horrible those leg kicks are going to be. Initially a solid sprawl from Rolando D, but that perseverance from Eskaraev, and once more Rolando D trying to get his back against the cage to stand up. Well, he cannot afford to sit in this position for another round.
The question, of course, is does he have the wherewithal to bring it back to standing or even potentially reverse the position?
Yes. 2 hands on that. He's got the bottom hand.
We've had some fights earlier, Brave Nation, where the fighter on top wasn't throwing big shots coming down. That is not the case here.
Eskaraev doing a very intelligent job by holding onto the wrist underneath.
Дорогие наши зрители на трибунах, почему так тихо? Давайте поддержим наших бойцов!
Unbelievable. The Incredible with one arm is actually winning this battle from the bottom.
He's got the hand free, but again, it's so subtle. Eskaraev was able to turn Rolando D away from the cage wall, so he can't use that to get himself up.
D discovered with one hand that vertical elbow to the top of the head was pretty effective for him. Using it now with abandon.
I'd like to see Rolando D just try and explode out of this position, get the feet on the hips, push away, create distance and stand up. Because right now, yes, he may be landing strikes, but he's not winning the fight.
He's not. And Kipchak is content to stay in tight and throw relatively small shots. He's not trying to posture way far back so he can land the big ones. Were that the case, D could hold on to the head, hold on to an underhook, an overhook, and then when the opponent tries to pull back too hard, explode up.
Huge mouse over the left eye of Rolando D. Really attacking the body is Eskaraev. Guard momentarily open there of Rolando D. That's what he needs to do more of. He's not going to win a striking battle from the bottom, Kirik.
My sense, Phil, is in the great nation of Kazakhstan, referees tend to stand you up from the ground fairly quickly. As a consequence, the great fighters like Kipchak are very aggressive from top.
Chance of Olzhas ringing out around the arena here. And Rolando really needs to open up that guard if he's going to do something offensive. Right now, it's been defense and essentially survival for Rolando D.
He has done a good job of minimizing the number of shots that have landed, but some have gotten through and they're having a visible effect. A mouse like that, if it swells anymore, can impair vision, and then the shots really start to land.
Eskaraev posturing up now, trying to land the big shots. Oh, he's out! Wow! What a finish from Nurzhan Akishev! Oh, sorry, from Olzhas Eskaraev.
He's got superpower.
That is incredible. The amount of power he was able to generate.
Wow. And to his credit, Phil, he saw his opponent was out and lifted the feet to get a little more blood to the head to help his opponent wake up. Nothing personal here. This is all business.
I cannot wait to see a replay of that. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Another look at it.
Kipchak showed what these men of power, what power really is. That was it.
To generate that kind of power from that position is practically unheard of.
It's a double shot, Phil. It's the shot coming down, and then the shot coming down, forcing the back of the head to pop against the cage floor. Boom! There it is, and he is out.
Olzhas Eskaraev cements his position as a legitimate contender in the lightweight division. He has only taken on the best in Brave so far. Rolando D, Abisalam Olukubanijbek, Lucas Minero Martins. I cannot wait to see what this young man does next. Incredible.
Rolando D coming to. He's being helped to his feet. I do believe he will be able to stand under his own power, which is what you always want to see in our sport. That means you're battered and bruised, but healthy.
The question has to be asked, Carrick, and I know it's a tough question to ask because you never want to put a fighter out to pasture. You want them to make the decision for themselves, but potentially has Father Time caught up with Rolando D?
I want Rolando D to stay in the game for the next 30 or 40 or 50 years, and I mean that literally. I just want it to happen as a coach. He is now proven to be a tremendous coach.
Great point.
I do believe that is his future. Just gave a thumbs up to his opponent. He's all good. Resting his head. Two fighters exchange respect. It's a little question as to whether Rolando D is going to go to center cage. I think he'd rather rest.
Ladies and gentlemen, once again, no need to check the judges' scorecards. Deck Larkin stopped the fight after 3 minutes and 40 seconds of the second round. The winner by way of knockout, Olzhas Kipchak Eskaraev!
Olzhas. Ассалаумалейкум ағайындар. Біраз әңгіме бар айтатын. Рахмет мынау қазақтың батырларын, спортшыларын қолдап келгендеріңізге. Мынау октагонға, Нұреке, Брейв ұжымына, Сэм, мына жерде матчмейкер. Бір ауыз айтатыным, реванш қырғыздың батырымен мен өткен жол шамалы ұятқа қалдырған болатын. Бір оныңда себептері бар. Сылтауратып іштің айтпай қояйын, бірақ реваншқа лайықтым деп ойлаймын. Мынандай жеңіспен даже сезбесек, сезбедік деп айтуға болады. Нұреке, реваншты бір ауыз ескеріп жеріңіз. Содан кейін барлықтарыңызға рахмет айтам. На достарым, мен жеңілгенде де, жеңгенде де дәл осылай қасымда жүретін Егор Кичигин, Әліби, Бауыржан, Рустам, барлық ағайын туысқандар, мен қолдап отқан бауырларым келді сонау алыстан. Бәріңізге рахмет. Барша тренерлерім, бұрынғы тренерлерім Арман, Ержан Естанов, Саламат ағай, Игорь Фунтик, барлық бапкерлеріме рахмет айтам. Жеңісімді қазақ еліне, ағайындар, бірлігіміз мықты болсын. Көріп атсыздар қандай жағдайлар болып жатыр. Бірлігіміз мықты болса, бізді ешкім де аламайды. Алға Қазақстан, алға жігіттер, рахмет.
Thank you very much for supporting Kazakh warriors. And I think after this kind of performance, I'm ready for a rematch with a warrior from Kyrgyzstan. Don't you all support me here? And thank you for support. Everything is for you guys.
Stirring speech.
Rolando.
I just want to say something.
before I enter, I pray to God if this is the last time I will enter this octagon, so be it. And I think I have the answer. I announce my retirement. Thank you so much for the support in 12 years. My haters, my fans, and I believe this is a time for me to rest. And I just wanted to tell my family I love you so much. I did my best, but you know, I'm an old lion. I'm an old lion now, and I think I don't belong to this level anymore. I announced my retirement in the game, and thank you, Eskaraev, for making me retire, for giving my retirement. Thank you, Brave, for giving me 2 contracts, and I think this is the last time I will enter the octagon. And thank you so much. I love this sport more than my life, but we know when to end. We know when we can't do it anymore. I still coach. I love this sport. I will stay in this sport forever till I die. But my fighting career ends today. Thank you so much.
Rolando D, thank you.
The end of the D incredible era and the beginning of a new one for Olzhas, Kipchak, Eskaraev.
What a career Rolando D has had. We wish him well in his retirement. From everyone here at Brave Combat Federation, from our family to yours, Rolando D, good luck in your retirement.
I mean